Our story kicks off in the scorching expanse of the Red Desert. In this barren land, where life barely clings on, a tiny lizard finds itself hunted by a cackle of hyenas, their eerie laughter echoing through the desolate wastes. But before the little critter could meet its gruesome end, a whirling blade suddenly intervenes, slicing through the air with deadly precision. A young boy, the axe's owner, charges in, flipping the roles of predator and prey. His steps kick up clouds of crimson dust as he closes the gap with a hunter's fierce determination. With another axe gripped tightly, he lunges forward, a whirlwind of pure ferocity. The clash of primal instincts ends, with the boy slaying the pack's leader, unleashing a bone-chilling, victorious howl. The remaining hyenas scatter, tails tucked in fear, their courage utterly shattered. The little lizard, wide-eyed, marvels at the boy's incredible prowess, its tiny heart racing with awe and newfound admiration. Saved from its doom, it decides to trail after him, much to his utter annoyance. Too small to eat and seemingly useless for hunting, the boy tries to shoo it away, waving his hands and grumbling under his breath. But the lizard persists, completely undeterred. Frustrated, the boy chastises the tiny creature until it suddenly reveals its incredible hidden talent, breathing fire like a living flamethrower, a spark of defiance lighting up the arid air. Their quarrel is abruptly silenced by a deep rumble. From beneath the very stone they chose as a resting spot, it stirs, revealing itself as a massive, slumbering beast. Thus, the unlikely duo flees for their lives, pursued by an enraged, earthen rhinoceros. Its massive form barrels through the terrain. They scramble desperately through the desert until they reach a cliff with no time to spare. The boy leaps into the unknown, indifferent to the terrifying drop, the wind howling in his ears. Thanks to his unnaturally powerful legs, he absorbs the colossal fall with ease, landing with a resounding thud that would have crippled an ordinary person. At the bottom, he encounters a mysterious hooded figure, seated calmly beneath a withered tree, an aura of deep mystery surrounding him. Curiosity flickers in the boy's eyes, but the rhino is still hot on his trail, its enraged bellows growing even louder. Gripping his axe, the boy resolves to stand his ground, ready to prove his true lineage. As a descendant of the Black Dragon, the hooded figure rises with patient grace and slowly lowers his hood, revealing striking white hair and piercing blue eyes, commanding an undeniable air of strength. Bro, he's literally Griffith from Berserk, but with straight hair this time. The beast locks eyes with the man, and in one breathless moment, it turns tail, retreating without a fight, such as the overwhelming power of true aura, an invisible force that needs no weapon at all. The boy is utterly dumbfounded, his grip on the axe slackening in utter disbelief. The enigmatic man smiles, asking if the boy is unharmed, his voice calm and soothing, yet carrying an undeniable edge of authority. Little did the boy know that this chance meeting would utterly alter his destiny and forever reshape the fate of the world. Ananta, the young hunter, leads his savior back to his village, the weight of the encounter still heavy on his mind. In his thoughts, the villagers, naturally curious, gather to learn about the foreigner. There whispers a mix of wonder and caution. Ananta's sister, however, is far more concerned about her brother's disappearance. She scolds him for wandering into mystic territory, again warning of the grave dangers that lurk there. To make matters worse, he's brought home an odd critter and a mysterious stranger to boot, complicating her worries even further. Ananta eagerly introduces the man to his sister, Ashta, his voice brimming with unbridled enthusiasm. Suddenly, Ashta's illness strikes, forcing her into a violent fit of black bile coughing, her strength fading as quickly as it came. A worried Ananta urges her to rest inside, his voice tinged with both guilt and deep concern. The foreigner is then escorted to the elder's home, treated to hearty food and warm hospitality, the villagers showing their immense gratitude to the man who saved their young hunter. The man, introducing himself as Gillo, is welcome to stay as long as he needs, His presence is an enigma, yet sparks intense curiosity. Still, the little lizard remains incredibly wary of him. Its tiny eyes never once leave his form, as if sensing something the others are completely oblivious to. The village head assigns a nunta to be Gillo's guide. During his stay, a duty the young boy accepts with immense pride. When directly asked what brought him to such a remote and unforgiving land, Gillo explains he's a dedicated explorer, researching the intricate cultures and powerful incarnates of different regions. To clarify, he unfurls a weathered map, its edges worn from countless arduous journeys, and shares thrilling tales of his travels, from the great empire of the East, through the icy ridges of the North, to the vast forests of the West. Now, he bravely navigates the treacherous Red Desert, seeking the legendary tale of a special incarnate. The incarnate known as Ajitahaka, a mythical being, indeed, and one of the first 6 incarnates to ever receive divine power. Ajitahaka is heralded as the strongest among them all. Feared and revered, this legendary black dragon has loomed large over history as an awe-inspiring symbol of untamed power. Dubbed the evil incarnate, Ajitahaka, the magnificent black dragon, is the ultimate object of Gillo's quest, a legend simply waiting to be unraveled. Mr. Gillo stayed with Ananta and his sister, and he even whipped up a special medicine made from boiling rare Giardia to boost her compromised immune system and vitality. Just one sip of the powerful soup quickly made Ashta feel significantly better. Today, he intends to journey down the nearby river to investigate something. Ananta, eager to tag along, being Mr. Gillo's official guide, the duo set out for the riverside. Before their departure, Ashta lovingly reminded her little brother to be safe out there and return home in one piece. As the duo left the village, the young boy couldn't help but notice that the grown-ups were shooting poisonous glances at the mysterious foreigner. It didn't take them too long to reach the expansive river of the Red Desert. While trekking and enjoying fish that they'd freshly caught from the river, the boy then asked Mr. Gillo if he'd made any real progress in his research after a week since arriving in the village. Unfortunately, progress was painstakingly slow. All he'd managed to piece together were small fragments of the history of the Black Dragon's descendants. Ananta's ancestors once endured constant assaults from external forces, but thanks to the Black Dragon's timely help, they were able to hold their ground. The Black Dragon's present-day descendants, like Ananta, proudly continue the warrior tradition, worshipping the great Ajitahaka. That's about the full extent of what Mr. Gillo knows as of now, because for some unknown reason, the adult villagers just stubbornly refuse to tell him anything more. It's as if they're deliberately hiding something. Ananta dismissed Gillo's concern, calling it overthinking. Then, changing the subject, Mr. Gillo asked why he was still hunting behind his sister's back. Gillo didn't want to pry too much, but the kid was accumulating more and more injuries from his daring escapades lately. Even though Ashta might catch on very soon, little bro still wants to keep his side hustle a secret. He doesn't want to make her worry, any more than she already does. You see, winter comes quickly in this accursed land. He wants to hunt and stockpile as much food as possible before the harsh cold truly sets in. The siblings grew up without their parents. They both tragically died from a disease, while Ananta was still just a baby. Since then, Ashta has always been fiercely protective of her little brother. Ananta feels a deep guilt that his sister's entire life has revolved around taking care of him, even missing her prime marrying age. So, he wants to prepare a proper dowry for her, so she can finally start her own family. Gillo asked if achieving this would be difficult, and the boy just smiled, answering it wasn't. Everything he does is for the only family he has, after all. Enough of these depressing family talks, though. The boy is curious. Why is Gillo so interested in incarnates? It's actually pretty simple when you get down to it. He's hunting for the legendary treasure of the gods. These mystical treasures are rumored to be the very source of the first 6 incarnates. Tremendous powers. They are relics that completely defy the laws of the world and the limits of human understanding. Should anyone manage to seize these 6 relics, each holding the boundless power of deities, they would essentially be reborn and finally glimpse the world beyond the curtain. After hearing about these treasures, Ananta, in a slip of the tongue, asked Gillo if he was after the village's ancient scale. After an entire week of fruitless searching, Mr. Gillo just snagged his very first lead, and it came from the kid realizing he'd totally messed up. Ananta finally caved in, on the strict condition that Gillo never tell anyone, that he'd blab about it back when they were kids. His sister once told him a story that truly stuck in his mind. While it's true that the mighty black dragon did chase away their ancestors' enemies, the beast's terrifying rage never truly subsided. He then went on an uncontrollable rampage until the entirety of the Red Desert was scorched to ash, to finally reign in his immense fury. The black dragon willingly surrendered one of his powerful scales to his loyal followers. With his vital power source removed, the black dragon fell into a deep, unending sleep. His followers then constructed a hidden shrine, somewhere deep within the vast Dragon Valley, where their finest warriors stand eternal guard, to protect the sacred scale from falling into the wrong hands. But before Mr. Gillo could even ask Ananta to help in tracking down the shrine, the kid firmly draws the line. The sanctity of the shrine strictly forbids any foreign influence from ever entering their sacred place. Ananta has no problems guiding Mr. Gillo anywhere else, but the Dragon Valley itself is strictly off limits. The man didn't fight him on that point, but he did ask the kid to accompany him to one more place. By sundown, they had reached a towering cliff where the immense vastness of the Red Desert and its breathtaking beauty could be admired best. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, Mr. Gillo began to passionately profess his dream. He longs to discover a world that lies beyond their current one, a realm connecting to the land of gods. And until that dream is realized, he'll push forward with his relentless exploration. Even if it means scouring the entire planet, his journey will truly never end. Even if he has to turn everyone into his enemy. That's when Mr. Gillo inquired if Ananta had ever connected the dots between his ancestry and the fabled incarnate. Gillo then revealed that there was a strong possibility that Asta's debilitating sickness was directly tied to the Black Dragon's curse. Ajitahaka remains as enigmatic as the rest of the all-powerful incarnates. But what is known is that he serves the evil god, who commands curses and death. So it's not too far-fetched to imagine a creature serving under such the vilest of gods would one day turn against the very people. Gillo continued, asserting that the Black Dragon was merely exploiting Ananta's bloodline to pass on the evil god's devastating curse. The boy's parents tragically died from an unknown illness, and now his sister is hopelessly suffering. Little did Ananta know, he was being thoroughly gaslit and manipulated by the man's unparalleled silver tongue. Upon hearing that his parents' deaths and his sister's endless suffering were all caused by the Black Dragon, pushed him to the brink of utter despair. Watching the boy slowly fall for his twisted tail, Gillo grinned like a cunning fisherman. Luring his unsuspecting catch, Gillo then pulled out a radiant flower and urged the boy to take it to the sacred treasure guarded by the village. He claimed that, using this flower, the Black Dragon's curse would finally be lifted, freeing his sister from her debilitating sickness. Gillo was practically forcing him to violate the village's most sacred rule. But Gillo quickly clarified that he was merely offering Ananta a crucial choice, to take matters into his own desperate hands. No matter how things played out, the final choice would always be the boy's. But unbeknownst to Ananta, he was slowly being influenced by truly biblically, a true angel in human form. Asta suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, only to find her little brother missing. She frets, wondering intently where her little brat could be at such a late hour. Wherever he was, Big Sis prayed he'd be safe and wouldn't catch a cold. And if you guessed he was in the Dragon Valley Shrine, you'd be absolutely right. The guards posted at the entrance immediately went on high alert as soon as they spotted the white-haired man's figure. As he walked closer, they warned Gillo to stop in his tracks. Barging into the shrine was a serious crime, after all, seeing that the foreigner wasn't listening to them. One of the guards charged forward with his spear. Gillo effortlessly grabbed the spear tip with his bare hands. His shock quickly turned to a numbing pain, as he was knocked out cold by a fierce roundhouse kick to the back of the head, while the other guards could only watch. Gillo finished the job with a brutal punch, while the opponent was still down for the count. With the first obstacle now completely taken care of, Gillo asked Anunta to come out of hiding. The boy was still gripping the radiant flower tightly in his hand. This was his very first time witnessing Mr. Gillo's combat prowess firsthand. Gillo had absolutely no trouble taking out the village's mighty warriors. The duo then walked confidently into the shrine, eager to finish what they had just started. Before the sun rose, even deep inside the shrine's halls, the stronger guards didn't pose any threat at all. It only took a few short minutes for the duo to reach the final room. The radiant flower now shone even brighter, and Gillo began to snicker mischievously. He quickly stopped himself from giggling fully and reassured Anunta, telling him there was no need to be afraid anymore. Everything is going exactly according to plan. After all, in the very center of the room, Gillo unearthed the contents of a small tomb. Inside was the final treasure of the first 6 incarnates. It was sealed by ancient runic markings. The one scale that goes the other way is Agi Dahaka's inverted dragon scale. Gillo then thanked Anunta for guiding and accompanying him. Up until this very moment, the kid nervously asked if everything they'd done could truly help cure his sister. Gillo grabbed his shoulder, calling him a dumbass human, a numbskull so incredibly easy to fool. Anunta's heart sank into his stomach. It was time to make the boy face the consequences of his foolish choice. Kaio then grabbed Anunta's hands, holding the radiant flower, and forced it near the inverted dragon scale. The scale and the runic marking reacted violently against the flower. The reaction's power explosively spiraled out of control until it produced a powerful beam of light, extending all the way up to the heavens. This beam of light was visible all throughout the Red Desert. It could be seen from the village, worrying Ashta after the light. Then came the rumbling of the earth itself. Under a hidden cavern, away from prying eyes, a gigantic dark figure awakens. His eyes flashed open, full of malice and fury, as if his 1,000-year nap had just been rudely interrupted. The Haka sensed that someone was diddling with his reverse scale and stood up. He unfurled his mighty wings and burst the ground open, sending tremors throughout the desert. With unbelievable speed, he flew up with only one place in mind. The villagers, jolted awake by the tremors, looked to the skies in horror. Their god, the subject of their fear and veneration, the black dragon, had shown himself after a long slumber. On the way to his shrine, Agi Dahaka wondered, just what fool dares to covet the power of the gods? The entire shrine that stood tall for generations had been reduced to rubble. Our sweet summer child, Anunta, was lying face down on the debris, both of his arms severed by the beam of light. When he woke up, he was so mesmerized by the sight of Mr. Gillo, standing in front of the light, that he didn't even feel the pain of his limbs. Being severed, the radiant flower had turned into something else, a power far more primal, far more immense. Mr. Gillo clutched its long, firm stem, thrilled to finally grasp the puzzle's missing piece. This is the miracle destined to bridge all horizons. As he extracted the mutated flower from the beam of light, Mr. Gillo's attire spontaneously disintegrated, revealing his perfectly chiseled physique. He was genuinely built differently. Without a single hint of hesitation, he plunged the hardened stem straight into his stomach. The flower's radiance quickly coursed directly into his solar plexus. Every nerve, every vein, capillary, and artery in his body surged with infinite power. After his guttural roars of agony finally faded, he was left groveling on the ground. And that's when Ajitahaka finally arrives, to punish whoever dared disturb his slumber. He then demanded of the foolish mortal, if he even grasped the consequences of taking the inverted scale, The evil incarnate then demanded to know the naked bastard's name. Yo-Yo simply smiled, utterly unfazed. A swirling power then enveloped him in a cocoon, and once he emerged, his mighty wings illuminated the dark field. With 6 massive wings, a disgustingly monstrous face, sharp talons, and an eye that sees all, Mr. Gillo then introduced himself as the winged incarnate. When Ananta finally managed to open his eyes and make sense of the chaotic situation, he saw a colossal dragon fighting against a bizarre, almost angelic bird. Ajitahaka could feel the multiple treasures that had been absorbed into Gillo's very being. He thought it utterly impossible for an ordinary incarnate to withstand such immense power. But he thought wrong. The flame of anger inside the black dragon's heart was fiercely stoked as he grimly imagined what this creature had done to the treasure's owners. Guyao simply answered, without a shred of remorse, that he merely killed 5 out of the 6 original incarnates and stole their sacred treasures. Now tonight, he intends to finish the job and eliminate the last one. He powerfully flapped his wings, and his feathers shot out like a deadly hail of bullets. Ajitahaka simply used his scaled wings to defend against this simple attack. Without the treasure of the gods, this ugly bird is pathetically weak. Guayu is unfazed by the taunts from the last remnant of the age of gods, for he's determined to tame this dragon. Right here and right now, Ajitahaka dared him to try it. While blasting a pillar of scorching flames into the skies, Guayu easily maneuvered out of the way. His 6 wings definitely not just for show. Since he wants an aerial battle, the evil incarnate joins him in the skies. It has turned into a cat and mouse game. Only if the cat and the mouse were a dragon and a thieving, biblically accurate angel. They continued to rise in altitude, with the black dragon hot on Guayu's heels. As they rose even higher, Ajitahaka conjured multiple fire spells around his body, all of them homing on the thief. The dark flames shot out fast and strong, like nuclear bombs with untold power. Guayu focused his power on the singular eye in his chest and chanted, "Let there be light." Bro is trying so hard to be God, as pretentious as it was the light effectively neutralized the dark flames in one fell swoop. Since his flames didn't do any damage, the dark dragon summoned the power of darkness. It was so menacing that it changed the art style. He slashed with his wings, and a dark hail of blades rushed to tear Guayu apart. But the winged incarnate simply grinned at such a mediocre attack. He countered with a hail of blades of his own, each one made of light itself. Guayu flexed his terrifying control and power by accurately pinpointing each dark blade and bursting it with his own. Each of the light blades continued their momentum, eager to pierce the dragon's body. Once they converged and skewered the evil incarnate, a massive and bright explosion lit up the night sky. For as far as the eye could see, the villagers could only watch as their god got bodied by the random foreigner they took in a week ago. Meanwhile, the armless Anuna fought desperately to rise. He gasped, desperately trying to catch his breath, but each gasp of air burned his lungs. Even amidst such agony, his only concern was his sister. At last, the final one of the first 6 incarnates had fallen. His once mighty form now lay disheveled and riddled with damage. Meanwhile, Gillo, on the other hand, looked utterly ready for another god-level battle without breaking a sweat. He flashed a smug smile after obliterating the dragon's heart and vanquishing the final boss. He certainly earned the right to be a little smug. But that infuriating snicker was pushing it, though. Finally, with all his hard work complete, he possessed all the tools to ascend to the heavens. And so, Mr. Gillo, the wings incarnate, soared to the clouds and never stopped. Ananta gazed upon the consequences of his foolish actions, filled with fear and utter devastation. He had only wanted to help his sister, but instead, he'd forged a peerless deity. With Ajitahaka's dying breath, the dragon called out to the child and asked if he had helped bring ruin to everything. Ananta trembled beneath the dying dragon's gaze as he profusely apologized for his foolishness. As an evil god writhing at death's door, Ajitahaka had no intention of forgiving the child's foolish actions at all, and so he bestowed a terrible curse upon poor Ananta, a curse that came at the cost of the evil incarnate's physical body, allowing his own flesh to rot away in darkness, all just to spite a kid. The remaining power within his gigantic frame sizzled and bubbled furiously. Ajitahaka's remaining spiritual force twisted into the form of pure darkness and raw ferocity. The body once deemed too tough to pierce was ripped apart to make way for the Avatar's escape. Ananta stared, horrified, at the evil god's perverse wailing, his young mind barely comprehending the horrific scene, fueled by an unfathomable hatred. The dragon's spiritual force surged to the skies once more. He visibly burned through his dwindling spiritual force every second, but he had one last petty agenda to fulfill. Once Ananta realized where the monster was heading, a chill of pure dread crept up his spine. That goddamn dragon is heading straight for the village. A monstrous vision, a physical embodiment of hell itself. Ajitahaka quickly reached his chilling destination. In a terrifying blink, he saw the ancestors of the very men and women who had worshipped him for generations. And without a flicker of hesitation, he burned them all down to smoldering ashes. Piercing screams of agony from those burned alive filled the air. Ashta, Ananta's caring and affectionate older sister, was among the unfortunate victims. The entire village was utterly annihilated in just one devastating flyby. Ananta wept and wept. He lost his arms, and now he lost everything else, too. But the evil incarnate wasn't done with him just yet. Before completely dissipating into nothingness, Ajitahaka finalized the dreadful curse on the boy. He slammed his spiritual body right into Ananta's fragile, little, armless frame. He invaded every orifice, thoroughly invading the boy's very body, and slowly, horrifically reconstructing his severed limbs. His veins pulsed, strengthened, and filled with the raw power of a dragon. His heart relentlessly pumped and circulated pure darkness throughout his entire body, and his physical form transformed into an incomprehensible monster, a creature forged of pure hatred. Ananta's figure shifted and mutated. His bones audibly crunched and expanded, and his flesh bubbled and grotesquely ballooned. With this horrific integration, the foolish mortal shall forever wallow in a mire of death, an unending calamity. The boy was fully transformed, a vessel of the dark, dragon's remaining malevolent power. Thus, the years relentlessly rolled forward, unveiling Ananta's brutal warpath. A relentless march of vengeance, forged in blood, darkness, and unyielding fury. A fierce beast once told a valiant warrior that, without fangs in his mouth and claws in his hands, his greatest weapon would be something far more potent. In this draconic beast case, his boundless anger and raw tenacity became his weapons. He tore through a pack of wolves, as if they were mere cannon fodder, to be ground down into a pulpy paste. From his very blood, sweat, flesh, and bones, he ravenously devours the corpses of his enemies, targeting the alpha of the pack. The beast viciously sank its fangs into his neck, with superior force ripping it apart, making blood and gore burst forth with the wail of a dragon's rage. He shall kill and kill again in this world. Beasts possessing mysterious powers are dubbed as mystics. The few mystics made in the form of humans, molded by the gods, were called incarnates. Most of them helped humanity in their own ways, but there were those who became drunk on their own power. They were thusly dubbed as evil deities. In some random, creepy forest, a group of raiders hunts down their remaining prey. They laughed and joked around, while slaughtering civilians, with the blood of the innocent still dripping from their blades. They took all valuables worth selling. Before heading back to their hideout, they jested that the monster of the woods might be watching. When they saw all the dead, wild beasts strewn around the area, they realized that their jokes might not be far from reality. At first glance, it seems like a territorial fight, but it looks more like a massacre. And among the corpses was a man, leaning against the remains of a dead mystic. The raiders immediately dismissed the idea that a single man slaughtered all these beasts. Just when they were about to look for loot, a familiar lizard stepped in to bite a raider's ankles. Before they could get rid of the little critter, the mysterious man awakens. He unleashed a vicious punch that knocked out one of the scumbags. He boldly declared that anyone who dares to lay a finger on his pet will meet their bloody end. Still clueless as to what they were in for, the raiders drew their weapons and turned them on our boy Anunta. Years have flown by, and he's transformed into a bloodthirsty warrior. He issued a chilling warning to the raiders. If they still hope to see their loved ones, they'd better retreat right away. Rest rarely comes easily to him after hacking down anything other than animals, but he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Ignoring his warnings, the raiders encircled him and charged, wielding his trusty axe. Anunta carved a path through the hardened raiders, painting the ground with their blood and viscera. Recognizing his immense threat level, the crossbowmen wisely kept their distance and locked their weapons onto him. The moment they fired, Anunta clutched his lizard pet to his chest and shielded the little critter using his body. If he were a normal human, the arrow damage would have been more than enough to kill him, but he's far from normal. Anunta's inner demon shrieked with an unholy sound as the power of the black dragon unleashed itself. After all these years, the spirit of Ajitahaka had fully fused with his body. The malevolent deity began to take over, amplifying his power and ruthlessness to an insane level. Yet Anunta fought through it and halted the transformation. Halfway through dispelling the dark energy, he crumpled to the ground, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. In the end, he was taken alive and brought to the raiders' village. The village boss was stunned that alone man could have possibly taken down such a powerful wolf mystic while tied to a post. He warned his captors that they absolutely must burn the mystic's corpse as quickly as possible. When asked why he fought and killed the beast, Anunta simply replied that he was hungry. The raiders who had captured him were still deeply wary of the transformation they witnessed earlier with their own eyes. Their fear was reinforced by recent rumors of an evil deity that devours dead bodies around the area. But all the boss could see was a human. A human couldn't possibly leave such a massive, and a gnarly bite mark scarred the wolf mystic. This means Anunta is an evil deity in disguise. Upon hearing their remarks, he scoffed and laughed at their utter cluelessness. He found it utterly ridiculous that these lowlives thought they were safe inside their flimsy wooden walls. They were foolish enough to tie up an actual evil deity, a mystic devouring being with mere chains. These dumbass raiders couldn't even restrain him properly. The unsettling atmosphere was further worsened by the stench of dripping, putrid blood. The corpse of the wolf mystic had broken free and chomped down on one of the raiders. Anunta had already tried to warn them that this was no ordinary corpse. It was a mystic who had become a servant to another evil deity. In other words, an abomination. The warning bells of the village rang out, alerting the raiders to the emergency. The wolves hiding in the woods had come to rally with the corpse of their leader for a coordinated evil deity attack. Behind them was the silhouette of the horned culprit, orchestrating the assault. It's a rotten, evil deity that emanated the very aura of death. Under its command, the wolves worked together to climb over the walls, one by one. Once inside, they took the raiders by surprise. These humans were no match against the relentless charge of the beasts. They had to resort to using fire as a means to stop the downpour of wolves inside the village, burning the very walls that protected them in the process. While most of the wolves burned to a crisp, Anunta readied himself for the real fight. His bones crunched and expanded. He beckoned to his hunger and thirst to spew and rage. With blood and sweat, flesh and bone, Anunta transformed into the black dragon. His sights were set on the evil deity, the root cause of it all. He vowed to open his jaws wide and devour it all. Anunta is not fucking around. He faced off against the evil deity and swore to disfigure the bastard once and for all when he was through. The deity's face would embody the terror of prey, staring death in the face. In response, the deity let out a horrifically shrill roar from deep within the woods. The rest of the beasts under the deity's control came rushing in. Boars, wolves, elks, goats, and stags poured in, all setting their sights on the black dragon. As soon as they entered Ananta's kill range, they were instantly crushed into meat paste. With his empowered dragon claws, Ananta lunged forward, shredding through the beast's hide like it was paper. As he got closer to the mastermind, the deity unleashed its dark magic. Infirmity becomes you. Its body crackled and morphed, growing bigger and sturdier, ready for combat. And so, the two powerhouses clashed. Ananta didn't bother wasting energy on defense. As soon as he got close, it devolved into a full-on bloody brawl. With his claws, he slashed and stabbed away at the deity's body. The enemy kept up with his ferocity, responding with vicious slashes of its own that gave the black dragon an opening to exploit. He grabbed the deity's limb. Catching off guard, he cocked his fist, charging it with the power of the evil incarnate, and sent the deity flying with a malicious uppercut. After sending the bastard flying, Ananta relentlessly chased, chaining another combo, refusing to let up. After maiming the deity beyond recognition, he slowly dispelled his transformation, gradually turning back into his human form. It looked like the fight ended in a completely one-sided manner. Surprisingly, beneath the fearsome form of the evil deity was a young woman with white hair. Ananta grabbed the girl by the neck, yanking her out of the gore. Based on the empty look in her eyes, it seemed like she'd been moving unconsciously the whole time. Ananta's single moment of hesitation left him open for a sneak attack. For a split second, a colossal crow descended from the skies, launching sharp feathers. It finally makes sense. The girl was just another victim after all. The evil deity, previously devouring corpses, was this giant crow all along. The murder bird's body cracked and began to shrink, revealing an old man, dripping with the aura of death. He was quite impressed that Ananta managed to defeat his strongest puppet. He had been watching the young man ever since he wandered into this land, curious as to what he truly sought. Ananta, however, wasn't a fan of useless, long-winded drivel. He tossed the girl back toward the crow, ready to throw down at any moment. He had no interest in the inane mumbling of beasts. He taunted the crow, daring it to come at him, and he'd be happy to end the bird's miserable life. The birdman's power was the ability to control the dead, the thought of killing, and taking control of the black dragon's corpse. To forge a puppet far more formidable than the deer was endlessly appealing to him. Casting Infirmity Becomes You, the dead wolves, and a plethora of beast corpses in the vicinity regained the fire of life. Even the dead raiders began to stand, no matter how badly their bodies were maimed. Ananta found himself surrounded at every angle. He was on track to be swallowed in a literal sea of bloody corpses, controlled by the crow. Wolves bit into his flesh. Arrows burrowed deep into his skin. His blades stabbed into his very frame. And the corpses bulldozed him in every way they could imagine. Seeing Ananta's blood flow freely, the crow let out a triumphant laugh and mockingly asked if that was all he had. With his razor-sharp talons, he delivered the killing blow with a supersonic stab. All that's left now is the final cry of agony before he finally croaks, but instead of an agonized scream, Ananta's mouth curled into a twisted grin, and an amused laugh escaped him. The power of Ajitahaka enveloped his body once more, erasing his grievous injuries instantly. Immediately, his aura overpowered the stench of death, thwarting the crow completely. One look at the black dragon's true form, up close, he plunged the crow into a horror it had never known, a terror it had never experienced before. Ananta loves to toy with his enemies, offering a glimmer of hope, right before he unleashes his true, terrifying power. Now, all he wants is to hear this foul creature croak, and how like the pathetic beast it truly is, invoking the power of the evil incarnate within him. He chomped down and utterly crushed the crow with his monstrous fangs. It was a brutal, one-sided mismatch of raw power, facing the godlike power of the black dragon. The crow might as well have been a common chicken dinner. And just like that, its soul was consumed, incorporated into the vast sea of countless beasts that Ananta had devoured throughout the years, while he mercilessly fed on his prey. The mastermind behind the anomalies in the woods, the woman woke up to a sight of horrors, beyond all human comprehension. She saw the young man's incorporeal dragon form, its terrifying gaze fixed on her, and a primal, bone-chilling fear seized her heart. Stepping away from the hellish scene, Ananta walked towards the terrified girl, causing her to flinch back in terror. He directly asked her if she had been freed from the evil deity's control. Her head throbbed with a searing pain, as memories of a radiant being with 6 wings flashed vividly in her mind. As soon as she mentioned those brilliantly shining wings, Ananta's eyes immediately flared with fury. He realized then that she might be another victim of the wings. Ananta introduced himself as the sole surviving descendant of the Black Dragon, the one destined to devour all evil deities in this cursed plane and slay the wing incarnate itself. When the sun finally rose, the only survivors of the massacre were the girl, Ananta, and his loyal lizard companion. Still reeling from the shock of being brainwashed, the girl, utterly overwhelmed, could not understand anything about his urgent proclamation. She had no clue what the Black Dragon was, or what the wing incarnate even meant. But she tried to remember. By digging deep into her subconscious, a sudden jolt in her brain knocked the girl unconscious. It's a bit of a hassle, but she might still prove useful for Ananta's mission. As she drifted into unconsciousness, the nightmare of being relentlessly pursued by the deity relentlessly replayed in her mind. She slipped on the blood of her victims, staining her very body with her sins. The men and beasts she devoured, completely beyond her control, haunted her very psyche. And towering above it all was the wings incarnate, the sole beacon of light in her dark and bloody world. His smile offered a fleeting sense of comfort, a salvation from all the harm and suffering she had caused. When she finally awoke from the nightmare, she was greeted by a cheerful girl. Judging by her bunny ears, she appeared to be another incarnate. Ananta, on the other hand, ordered his pet Ruby to deal with the corpse mountain. With her surprisingly small body, Ruby unleashed a massive torrent of flame that consumed the remains of yesterday's war. As the inferno blazed higher, the souls of the damned let out one last, ear-piercing screech. With that, all the abominations under the evil crow, the deity's control, were finally dealt with. Ananta strode towards the bunny girl and smacked her on the head for bringing him worthless information. As an info mercenary, she was quite terrible at her job. Ananta had wasted his time on another bad lead. But since he'd handled the problem in these woods, he was still entitled to his pay. The bunny girl was more concerned about the mysterious girl's identity, though. She didn't quite grasp what was happening yet. But she did remember her name was Nadia. Bunny girl was quite fascinated to meet yet another victim of the wings incarnate. Apart from Ananta himself, she then pulled out a magical pocket watch and pressed down on its pusher. Suddenly, a massive sinkhole opened beneath their feet. They all plummeted down the hole. Ananta and the bunny girl were used to this by now, but the same couldn't be said for poor Nadia. After a few seconds of free fall, the group arrived in the outskirts of a town, built around a magnificent giant tree. Bunny girl finally revealed her true identity. She's a member of Rabbit's Foot, the largest information network on the entire continent. The ever-adorable info broker, Whitefoot, has been Ananta's longtime partner in crime. Right now, they're deep in the largest trade city of the South, the bustling city of Carpes, where a colossal tree stands before them. It's the sacred white lotus tree. Nadia sharply cut off her explanation, while she appreciates their saving her from the clutches of the evil deity. She's not interested in any one-sided lectures. What she really wants are some straight answers. First off, why on earth did they even drag her to this bizarre city in the first place? Ananta rudely silences her, ordering her to just follow him. It's better if they simply show Nadia the real reason they're here. She then asks, who exactly is this Wings incarnate? Thereafter, this sours Ananta's mood even further. He scowls, replying that he's a vile monster who dares to call himself a god. Whitefoot chimes in, explaining that the Wings incarnate can bestow immense power upon others, much like the ancient gods created their own incarnates. However, with this false god, he grants an imperfect power, so flawed that it's difficult to tell if it's a blessing or a devastating curse. Finally, the group arrives in Carpe's seedy underbelly. Here, in the black market, slaves are openly sold. Something drastic happened recently that's caused a massive boom in the local slave trade. Slave hunters are working overtime, bringing in all sorts of foreigners and vagrants, even going as far as selling powerful mystics. Before Nadia can ask any more questions, Ananta roughly shoves her into one of the slave houses. When she opens her eyes, she's surrounded by people who have had their lives forfeited the moment they were captured. They are all slated to be sacrificed to the Wings incarnate. They're the living lambs destined to be sacrificed at the very peak of the god tree. They're the fuel for this false god's power. And just like them, Nadia is about to become a key piece that will help Ananta acquire the Wings incarnate. From now on, she'll play the role of bait. The rest of the plan is now up to Whitefoot. Before Ananta left, Nadia asked if he'd gathered all these human sacrifices himself. She called him despicable for committing such an atrocity. He's basically using innocent people as tools to get what he wants. But Ananta firmly believes you can't get revenge without getting a little blood on your hands. Nadia's protest fell on deaf ears, but Whitefoot agreed with everything she said. She even joked that, just thinking about all those poor people waiting for their horrible fate brings a tear to her eyes. But in Nadia's case, she has no choice but to play her part. She killed countless people while under the control of the evil deity. It's a bit hypocritical of her to criticize their methods when she caused more suffering than anyone else. Even if she hadn't done it of her own free will, it doesn't mean every crime she committed just disappears. Whitefoot asserted that Nadia's anger shouldn't be directed at her and Ananta. She must remember they share a common enemy, the wicked Wings incarnate. Meanwhile, our boy had already arrived at his next destination, Carpe's Coliseum. He's checking his gear and getting ready for more bloodshed. Whitefoot found him at the Coliseum gate. She's worried they might have overdone it this time around. Nevertheless, she managed to get Nadia to agree to help their cause. Right now, she's being led by the Guardians of the Wings to the temple in the White Lotus Tree. As planned, the living sacrifices will definitely be their ticket to meeting the Wings incarnate. They have Nadia inside the temple, a place usually inaccessible due to the White Lotus Tree's barrier. Offering her as a sacrifice also grants Ananta permission to fight in the arena. The winner of the Battle Royale will be awarded the White Lotus Tree branch to finally meet the Wings incarnate. Whitefoot thinks this plan is way too convoluted. If Ananta truly wanted to, he could have just demanded the false god's attention by going on a wild, murderous rampage. As cruel as he may be, there are certain lines he simply won't cross. He might be a monster, and yet he insists on distinguishing himself from mere beasts. He's trying to exact revenge while adhering to his ideals. As ironic as that might sound, Ananta just finished a feast after consuming an evil deity, and now he needs a bit of workout. He told Whitefoot to stay put and watch him slaughter beast after beast. She's just worried he'll attract too much attention and derail their plans. In the arena, the fight is already raging on. A line of organized knights raise their shields and spears against a colossal cheetah. The beast snarled, but the captain was unfazed as he rallied his troops. Their formation was disrupted, not by a beast attack, but by Ananta's sudden entrance. He called them clowns and demanded they stay out of his way. The cheetah dared to raise its claws against Ananta, and he easily countered with a vicious double-axe chop to swiftly end the bout. Whitefoot had already warned him not to draw so much attention. Yet here he was dicing up a mystic like it was nothing. The knight captain could not believe his eyes. He had never seen a single human overpower a mystic to this degree. With the cheetah weakened, Ananta jumped in and whacked the overgrown kitty in the head. The crowd was speechless as they all heard the crunch of the mystic's skull. Ananta unleashed a guttural war cry that echoed throughout the entire arena. He sets his sights on the god tree, itching to get up there and chew the wings incarnate up alive. Meanwhile, the human sacrifices, including Nadia, they've been escorted past the tree's barrier. The man waiting for them at the end of the ruins assured them they have nothing to fear, for they are wholeheartedly welcome at his temple. The temple is protected by a barrier so powerful that people call it holy ground. No one knows why, but the Wings Incarnate has established it as his nest and demands living sacrifices. Those who offer sacrifices are given the chance to fight in the Carpe's arena. If they prove their might against powerful mystics, the fighters are rewarded with a god tree's branch. They are then bestowed great power by the false god and inducted into the Guardians of the Wings. In order to break through that airtight defense, Nadia will blend in as a sacrifice. She begrudgingly agreed to the plan, but she's still curious as to why Ananta is so hell-bent on killing the Wings Incarnate. Whitefoot can't tell her the exact reason at the moment, but if there was ever such a thing as Revenge Incarnate, she couldn't imagine a better fit than Ananta. Back to the present, the dubious-looking Wings Incarnate called on his sacrifices to lift their eyes and behold his presence. He asserted that he is the Holy One revered by all, the master of the sacred tree, and the one that resonates with the drum of enlightenment. In the world of darkness, behold his holy name. Balzac, bro's name is literally Balsac. He promised that his living sacrifices would know compassion and would attain immeasurable joy. All they have to do is commit themselves to the wings of salvation. One of the sacrifices dropped to her knees and begged for her and her little sister to be spared. Balzac raised his hand, applauding their noble heart, before making the girl's head explode on the spot. Her little sister watched as blood, skull fragments, and brain matter blasted everywhere. None of the sacrifices dared to speak up. After that, Balzac plopped down onto his throne and insisted that all were equal before death. All he did was liberate the girl from fear and pity. Nevertheless, soon everyone would join her in nirvana. One guardian moved to draw his blade. After spotting something peculiar about one of the captives, Nadia finally snapped and summoned her monstrous deer form. Her aura spread across the temple, choking the guardians one by one. She called Balzac out, exposing him as a false savior, just another vile murderer. He never expected that an incarnate was hiding among his sacrifices. This time, though, he found him using Yggdrasil Cernunnos. With those two words chanted, Nadia was cloaked in the dark energy of the incarnate, pulsing inside her body. She still felt the crushing guilt and burden of being responsible for countless atrocities. She almost succumbed to her own power, but a kid's plea to not lose pulled her back. With renewed determination, Nadia commanded a drizzle to raise a forest right there inside the temple. Vines and branches snaked out, grabbing hold of the guardians, while the rest of the winding stems formed a protective barrier around the sacrifices. Nadia promised to protect everyone, but Balzac quickly shot back with a lightning-fast attack against the impertinent. Furious, he feels insulted that a nameless incarnate from the borderlands would even dare to challenge someone as renowned as him. But now that Nadia's mind was clearer than ever, she finally remembered that she was the nature incarnate. Nadia easily blocked the first attack and felt no real threat. Beckoning the very power of nature, she formed a hammer made of Yggdrasil vines. With this wooden construct, she intended to crush Balzac once and for all. With a cheeky grin, Balzac summoned an immense, ancient power. As he chanted his spell, "Annihilation becomes you." The explosion could be heard, all the way down in Carpe's arena. Ananta knew he was running out of time. Nadia watched in horror as her attack shattered into a million little pieces. Yggdrasil cast her most powerful offensive spell, was instantly nullified with a single blow. Balzac then scoffed, asking if that was truly the last of her unsightly tricks. He snapped his fingers, and a massive, grotesque creature erupted from the ground, with its truly decrepit appearance. The creature looked exactly like an abomination. Before Nadia could even comprehend what was happening, two sharp bone spikes had already plunged deep in her body. Balzac proudly introduced his grotesque, faithful servant to the astonished world. For someone who claims to be a god, he sure has incredibly demonic tastes. Carpe's favorite pastime continued on, despite the immense commotion above them. Ananta expertly sliced his way through every mystic beast that the arena unleashed upon him. He gazed directly into a white tiger's eyes and instantly understood the resentment it felt as a profound sign of respect. He did not avert his gaze from the beast's death. With one powerful swing, he crushed the valiant beast's skull. The knights, who had been sidelined, certainly didn't expect that. They would be pushed out of contention, with the mysterious young man claiming the decisive win. Just as was expected, Ananta was officially declared the winner of the arena. After the trial, the guardians emerged to bestow the sacred branch of the white lotus tree upon the victor. Meanwhile, the leader of the knights, Lord Bernhard, told his men that even if they lost, their plan would still proceed. They were absolutely determined to get the branch no matter what. Ananta took the sacred branch into his hand. This was his vital ticket for the next part of the plan. Back in the temple, Nadia was slowly bleeding out after being completely caught off guard by Balzac's speed. Despite her grave injuries, she still had to confront the abomination under the false god's insidious control. At this point, she was only protecting the sacrifices out of sheer, unyielding stubbornness. The very people she was protecting had long since already fallen into despair. Giving them salvation from this prison of terror would be a true mercy at this point. Angered by his cruel, delusional words, Nadia suddenly gained a powerful second wind as she cursed Balzac, calling him a disgusting, evil deity who spreads nothing but death and terror. But Balzac, ever the villain, believes true salvation can only be born from despair. He bypassed Nadia's protective barrier and summoned branches of his own, picking off the sacrifices, one agonizing stab at a time. In a split second, the very people she fought to protect were helplessly massacred before her eyes. Then came the abomination, towering over the nature incarnate. She summoned Yggdrasil once more, stabbing its roots deep into the monster's deathly flesh. Balzac continued with his deluded, godlike savior drivel, an unhinged smile plastered on his face. The very branches that killed the living sacrifices began extracting their life essence, their very souls. These souls flowed directly into the ungodly abomination. Balzac was simply siphoning their essences into the wilderness of hell, where both life and death coexist in a twisted dance. He is immortal, while all humans must someday face death. Therefore, he claims to be the only existence that can truly bring meaning to insignificant lives. Not even his own guardians were spared. Using them as vessels, Balzac juiced up his abominations, deeming everyone else as mere insignificant nourishment for his white lotus tree, to create his army of immortal warriors. He firmly believes that life shall be circulated as the light protecting his noble tree. When Nadia thought of just how many lives Balzac had claimed, her rage flared up intensely. As much as she wanted to bash the false god's face in, she was completely outclassed. He confessed that he has taken so many lives that counting them has become utterly meaningless. But before he could finish her off, the temple gates slowly rumbled open. A dark presence barged into the holy ground, narrowly missing Balzac by a hair's breadth. It was, of course, our boy Ananta, equipped with the holy branch. He came in with a burning intent to kill. Balzac was caught completely off guard. giving Ananta the perfect opening to stab the false god directly in the face. With his impromptu weapon still deeply embedded in Balzac's face, he turned to Nadia and sarcastically commended her luck for surviving this long. Unfortunately, the branch from the white lotus tree wasn't exactly an effective weapon against this bastard. All it really did was infuriate Balzac, revealing his true, heinous colors. He still couldn't fathom that someone had managed to slaughter all the guards and reach the sacred shrine all by himself. When Ananta finally got a clearer look at the enemy's face, he demanded to know who the hell this bastard he'd just stabbed actually was. He then asked Nadia why she was wasting her time with such a nobody instead of fighting the true wings incarnate. Hearing Ananta's blasphemous words angered Balzac even more than the stab wound itself. Ananta had dared to trespass into his holy sanctuary, and now he even dared to openly show contempt for the wings incarnate. The false god began to transform into his grotesque true form, vowing to personally rip out the young man's irreverent tongue with his bare hands. Ananta, however, simply told the bitch-ass imposter to shut up and stop cosplaying as the wings incarnate. Meanwhile, Lord Bernhard, leader of the Arena Knights, was also relentlessly slaughtering the Guardians for his own agenda. With what remained of his battered troops, he rallied them forward, determined to kill everyone who dared to stand in their way. They had tried to time their entrance perfectly, right as the barrier was lowered for the victor, but their intended target was nowhere to be seen. When Bernhard finally peered through the main gate, expecting a trap, he saw the remaining Guardians utterly slaughtered and scattered lifelessly across the stairway. Perhaps the mystery man who had bested them in the arena was after the wings incarnate as well. Back inside the temple, Nadia hesitantly asked what Nana meant by saying that Balzac was not the wings incarnate. He reminded her exactly why people call this bastard the wings incarnate in the first place. His most recognizable and defining trait is his 3 magnificent sets of white wings. Yet, this pathetic imposter delusionally claimed the name, without even a single proper set of wings. His impersonation lacked both effort and basic accuracy. Ananta was absolutely fuming, irritated by yet another wasted effort. He was certain he'd get his revenge. But standing before him was just another phony scumbag, always spouting off at the mouth. Balzac's lies completely exposed. He dropped all pretenses, refusing to listen. His remaining Guardians charged Ananta with a kill order. They didn't even warrant a full transformation. He mutated one arm into a ferocious dragon's claw and cut Nadia loose. It's up to her to salvage an impossible situation. It turns out 2 of the sacrifices, the kids actually survived the massacre. Nadia's urgent task: retrieve the survivors and scramble to escape the temple. Ananta, on the other hand, used his single claw to rip the faces off these so-called immortal warriors, while he was busy painting the temple with the blood of its guardians. The deathly abomination opened its maw, exposing an unsettling amount of sharp teeth. Aiming at Ananta, it unleashed innumerable spikes. With incredible force, Nadia dove forward, shielding the kids from the impact with her body. Ananta was forced to unleash his full black dragon form, increasing his speed to dodge the spikes. He countered by hurtling his entire body against the bird-like abomination. At breakneck speeds, his massive, compact body, he came barreling down like a meteor, overwhelming the abomination with brute force. This disgusting monster was incredibly tough. It could tank clean hits and dish out vicious attacks of its own. But as soon as Ananta injected a touch of the evil incarnate's power into his fist, he caused substantial damage. With a single punch, he utterly crushed the abomination's jaw, crushing most of its fangs. If this were a one-on-one, it would have been a cakewalk. But Ananta is now up against another annoying bastard. Balzac's supersonic speed and immense power smashed the black dragon's chest. Under his talons, he praised the young man's strength, and he found Ananta threatening enough to show his full power. Summoning his ancient power at point-blank range, he chanted, "Annihilation becomes you." Once more, Nadia, he suddenly recalled, This was the very spell that shattered his greatest weapon, but thankfully, Ananta wasn't foolish enough to get caught by a move with such a ridiculously long cast time. So he lunged, grabbing the bird's hand, and opened his maw, ready to chomp down on the chicken's head. Balzac was instantly forced to cancel his attack and quickly defend with his sharp talons. Calling Ananta a mindless barbarian, our boy tried to land another powerful swipe, but the chicken swiftly jumped backward and took to the skies, creating some much-needed space. Ananta chased after him with relentless intensity, because no matter how fast Balzac moved, he was always a hair's breadth away from being beheaded or mortally injured. The false god tried to use his advantage in aerial battles, but Ananta, incredibly, kept up with his ridiculous jumping capability. Unfortunately for the Black Dragon, though, Balzac was just trying to bait him into a disadvantaged state, leveraging his superior power in the skies. And then, the false god landed a devastating blow across Ananta's body. With the horrifying sharpness of his talons, the bird actually managed to slice off one of the Black Dragon's arms. Ananta roared, a mix of pain and pure annoyance, as the endless power of the evil incarnate within him quickly worked to regenerate the missing limb. Balzac was utterly taken aback. He thought he had finally cornered his enemy, and he wasn't expecting a cheat skill, like complete regeneration. If losing a limb is solved in the blink of an eye, what else can an enemy possibly do to him? But to make matters even worse for the chicken, Ananta wasn't just a close combat specialist, using the scathing power of the Black Dragon. He could launch devastatingly sharp blows from afar. Balzac tried to defend against the projectile slash with his pathetic little twig-like branches. Unsurprisingly, the branches were quickly cut down, and the slash went on to slice his body in half. The imposter bird chirped with agony. He had truly never been pushed this hard before. His transformation was slowly becoming undone, and even while crawling on the ground, he still viewed the Black Dragon as a lowly, insignificant worm, and he still has the abomination under his control to keep Ananta occupied, and in the blink of an eye, the upper half of Balzac's body grotesquely merged with a vile abomination with this repulsive new form. He intends to demonstrate the difference between himself and Ananta. Meanwhile, above the largest trade city in the south, the peaceful, sunny day was shattered by a dimensional crack, slowly spreading. A fist emerges from the ether, shattering the dimensional barrier like fragile glass. An ominous silhouette appeared before the city, seemingly arriving from a boundless, unknown space. A hooded figure stepped out of the dimensional crack, setting his sights directly on the colossal tree. Meanwhile, Balzac is arrogantly displaying what he claims are his brilliant new wings. He kept on spouting, insisting that he was the true wings incarnate. Tired of hearing his nonsense, Ananta seized an opening and plunged his claws directly into the imposter. Even such a heinous injury wasn't enough to put the dirty chicken to rest. Borrowing the power of the white lotus tree, he spawned some twigs to restrain the Black Dragon's movement, while the target is held in place. Balzac opens his distorted stomach mouth, and countless spiked fangs erupt. He dropped all pretenses and threatened to grind Ananta into minced meat, once and for all. While the spikes were launched, the Black Dragon readied his claws for defense. The resulting clash kicked up a storm of debris, using the dust as cover. The Black Dragon moved with incredible speed to get a better angle of attack. But when Balzac noticed where he was, the scathing fist of the Black Dragon was already in lethal range. As soon as his first punch landed, Ananta did not give the chicken another moment to breathe and compose himself, even with such a primal series of attacks. The Black Dragon still remained cautious and dodged as soon as Balzac found the strength to counter, quickly losing momentum and blood. The arrogant chicken simmered with frustration. With the instant Ananta touched down, Balzac finally recognized the reason for his overwhelming disadvantage: the sheer speed. The Black Dragon's form had transformed once more. Ananta, ensnared by the twig trap, didn't hesitate to sever his own legs to escape the peril mid-flight. He instantly regenerated new legs, perfectly adapting their shape for unparalleled velocity. He moves faster than the eye can follow. He possesses instant healing and shape-shifting. He is virtually invincible, armed with this unfair combination of abilities. But even with such a power disparity, Balzac remains obsessed with annihilating the heretic, who brazenly defies his authority. He once again drew upon the power of the White Lotus Tree, seeking to trap the Black Dragon, hoping to ensnare him with the same old trick. Despite the roots moving even faster, he struggled to pin down the nimble dragon, who now boasted legs built for pure speed. Ananta, on his end, was also facing difficulties. Despite landing countless killing blows, Balzac would instantly regenerate so long as his link to the White Lotus Tree persisted. Should this fight continue to drag on, he would surely lose this war of attrition. Ananta's focus shifted to the tree itself, and he braced his powerful legs, preparing for the ultimate leap he could execute. He shot skyward vertically, blasting a massive hole through the temple ceiling. His impact caused a grave instability, sending the temple slowly crumbling down. Consequentially, the roots snared him mid-flight. Balzac scoffed at Ananta's plan to crush him with the falling debris. From this vantage point, it seemed like checkmate. The Black Dragon lay utterly restrained, as the grotesque maw of the abomination gaped open. Upon being questioned about his body count, he haughtily reiterated that counting his victims was a waste of effort and utterly pointless. Very well then, Ananta decided to let the burden of those deaths bring about the false god's utter annihilation. Invoking the power of the last evil deity he devoured, the Black Dragon unleashed, infirmity becomes you. From the gaping hole in the ceiling, the reanimated sacrifices, once alive, straight out of the White Lotus Tree, came pouring down with their decomposing bodies. They desperately tried to cling to the monster that had sentenced them to their grim fate. They bit, stabbed, and clawed at the flesh of the false god who'd sacrificed them for his own twisted gain. Balzac had killed so many that they formed a gruesome mountain of death around him. The physical evidence of his heinous sins clung to every inch of the abomination's being, practically bleeding out of every pore. The only thing he could think of was making even more live sacrifices. But his deplorable desire to consume life was suddenly impeded by a dazzling light beam, bursting from another dimensional crack. The radiant beam descended like the hammer of justice, pulverizing what remained of the abomination's body. A mysterious being from the boundless space had intervened and finished the job. He looked at Nadia with a cold, emotionless glare. The otherworlder then dropped to his knees, lowering his head in complete submission. As he asked if his lord enjoyed this little trip, the white-haired kid Nadia, saved, slowly got up, much to everyone's surprise. The boy's body expanded, his white hair grew, and his voice deepened. He reprimanded the otherworlder, Baharan, for making such a crude entrance. The man ripped the rags off his body, exposing a chiseled frame. Under the brilliant light of the sun, Gillo, the wings incarnate, has finally shown himself. Whitefoot watched the bizarre development from afar and immediately reported back to Rabbitfoot. The appearance of the ruptured space in the sky will surely cause a stir. She also identified that the Wings assistant had shown up, which pretty much confirms that the Wings incarnate himself is now in the city. Mr. Gillo walked out like a supermodel. After the fight had concluded, his mere presence alone made Nadia's heart pound erratically. Meanwhile, Balzac still clings to the last vestiges of life, a mere whisper of existence. He gazed up at the man he had been impersonating and recognized Gillo. It was Gillo, the ruthless lord he once served, the one who had stripped him of his wings. His wings, however, had only been removed as punishment for his power-drunk madness. Baharan clamped a hand around Balzac's neck, while Gillo lectured his disgraced underling, stating that such wings were only for those worthy of ascending to the heavens. Balzac still felt the bitter pang of betrayal in his bones, for he was the one who revered his lord more than any other. He had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives just to create the body of the abomination. and regain his wings. But the foolish Balzac simply never grasped how truly insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things, like the pathetic wretch he was. With a single touch from his former lord, the false god scattered into dust. Under the mountain of decomposing corpses, Ananta's eyes snapped open. He remembered what Gillo had said to him all those years ago. He yearned to find a world beyond their own, a world that connects to the land of gods. Until he achieves that dream, his journey will never end. He would do everything in his power, even if he had to make enemies of everyone else in the world, even if his actions led to pain and suffering for everyone else, even at the cost of countless innocent lives. Remembering Ashta pumped Ananta's veins full of rage, Behan regrettably reported that the white lotus tree appeared to have nothing to do with Gillo's endgame. Balzac had simply combined the power of the branch with a god tree. It would be shameful to compare it to the world tree itself at this point. Gillo was now more interested in meeting a certain acquaintance in the form of Nadia. Beaten and bloodied, Ananta climbed out from the mountain of corpses and set his sights on his lifelong target. The black dragon pushes his power to the absolute limit. His claws grow sharper than ever before. He unleashes two bloody air slashes forward, hoping to cut down the wings incarnate from afar. But before the attack can even touch Gillo, the loyal Beharan jumps in to defend his boss. After all these years of chasing leads and accumulating immense strength, Ananta has finally found the object of his hatred. Like a wild animal, he charges forward, moving faster than he ever has before. Beharan stands his ground, ready to defend his boss from any harm. When the two finally collide, it's a completely one-sided beatdown. A single punch from the odd-looking fella blasts Ananta's head cleanly off. But with the black dragon's unparalleled vitality, his head quickly reforms and regenerates. From the skull to the flesh, skin, and scales, Ananta becomes whole once more. His wrath grows exponentially by the second. Since it appears there's no room for talking, Beharan squares up. The black dragon returns the favor with a powerful punch of his own, almost twisting Beharan's neck clean off, while the two titans go blow for blow. The Wings Incarnate's gaze is fixed on Nadia, just when he's about to touch her. Lord Bernard, who's been patiently biding his time, comes in swinging with his mighty axe. Such a crude attack is easily avoided by Gillo. He praises the warrior's unrelenting drive, as seasoned old Bernhard has been trying to hunt him down for a while now. On the other side of the temple, the black dragon is still trying to force his way through Beharan, and failing. He can't focus on the enemy in front of him, as he's tunnel-visioned on killing Gillo. Ananta just wants to rip Beharan to shreds and end everyone's lives. Sensing a change in his aura, Gillo's lapdog jumps back in caution. The black dragon's body is stretching and growing at a visible, alarming rate. His scales are becoming larger to accommodate the expanding flesh, and bones underneath. His back splits open as the black dragon's wings unfurled to their full, terrifying span. With a deafening, earth-shattering roar, Ananta left everyone nearby utterly stunned. Ajitahaka's true, monstrous form has finally revealed itself, fueled by Ananta's uncontrolled frenzy. Pure evil has once again cast its shadow upon the world. Gillo simply smirked, seeing this as his chance for a truly pleasant reunion with an old, familiar foe. Ajitahaka, the mighty black dragon, has returned for round two. Deep within his subconscious, Ananta was utterly consumed by the evil incarnate. Stripped of all control, our hero found himself trapped in his mind. Ananta had no idea where he was or how he'd ended up there, but he knew he had to break free and fast. The lingering spirit of the black dragon appeared before him, urging him to recall the true target of his burning desire for revenge, the vile man who had stolen everything from him. Ajitahaka demands the cursed mortal surrender his body to pure rage and to unleash an unending wail. Meanwhile, in the waking world, the black dragon lifted its massive claw, pouncing on Beharan. Gillo's loyal lapdog barely managed to dodge out of the way. observing his sudden silence. It became clear that Ananta had completely abandoned all self-control. Beharin clenched his fist, locking his gaze on the beast, mocking the young man as pathetic for losing his head. The black dragon immediately responded to the insult by blasting him with searing hellfire. Gillo's lapdog countered with a powerful punch that unleashed a powerful burst of golden light. Their attacks clashed, igniting a massive sonic boom. Gillo calmly watched the chaos unfold from afar, shielding himself from the residual shockwave by unfurling his pristine white wings. He glanced to his side, seeing old Bernhard still standing, still strong, even as the unquenchable flames of hell threatened to engulf him entirely. Yet he remained utterly composed. Though they were enemies, Gillo couldn't help but acknowledge Bernhard's incredible resilience. The veteran warrior charged in, axe in hand, desperate to put an end to Gillo's world-shattering delusions. But the vast difference between their powers was as vast as heaven and earth. An almost imperceptible prick nearly eliminated Bernhard. Right then and there, in an instant, Gillo unleashed a focused flash of light, sending the old warrior tumbling to the ground. The winged incarnate then turned his attention back to Nadia, noting how much she had changed since they last met. She never used to tremble in his presence, but it's finally getting to her now. She had met Gillo before, when he was an angelic figure, who served as her only source of light in her blood-soaked memories. He gave her the echo of the branch, proof that she had been selected as a vessel for a great tree. You see, a branch is a miraculous product that breaks down the walls of an incarnate, thus conveying transcendental power. Gillo believes they are the key to connecting the horizons of different worlds. His most earnest desire, the winged incarnate, walked up to the abomination's corpse and combined it with the branch. The gigantic body, born from tens of thousands of human sacrifices, was assaulted by heavenly lightning until it was molded into a new vessel, a child molded from countless souls, and now freed from its bird's cage. Gillo called the kid his brother, with an unhinged look plastered on his face. The chiseled abomination named himself Ziz. Back to the action. Beharin is still impressively pushing back the evil incarnate. He's outclassed in every category, especially in size. But Gillo's lapdog is quite the powerhouse. His golden punches can go toe-to-toe with one of the first 6 incarnates, made by the old gods. Azi Dahaka roared and shook the entire temple down to its foundations. It flapped its wings and slowly gained altitude, blasting through the ceiling as if it didn't exist. The black dragon took to the skies. The crumbling temple was destroyed even further. Gillo assured Ziz that, even if they're going against the evil incarnate, there's nothing to fear from above. Azi Dahaka charged up a massive ball of hellfire, an attack so massive it threatened to destroy the whole city. When he fired the blazing orb, doom and destruction awaited everyone caught within the blast radius. Gillo, however, remained unfazed. In fact, he considered this flimsy attack an outright insult. It was as if the black dragon looked down upon him. He firmly believed that the firmaments held no place for Ajidahaka. With a serene voice, he summoned his godlike powers and declared, "Let there be light." Not only did this neutralize the blazing baldachin, but the light continued to pierce through, eventually reaching the black dragon high in the skies. By the time the light pierced through the stratosphere, Whitefoot had finished her live report. Back at Rabbitfoot HQ, the White Lotus Tree, revered by all, had been destroyed by the tremendous powers of the Wings Incarnate, humanity's only ace in the hole. The Vengeance Incarnate had officially lost. After the fall of Ananta, the White Lotus Tree lost its magnificent luster and was reduced to a ruinous amalgamation of dead branches. Gillo was dissatisfied with how long the operation took to complete. Nevertheless, it was time for him, Beharin, and Ziz to return to their pantheon. His lapdog then opened the portal, and a spatial crack appeared out of thin air. Before they left, Nadia asked Gillo why Ananta saw him as a vile beast with delusions of godhood. She had no memories of meeting him before. but he felt infinitely familiar. Gillo smirked only now, realizing that the dragon he had defeated was that child from all those years ago. He answered that everything in this world is created through direct and indirect causes. When those two elements disperse, everything dissolves, such as inevitability. After his Riddler-esque answer, he bade farewell to the nature incarnate. Meanwhile, in a faraway land, a scar-riddled muscle, Mommy's bath time, was interrupted by her underling's urgent message. They had just received news of Lord Bernhard's return from the southern outpost. Muscle Mommy, she was thrilled her bath was interrupted by good news. If it had been bad news, Miro would have gotten a slap. The messenger then added that the Lord was arriving with an incarnate and 2 humans in tow. It would be in their best interest to reserve judgment until after they'd met their guests. Inside a fortress, strategically built and hidden deep within a mountain face, Lord Bernhard and the survivors of Carpes entered the gates. After that cursed battle, Lord Bernhard approached Nadia with an invitation to his organization's headquarters. Ostensibly, he wanted to work together against the Wings incarnate, but he was more likely interested in Anuna's power. Furthermore, Whitefoot had disappeared. With nowhere else to go, Nadia accepted the invitation and found herself heading northeast. To meet a certain person, they entered the royal hall, lined with war-hardened soldiers. From left to right, there was a watchful beast woman, a nonchalant, hulking horn man, and entering from her chambers was the scar-riddled Muscle Mommy. She was the one Nadia needed to meet, the eldest child, and former princess of the ruined kingdom of Warriors Valkyrie, the head of the people, seeking vengeance against the Wings incarnate. Sitting on the throne was Queen Lagartha Einerjar, head of Livitane. Firstly, she welcomed seasoned old Bernhard with a warm smile and insisted they omit tiresome formalities. She wanted his report about the expedition right away. Bernhard recounted, undergoing the trial of Carpes' arena. Despite some unforeseen circumstances, they managed to reach the temple and meet Gillo, the Wings incarnate. Bernhard then detailed their battle and expressed his shame for losing so handily. Queen Lagartha was angered by his shame as a warrior for returning after being marred by defeat. Old Bernhard asserted that, no matter how many times he might lose, he swore to be the one to crush Gillo's throat with his own hands. Queen Lagartha was pleased with his determined reply, her laugh echoing throughout the throne room. She questioned who this incarnate he'd brought with him was. Nadia was introduced as the Nature Incarnate, a member of a different faction gunning for Gillo's head. Old Bernhard added that she was a new ally, one who could lend her power to their cause. She'd already helped them immensely with her potent healing magic. After the mission, Nadia agreed to continue helping in exchange for treating and protecting a barbarian man and a seemingly plain young girl. The girl, the sole survivor of the human sacrifices, was relatively healthy and would soon be sent to the civilian quarters. As for the barbarian, he remained under close monitoring in the infirmary. He was badly injured and still unconscious. After receiving the rundown of the current situation, she rose from her throne and walked directly towards Nadia. She extended her hand, and Nadia formally greeted the formidable warrior queen. But as soon as their hands touched, the queen's grasp tightened instantly. As she interrogated Nadia about her true agenda, she threatened that if Nadia turned out to be a spy, a grim fate would absolutely await her here in Leviton. Nadia, completely composed, replied with a bold proposal to exchange information regarding the mysterious branch rumored to be inside her body. This instantly confirmed one of the warrior's gravest suspicions. The beast woman immediately raised her claws, warning the queen not to listen to another word coming out of Nadia's treacherous mouth. She'd been stinking up the royal hall with the winged stench from the moment she entered. After all, when confronted about whether she truly possessed the branch of the wings inside her body, Nadia truthfully answered, but she also swore that she knew nothing about what this mysterious relic inside her truly was. Queen Lager the reckoned that if the Wings incarnate was searching for his branch, Nadia might offer Leviton a unique opportunity that might never come again. Before the meeting could proceed any further, a hurried messenger burst into the hall with frantic haste. She begged forgiveness for barging in so suddenly, but she was bringing urgent news. In the civilian quarters of the fortress, an out-of-control, draconic beast was causing mayhem and bloodshed. This rampage echoed the very first time. The power of pure evil itself consumed his body. Anuna had finally snapped. With power erupting from his very being, the evil entity completely overwhelmed him. It was the first time it had ever happened, and he was just a young boy back then, unable to reign in the overwhelming magic. Armless Anunta was utterly consumed by the darkness. His very perception of his body vanished bit by bit, his conscience slowly slipping away. But even in his terrifying dragon form, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the burning village. Slowly, he willed his monstrous body to crawl towards the blaze, driven by pure instinct alone. He sped up, each step causing a booming quake. Halfway there, his speed had reached an unimaginable level. As he arrived on the outskirts of the blazing village, he let out an instinctive wail of grief. Young Anunta frantically scanned his surroundings and spotted a burnt corpse where his home once stood. The horrific sight of that corpse and the sickening smell of burning flesh shocked the boy back to his senses. He tore himself free from the dragon's body and sprinted towards his burning hut. His arms had miraculously regenerated, albeit now tainted by the darkness of the black dragon. The face of Anunta's caring sister flashed vividly in his mind. Her soft gaze and youthful beauty had been reduced to unrecognizably charred remains. He remembered her last words to him were, to come back safely. Somehow, he had managed to do just that. But at what devastating cost? Anunta gently took Ashta's charred corpse into his hands, her usual warmth now an unbearable heat. The young boy trembled, then screamed, his enraged heart out to the heavens, tears of blood pouring from his eyes. At that moment, the thought of ending Yo-Yo with his bare hands completely consumed his mind and heart. He had been tormented by that tragedy for years now. When Anunta finally awoke after the battle, he opened his eyes to an unfamiliar infirmary. On his bedside was an adorable little rat girl, watching him sleep. Her sight only plunged him deeper into confusion. Why is this tiny incarnate watching him sleep? Even with his body riddled with injuries he'd accumulated from the brutal battlefield, he still forced himself to his feet. His mind was still set on finding an end for Yo-Yo once and for all. Before he could even take a single step from the bed, blood erupted from every single one of his orifices. He gasped for air, desperately struggling to breathe. His vision blurred, then faded to black. Bile continuously gushed from his body. This was the brutal drawback of overusing curse power. Despite all that, Anunta still tried to rise and miserably failed. The little rat girl cheerfully bolted out of the room to find an adult. After gritting his teeth through the searing pain and regaining a sliver of strength in his legs, Anunta finally managed to drag himself out of the infirmary. The civilians in the fortress froze, solid in fear, as soon as they spotted the beaten and bloodied man stumbling through their streets. Anunta still couldn't figure out where he was. Looking up, he saw no open sky. He reckoned then that he might be in some kind of underground city. A patrolling guard soon approached, stopped him from spreading further unease. Among the citizens, judging by his strange appearance, it was evident he didn't belong in Lebanon. The guards urged him to cooperate with his arrest, or die should he resist. Anunta sighed and stood his ground, ready to throw hands, even at a literal 1 HP. The tension was broken by one man's sudden interruption, who was looking for his child. The guards referred to him as Lord Owl. Anunta then saw in this man's hand a familiar, burned-off symbol from when he was just a kid. Whitefoot had warned him about this coat of arms, an eye surrounded by 6 wings and 2 blades, the chilling symbol of Gillo's servants. He tried to grab onto this Susi Lord Owl fella, only to be nearly blinded by a lightning-fast sword draw. Lord Owl slashed out, but Anunta managed to clumsily dodge. With sheer raw instinct, Owl apologized for attacking so abruptly. It's just that his pet peeve is people touching him. From behind, Ananta quickly regained his footing and ferociously retaliated with a wild haymaker. That went wide, catching the bloodthirsty glint in Ananta's eyes. Lord Owl's demeanor immediately turned serious. Owl quickly retreated to the guard's position and grumbled that he shouldn't even be fighting, as he was supposed to be off duty today. He found it wildly fascinating that, even though this young man looked on the verge of collapsing from a single strike, he was still exuding such a terrifying, murderous aura. Ananta then confronted the man about the coat of arms he held and his connection to the wings incarnate. In response, Lord Owl suddenly rushed him, sword in hand, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Ananta's senses were incredibly sharp. He managed to deftly step out of the way before the blade could skewer his head. But Owl was utterly relentless. He attacked with fierce intensity and a brutal intent to kill. Ananta endured several cuts along the way until his back was finally pushed against the wall. Lord Owl declared that if Ananta truly sought something, then he should take it by force. With a sweeping swing, Lord Owl unleashed his devastating raptor's claw technique. Owl was stunned that his blade failed to slice through flesh. As it turned out, Ananta had managed to summon his incarnate power, just in time, blocking the attack with his dragon arms. He glared at the swordsman with pure vitriol. The guards finally made themselves useful and sent someone to report back to the queen and request reinforcements. Reinvigorated, Ananta raised his claws and started going absolutely wild on the swordsman. Unfortunately for him, attacking fast and loose, like a barbarian, isn't going to work against Lord Owl. But the expert swordsman knew that getting hit by one of these attacks could result in his death. Even so, all he has to do is dodge until Ananta runs out of gas, and that shouldn't take too long. Now, as soon as the young man showed signs of staggering from his previous injuries, Lord Owl seized the chance, pouncing on Ananta's vulnerability. It was a swift, precise stab straight to the chest. A fatal blow for any normal human, no doubt. But for Ananta, a mortal wound is just an inconvenient hiccup. His flesh visibly stretched, healing instantly around the blade. Lord Owl felt as if he'd just stumbled into a monstrous trap as the young man's face ripped open, exposing rows upon rows of razor-sharp fangs. With a blood-curdling roar, Ananta's black dragon form erupted with an agonizing wail. The very evil he fought consumed his body once more, pushing his endurance to its absolute breaking point. It was painfully obvious that this transformation wasn't as stable as his earlier ones. The civilians, who foolishly lingered in the vicinity to watch, were utterly paralyzed by terror. Imagine fighting a rampaging dragon on your day off. Lord Owl is definitely not having a good day. Nevertheless, he stood his ground, slowly drawing his blade once more. As the colossal monster came face to face with the swordsman, Lord Owl felt a sensation he hadn't felt in a very long time, pure fear. He froze in place, only to be bailed out by Queen Lagartha herself. The supreme warrior of Levitane came in, swinging with her colossal greatsword. Her slash landed squarely on the black dragon's neck, opening a deep gash that bled profusely. The beast roared in agony, spiraling completely out of control, while the black dragon bled from its neck. The warriors of the fortress braced themselves as they surrounded the beast from all angles. Nadia and the others finally caught up. She insisted that Ananta was not an enemy, but the queen firmly believed that anyone who put her people in danger could not be left alive. So, this disgraceful beast deserved to have its life cut short right here and right now. The black dragon swiftly moved, raising its massive claws. Before anyone could even react, it swung its sharp weapons, surprising Queen Lagartha. But instead of attacking them, the beast dug deep into its own neck wound, tearing its own flesh apart. It ripped its own flesh wide open, exposing the raw gore and blood beneath. With an incredible, terrifying strength, the beast nearly tore itself in half, with pure, unadulterated force. The guards had never witnessed anything like it. Then, in a final rain of blood, The black dragon's massive body fell limp to the ground as the evil incarnate's power subsided. His body and energy scattered into the wind. Queen Lager cautiously approached, and there she saw an unconscious young man still inside the dragon's flesh. Her curiosity about Ananta instantly skyrocketed. Following the incident, Nadia and Ananta were imprisoned in Levitane's dungeon to prevent any more unexpected incidents. This nature incarnate is now guarded by Queen Lajertha's royal guards. The civilians are still traumatized and in an uproar. After the horrifying scene they just witnessed, they tried to warn witnesses to exercise caution, but rumors quickly spread like wildfire within their walls. At Levitane's round table, the queen called all her closest aides to convene for a commander's meeting. There's only one item on the agenda. They need to figure out what to do with the man named Ananta. Fourth Commander Lupa, the untamed incarnate, believes there's no debate necessary. They shouldn't even be debating keeping a dangerous monster in their fortress. They should just kill it while they have the chance. Third Commander Owl, the swordsmanship incarnate, found Ananta interesting after clashing with him and proposed they find a way to use his power. Second Commander Tarkon, the breakthrough incarnate, abstained, claiming he had no interest in the matter. Queen Lager then turned to her first commander, Boenhard, the courage incarnate, for his thoughts on this barbarian, given that he had seen him in action back in Karpa's Fourth. Commander Lupa found it utterly ridiculous that they're even debating the answer. She thinks Bernhard totally screwed up by bringing in a monster without any warning. But old Bernhard only did it because he knew that even mentioning the idea would cause an uproar. He firmly believes Ananta is a force they'll absolutely need despite any dissent. He admits the young man's power is unstable and incredibly dangerous, but his hostility toward the Wing Incarnate is very real. If they can get that power under control, Ananta could become their most potent weapon against their common enemy. So first, Commander Bernhard formally proposed that they welcome Ananta as a part of Leviathan's military force, which Lupa strongly opposed. She turned to Owl, thinking the sword incarnate could have easily killed the beast if he fought seriously, but Owl surprisingly sided with Bernhard, seeing the immense value in allying with Ananta. He's certain that if the young man had been in better condition, one of them would have ended up permanently maimed. After hearing her commander's opinions, Queen Lagertha called for the rabbit's foot messenger to step forward. It was, of course, the self-proclaimed cutie pie of Rabbit's Foot, the ever-reliable Whitefoot. While the round-table meeting was underway, Ananta was chained up in an underground dungeon. A lady with a sultry voice appeared inside his cell, greeting him like an old friend. She was worried he'd be down like a dejected dog after losing against Yuyo, but it seemed her worries were for nothing. Ananta stared at her like a wild animal. The tall, slender bunny girl warned him that if he continued to do so, she'd definitely get hot and bothered. Back in the round table, Whitefoot is exchanging pleasantries with Leviathan's big dogs, introducing herself as a humble info merchant. As always, Lupa immediately became hostile. Lord Owl's eyes darted to the little rat girl, Racklot, holding onto Ruby. The swordsman then turned on his dad mode and beckoned the young girl closer. Whitefoot reassured everyone, claiming she was just a messenger, capable of teleporting through space itself. But before Bernhard and the others could return from Karpa's, she arrived and put a proposal before the queen. Her opening gambit was a proposal about a power that could annihilate the winged incarnate. The queen first thought the rabbit had lost its mind, but now she truly grasped Whitefoot's meaning. After just a glimpse of Ananta in action, Queen Lager found herself very interested in the offer. Whitefoot lauded the queen's decisive nature, explaining all she wanted was a permanent, lasting, cooperative relationship between Rabbit's Foot and Leviathan. In exchange, she would grant them Rabbit's Foot's most potent weapon to defeat Gillo, the incarnate of revenge, who had just broken free from his chains. Whitefoot was in the middle of her ultimate sales pitch, but Ananta's voice abruptly cut her off, declaring her utterly worthless. The air around the round table immediately crackled with tension. Ananta firmly asserted he needed nobody's help. Ruby sprung free from the rat girl's grasp and scurried back to her boss's side. Ananta, still covered in grievous wounds and bruises, proudly proclaimed that he alone possessed the power to kill Gillo. Lupa quickly bared her sharp, furry claws, determined to drag the criminal back to the dungeon. As for the guards, meant to keep him securely locked up, their minds had been utterly scrambled. Lupa paused, awaiting the queen's kill order. Thankfully, Muscle Mommy was a clear-headed leader. She ordered her commander to stand down, wanting to hear what Ananta had to say. A single glance at the young man's scarred body was enough to reveal how many mortal battles he had endured. The queen could also sense the murderous hatred coursing through his veins. She had never witnessed anything remotely comparable. With an absolute monster sealed within his body, Ananta was essentially a demon in human form. Whitefoot attempted to salvage her sales pitch as she properly introduced the incarnate of revenge. Ananta squeezed her head. He clearly disliked being discussed. A calming offering meant to soothe his rage. The other bunny girl seductively latched onto Ananta's arm, sharply reminding him of his recent defeat against the formidable Wings incarnate. She stressed that he couldn't handle everything alone and would absolutely need all the help he could possibly get. As it turns out, this seductive bunny girl's name is Blackfoot, Whitefoot's considerably hornier sister, although there's a slight hitch in their plans. It appears that mediation between both parties has concluded. Queen Lager bluntly questioned the young man, asking if he could slay Gillo with absolute certainty. Whitefoot attempted to speak for Ananta, but the queen swiftly silenced her. She frankly couldn't care less about his origins. She remained cautious about his volatile attitude and rampant lack of control, but she had also witnessed his immense strength firsthand. Every single soul in Leviathan yearns to see the Wings incarnate brought to justice. It's their shared, burning grudge that binds them all. Take, for example, Third Commander Owl, the very incarnation of swordsmanship. He's the man Ananta recently clashed with, and he once belonged to a tribe that devoutly worshipped the Wings incarnate. Ultimately, his entire tribe was brutally massacred, all because of a rebellious few. He then burned the coat of arms from his hand and swore an unyielding vow of revenge. The queen didn't hesitate to accept him as an ally, just like everyone else gathered in this room. The queen herself can clearly see Ananta harbors an unquenchable hatred for Gillo. The young man audaciously demanded the queen's name. She, however, put on no airs and simply introduced herself as Lagertha in response to her query. Ananta explained he is cursed to feast upon evil deities. The more he devours these corrupted beasts, the more powerful he will grow. After his recent loss, he plans to hunt more evil deities to rapidly amplify his power. When the destined moment arrives, he vows to snap Gillo's neck with his bare hands, and all of Aiton's paltry insects have to do is support him. Hearing him brazenly insult the queen and their proud nation only fueled Commander Lupe's rage. But the queen? She just smiled, then burst into hysterical laughter, clearly amused by the young man's brazen audacity. Rising from her seat, she walked toward Ananta, pledging her honor as queen. From this moment forward, Leviathan will commit everything to assisting Ananta. To assist Ananta, revenge incarnate, she turned to her trusty warriors, Skald and Mare, ordering them to unchain Nadia and bring her to the round table. Meanwhile, in a realm far from the surface world, Baharan pushed open the doors to where Gillo's congregation had gathered, all within a grand arena. Zizi had just finished electrocuting a monster to death. In the stands were 4 more formidable beings, each exuding cataclysmic levels of power. As for the child born from an abomination, he looked like a psycho who reveled in the act of killing. Gillo made his grand entrance with his new drip, a style befitting a god, as he welcomed Baharan. They're celebrating the birth of the third seat. Now that Baharan is done with his assignment, Gillo orders him to open the gate. As he smashed his fists together, the very space behind him shattered. Gillo stepped inside the bleak pocket dimension, filled with countless abominations, stretching as far as the eye could see. The snarls and growls intensified Abominations filled the desolate area. As Gillo watched from above, he looked at them with cold indifference. He reminded the monsters that they have been forsaken by the old gods. They have lost all dignity at the hands of evil deities and can never return to their original forms. He urged every single creature to know and to remember their shame. They are unappreciated and scorned, the victims of utter injustice. Showing off his powerful wings, he asked them if they would just give up and accept their end, if they won't fight back against their horrible destiny. Gillo jumped down to the den of monsters and introduced himself as the one who would bridge this rotten world with the world of the gods. Those who have any desire to profane and desecrate these cruel deities will have the chance to cast off the vial flesh of abomination. All they have to do is show that they are worthy of such a chance. Only the last one standing will receive the grace of the wings. As soon as the wings incarnate announced this, a battle royal among the abominations ensued. An abominable gorilla kicked off the bloodbath by crushing a dinosaur's skull. Alligators trashed monstrous hyenas and spilled blood. Watching the chaos and desperation to come out on top made Yuyo chuckle. He rejoiced as the abominations tear each other for a chance to regain their flesh. Back in Leviton, Nadia has been freed and invited to the round table. She saw Anunta and shot him a worried look of concern. Whitefoot greeted her with a smile and saw the strange bunny girl clinging to his arm. Queen Lagerth assured Nadia that she could relax, as everything's been taken care of. The last time she saw Anunta, he was an unstable mess teetering on losing control, but maybe she was worried over nothing. After talking with the Revenge Incarnate, the Queen has decided to accept both him and Nadia as official members of Leviathan. Of course, the fiery young man protested that. He never agreed to work for this underground organization. Boneheart stepped in and proposed a compromise, making a temporary alliance. No matter how they spin it, they need the Black Dragon's strength to successfully hunt the Wings Incarnate. Anunta would also benefit from the organization's assistance. As for Nadia, she needs Levitane's existing information to find the answer she seeks. Boneheart warned her that what he was about to tell her may be very difficult to bear, but she had already made her resolve to know what she really is clear. With solid determination, she urged Bernhard to tell her about the branch that had been implanted into her body. Queen Lagertha called the branch the Mistelton. It's a relic also known as the branch of the World Tree. Back in Carps, they witnessed the abomination's transformation into an incarnate, all thanks to Yuyo's bizarre methods. That boy with those deranged eyes was born from the souls of countless human sacrifices. The branch is often called the blessing of the wings. It serves as a catalyst, able to turn abominations into incarnates. This means Nadia herself is an incarnate, reborn through Gillo's intervention, making her a creation of the Wings Incarnate. She possesses her human form thanks to the branch. She may have originally been just another abomination, but if that were true, Yuyo must possess power equal to that of the gods. So why would he choose to empower an abomination instead of an incarnate? The queen answered that if used on incarnates, the branch would turn them into evil deities. She knows this vital information because she witnessed it the day her homeland, Valkyrie, fell. As a little girl, she was forced to sail away and abandon her empire. Due to Gillo's actions, she saw those 6 cursed wings hovering atop the castle. On that nightmarish night, her home was utterly destroyed by the emergence of the most powerful abomination. Its dark horns destroyed the castle she grew up in. Valkyrie's guardian was turned into a monster. Before her very eyes, Anunta interjected, according to what the queen is saying, Nadia should be Gillo's servant, or even an evil deity by now. Yet here she is, just a meek dolt who couldn't even hurt a fly. Bowenhard asserted that. This is precisely why Nadia is a special case. She might be the closest thing Gillo has to the edge of the world. You see, there's a legend that has been passed down through Valkyrie's royal family. 4 generations. They say that a gap that forms, along with the birth of the world tree, creates the so-called edge of the world. Gillo has been desperately making moves to find that dimensional gap to invade the world of the gods. That is why he keeps trying to create creatures that can successfully to serve as the sapling for a new world tree. But the branch, Mistletoe, is far too potent for any average being to wield, let alone grow it. Just look at the winner of Gillo's Twisted Abomination Battle Royale. As soon as that monstrous tiger accepted the branch into its body, an untold surge of power immediately coursed through its entire being. The beings capable of controlling Mistletoe's energy with any semblance of stability are incredibly few and far between. In most cases, it results in the vessel's body exploding into a million shattered pieces. So, to uncover more about Gillo's sinister plans, Queen Lagertha and Livitane want to borrow Nadia and Anunna's power to slay Valkyrie's royal guardian, who has become a monstrous abomination. With the alliance now finalized, the Queen wasted no more time. She tasked 3rd Commander Owl and 4th Commander Lupa with a critically important mission. The two of them will take a contingent of Livitane's warriors and lead the initial campaign to the Farsa continent. They will advance ahead of the main force and establish an allied outpost on the front lines. Their ultimate goal is the utter annihilation of the evil deities that have seized control of the Farsa continent, once and for all. As queen and leader, Lagertha prayed for their safety and glorious victory. 3 days before the first campaign's departure, the plan to retake Valkyrie burst into full swing. Valkyrie's secret fortress is strategically situated on the northeastern side of the continent. It is home to 500 of the Queen's fiercest warriors and the formidable mercenaries under Bunhard's banner. Thousands of civilians are sheltering there under their protection. As for the Queen's commanders, all of them are powerful incarnates, making Livitane the most powerful anti-wings resistance force since Anunta lost in the Battle of Carpace, proving he's still far too weak. The organization will be a great help in regrouping and powering him up from the very beginning. The encounter with the Queen, this was all part of Whitefoot's grand plan, but what she didn't expect was Nadia's full cooperation. Regardless, they now have a truly powerful ally on their side. Whitefoot knows Anunna's power is a double-edged sword. He devours the power and abilities of other deities, but if he doesn't feed on powerful enemies, he'll permanently lose control of his curse, transforming into a mindless monster. As for the mysterious bunny girl, who's been by Anunta's side this whole time, Blackfoot, she also hails from Rabbit's Foot, just like her sister. Right now, she's using her hypnotic powers to keep Anunta's terrifying rage in check. It's only a temporary fix, so they urgently need to let our boy hunt and quell his curse as soon as possible, since retaking the Farsa continent would be the perfect hunting ground. Whitefoot urged Nadia to make a deal with Rabbit's Foot. All she has to do is help Anunta defeat the Wings Incarnate, and Rabbit's Foot will ensure her safety at all times. Since Nadia possesses one of the branches within her, she's a potentially juicy target for Gillo's forces. As a matter of fact, it's only a matter of time before the Wings Incarnate come after her once more. And this time, they might be even more insistent than they were at Carpace. Much to Whitefoot's surprise, Nadia declined her proposal. She's done hopelessly standing by, as more and more people fall victim to Gillo's twisted plans. So, she doesn't need anything in return. All she wants is to help stop all the needless sacrifices at the hands of the Wings Incarnate. So, she'll freely cooperate with Whitefoot, no matter the cost. It's not much of a deal, but both parties came to an agreement that's satisfactory for everyone. And so, Whitefoot shared the plan to retake the Farsa continent. Moving forward, Queen Lagertha is currently devising a plan to take back Valkyrie's former capital. Folk Vanjur can only achieve this mission with Anunta's power as their crucial addition. You see, Farsa has been twisted into a cursed land, a place where even death finds no quarter. The one who now reigns supreme over this land is the sacred incarnate, Alicorn, or rather, whatever monstrous form remains. This holy unicorn was one of the original incarnates, just like the black dragon, Ajit Dahaka, throughout its unending existence. It served the god of sacredness and tirelessly protected Valkyrie. But according to the queen's accounts, Alicorn has been corrupted and defiled, transformed into a hideous abomination. After its encounter with Gillo, it's almost certain that another, Miss Delton branch, is at play here. In Ananta's own words, the queen and her people want him to exact revenge upon the beast that brought about their kingdom's downfall. All he has to do is slaughter a supercharged evil deity and gather more intel on the branches. It's a straightforward mission, one even a child could grasp. Ananta is beyond ready. He's itching to be unleashed upon his next hunting grounds. Right away, or well, 3 days later, the expedition finally began. With a single click of her mystical timepiece, Whitefoot opened a portal leading directly to Farsa. With this, they could transport the united forces under their 2 formidable commanders. 100 battle-hardened Valkyrie warriors are burning to return to their homeland and reclaim what was rightfully theirs. After confirming the coordinates for Folkvanger, Whitefoot gave the united forces the signal to depart whenever they were ready. At the forefront stood one of the commanders, the charming Lord Owl. He urged his troops to put on a spectacular show the moment they arrived. Commander Lupe, however, was far more straightforward. She warned her soldiers to avoid death at all costs. It's still too early for any of them to reach Valhalla. At the rear of the line, Ananta was panting like a wild beast in heat. Beside him, Blackfoot teasingly asked if he was getting excited for the hunt. After 3 days of fasting from evil deity meat, Ananta felt like he could murder anyone. Right now, the once vibrant and beautiful Farsa continent has been transformed into a desolate wasteland where nothing grows. As soon as Whitefoot's portal connected to this distant realm, the 2 commanders blasted forth at full speed, ready for anything the unknown land had in store for them. Lupe and Owl were practically fiending for action as soon as her sharp senses warned her of strange presences nearby. Lupe immediately directed Owl in their direction. What they found was a gruesome skeleton goat, an abomination, long stripped of its flesh and blood. Truly a freak of nature. Close behind the commanders was Nadia. She activated Yggdrasil, spawning a flurry of roots that crawled relentlessly towards the goat. Her roots quickly transformed into a towering wooden horse. Construct Yggdrasil Alpona. She was the first to land, an attack on the abominations that had taken over the continent. Meanwhile, the commanders watched as her spell landed from a distance. Unfortunately, Nadia's half-cooked spell was no match against the skeletal goat. Sure, it caused some damage, making the abomination wobble, but it was still in one piece. But the next attack was far from half-cooked. Ananta came down swinging. The claws of the black dragon locked onto the skeletal beast. With his mighty, scaly arm, he shattered the goat's skull into dust. In a single attack, the commanders, Nadia and Whitefoot, just remained at a safe distance, letting the starving Black Dragon draw the first, albeit bloodless, blow. While Lord Owl found Ananta's power impressive, Lupe did not hide her disapproval. With the participation of the nature and revenge incarnates, Lord Owl was getting the feeling that the mission to retake the continent might become far more interesting than he initially thought, with Nadia's Yggdrasil as their guide. The forces continued along the less trodden path. Blackfoot remains tethered to Ananta's side, always ready to reign in his fury. A glance at her watch confirmed. This forsaken land hadn't caught a glimpse of daylight, hadn't received a sliver of sunlight. Not since Queen Lagartha tasked Owl and Lupa to execute this joint operation, involving the 3rd and 4th companies. They're protecting the highest risk individuals. Vanger sits on the northern coast, yet is entirely encircled by vast grasslands. To the south, the capital was built as the sacred land of the Alicorn, and his powerful mystics, of course. In times past, Valkyrie successfully fended off invasions from hostile neighboring nations, empowered by their mystics. But now, those very protectors have twisted into deplorable abominations, aimlessly wandering the desolate wastelands. The mission's absolute priority is to establish a base, to prepare for shattering the barrier. Lupa and Owl will spearhead the vanguard, to coordinate the impending assault. Owl then questioned the necessity of establishing any base when they could just be instantly warped right into the thick of the battlefield. Whitefoot's power, however, possesses a critical limitation that demands a base camp be established. It'd be fantastic if they could just warp straight to the capital, but she's restricted to transporting targets to the nearest safe zone around their destination. Currently, the advance party can only breach as far as the woods to the south via Whitefoot's ability. Any deeper would demand establishing a secure zone further north, with a secure area only several miles from the infested capital. The mission's danger level is exceptionally high. This demands Anunta and Nadia's crucial assistance. However, Commander Lupa believed the Queen was being overly cautious. She asserted that her company, along with Owl's, would suffice completely. But this is Queen Lajertha's homeland, a place of profound significance. She then sternly handed Lupa an official decree. Her mission, to ensure she and Anunta's group regroup with the main forces a week after the raids begin. She also commanded them to stay alive, no matter the cost. Her final command as their leader was clear. Her soldiers must return to their comrades, and return in one piece. Once the group settled into their makeshift camp, it was Ruby's time to shine bright and conjure some fire for everyone. Using the skeletal remains of the fallen abomination, she illuminated their surroundings with a sizable flare. Nadia wordlessly prayed for the abomination's soul, while Lupa stared at her like she was committing a crime. The fourth commander's gaze then gradually shifted toward Anunta, and the sight of him with that horny bunny girl irked Lupa heavily. Owl noticed her expression and playfully teased that she should hide her dislike. A little better, since they'd be entering the woods soon. It would be wiser to rest than to seethe in anger. Moreover, the moment they stepped onto this cursed continent, they officially became comrades. Still, the hard-headed commander refused to accept these randoms as comrades. She believed calling them that would be an insult to their real comrades, who had fallen, the people she could actually entrust with her life, no matter what. With that in mind, she would never assign such a word that carried so much meaning to sketchy strangers. With her anger reaching its boiling point, the stubborn commander strode toward Anunta to give him a piece of her mind. She noticed that he hadn't been able to compose himself after a little skirmish in her eyes that made him a weakling. Lupa didn't respect a warrior who couldn't carry himself on the battlefield without a pesky guardian nursing him at all times. Anunta was done taking the insults and asked Lupa to get straight to the point. She had accepted that Queen Lagertha was interested in his power, but Lupa still didn't buy it. They had seen, time and time again, that Anunta struggled to control his power. He even had to hold back against the first abomination, afraid of completely losing control again. Witnessing the confrontation, Nadia had interrupted. After feeling the tension surge through her arms, Ruby fixed her glare on the commander, ready to pounce. Lupa accused him of being a ticking time bomb that could blow up on everyone at any second. Nonetheless, Anunta wasn't about to take any crap from that mouthy commander. She's so stubborn and territorial that she'd rather not have a dragon on her team. Lupa's arms stretched and enlarged, her nails transforming into razor-sharp claws. As she snarled at Anunta to take his friends and get lost, she'd simply tell the Queen that the cowards ran. Once shit got real, if he refuses, she threatened to tear him limb from limb before the main force even got there. So how do you think our boy responded to that utterly blatant threat? He let a sliver of his murderous aura leak as he commanded the wolf to get out of his face, before he added a death count to the operation himself, but with a graceful sleight of hand. And her power finally coming into play, Blackfoot swiftly dispelled the rising tension with magic. Suddenly, Lupa was transported to a cavern, packed with countless monster skeletons, a veritable sea of remains. She tried to make sense of her surroundings, but failed. Light then poured into the cavern, as its roof was utterly obliterated, reducing the solid structure into mere rubble. Lupa shielded her eyes from the blinding dust and debris, and when she finally got a good look above, her eyes dilated in utter surprise. The shocked fourth commander beheld the ever-reliable form of Queen Logartha and her comrades standing right there. And that was the effect of Blackfoot's powerful hypnosis. On Lupa, the bunny girl herself, she immediately reprimanded Ananta for stoking the flames of trouble, even though she knew the commander had started the fight out of nowhere. Still, both of them were just inches away from crossing a line. Thankfully, Blackfoot had been right there, putting the hot-blooded fools under her bewitching hypnotic trance. Ananta just clicked. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and sharply turned his head away. Suddenly, his razor-sharp senses flared to life. He just detected movement deep within the eerie area. The moment he regained consciousness, Ananta's first instinct was to violently shove Blackfoot away. A few moments later, as if she were nothing, the true reason for Ananta's actions became terrifyingly clear. The menacing presence he'd sensed earlier had come for them. It was a monstrous serpent boasting a massive, scaled body and utterly voracious fangs. The uninvited serpent swiftly lunged and savagely chomped down on its unsuspecting targets, giving them no time to react, no chance to even scream. By the time Lord Owl registered what was happening, his co-commander was nowhere to be seen. Having swallowed its dinner whole, the monstrous serpent rumbled, satisfied, and slithered back into the dark abyss it emerged from as fast as it could. Maintaining his composure, Owl quickly ordered his men to immediately organize a 10-soldier search team to track down that serpentine abomination as swiftly as possible. He fully intended to join the search team himself, but the earth-shattering rumbling of the ground beneath them made everyone freeze, rooted in their tracks. From the distant horizon, horrifying abominations, shaped like horses, came thundering in, like a relentless stampede of wild beasts. Nadia, witnessing the impending collision, gripped her staff tightly and began chanting. Yggdrasil totates, she cried, summoning 3 razor-sharp roots that darted violently out of the ground and brutally pierced the abominable horses with chilling, laser-like precision, while the other soldiers were still running around. Like headless chickens, Nadia was the only one who stepped up to salvage their desperate situation. She sternly warned them that more enemies were undoubtedly coming. It's do or die from this very moment on. Meanwhile, Commander Lupa miraculously lived through being the serpent's dinner, but she's currently in quite an awkward position. Just behind Lupa, the young man held her unconscious body tightly, while desperately hiding behind the dense trees. Ananta covered her own mouth to prevent any noise that might attract unwanted attention. Just a few meters away from the 2 survivors were a horrifying plethora of menacing serpents, slowly and methodically hunting for their next meal. Let's rewind the clock just a few seconds. We find Ananta and the unconscious commander, Lupa, trapped inside the giant serpent's stomach after it devoured them in a flash. Ananta could feel his flesh beginning to sizzle, exposed to the snake's potent digestive juices that coated the stomach lining. Feeling the immense pressure to escape, he unleashed his true power, going absolutely wild on the serpent's insides. His arms transformed into fearsome draconic claws, digging deep into the stomach lining, ripping it apart with ferocious speed. By the time the snake finally sensed something was terribly wrong inside, it was already too late. Ananta burst out of its body, gore and blood spewing violently across the woods. The damage was catastrophic enough to claim the monster's life. The young man emerged from the bloody opening he'd created, Commander Lupa in his arms. When the commander finally stirred awake, she found herself staring directly at Ananta. She recoiled in sheer fright, still reeling, trying to process what had happened. Looking closer, she noticed the horrific scars on Ananta's body, clear signs of burns from corrosive substances, and a twist of fate for better or worse. The snake's powerful digestive juices had completely dissolved the commander's clothes. Ananta calmly explained that he'd somehow managed to get them out of the snake, meaning he'd saved her from certain death. Lupa, however, refused to believe it. The man she criticized as a terrible team player had actually turned out to be a surprisingly good comrade. Thankfully, Ananta had found a secluded spot where they could rest while they strategized their next move. But Lupa awoke, riddled with stress and anxiety. She urgently demanded to know how much time had passed and the status of their HQ. Before she could even get answers to her questions, Ananta suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her into a surprisingly solid embrace. Caught completely off guard by his unexpected strength, Lupa couldn't even manage to fight back. As he firmly covered her mouth with his hand, something unsettling clicked inside the wolf girl's mind. But Ananta was simply doing his best to keep them both, and himself, alive, while even more massive snakes frolicked ominously nearby. Ananta, however, made a grave mistake. The very spot he thought was safe turned out to be prime snake territory. Now on all sides, they're completely surrounded by monstrous serpents. Ananta eventually noticed something was off. These snakes don't quite look or behave like true abominations. They might not even be mystics at all. Lupa then asked if he planned to fight his way out of this predicament. Ananta, surprisingly, answered that fighting wouldn't be practical. He admitted Lupa was right. He couldn't fully control his power right now. He's afraid of the curse taking over if he accidentally uses too much power, without Blackfoot nearby to keep him in check. But he won't just resign himself to being snake lunch. For the second time right now, they now have two plans of action to choose from. First, they can risk injury and fight the snakes. Second, they can try to run and regroup with the others, being civil. Ananta gave Lupa the freedom to choose their next move. But instead of picking between two terrible plans, Commander Lupa proposed they go for choice number 3. They break through, get out of the woods, and head towards the mission's ultimate goal. Using her animalistic senses, Lupa thoroughly sniffed her surroundings. She discovered the woods reeked of giant snakes, all searching for their next prey. If they try to fight, they'd just be surrounded in a matter of seconds. And even if they managed to regroup with the others, that scenario would inevitably end up causing needless sacrifice. It's a good plan on paper, but Ananta has no idea how it could possibly work. Lupa swallowed her pride and dropped to her knees. She presented her back for Ananta to ride. Don't worry, we're staying PG. While on her knees, forth, Commander Lupa, the Untamed Incarnate. Commander Lupa, the Untamed Incarnate. Let her power take over. She warned Ananta to hold on tight. If he didn't want to fall off, Lupa's form swapping began immediately. This immediately grabbed the snake's attention. By the time they slithered to where the commotion started, the silhouette of a man riding a wolf zoomed right past them. The snakes lunged, trying to catch up and take a bite, only to be torn limb from limb in the most brutal and bloody way imaginable. Lupa isn't called the Untamed Incarnate for no reason. In her jaws was a hefty chunk of snake flesh, which she then tossed off to the side of the road, taunting the other serpents hot on her heels. At this rate, they're almost out of the woods. This might be bold, even crazy, but it should draw some of the danger away from their comrades, still fighting for their lives back at the base camp. Imagine her surprise when the figure of a man, seemingly waiting for them to emerge, came into view up ahead. Ananta's eyes immediately darted towards the man's cloak and the familiar sigil emblazoned upon it. The old man had gray hair, a gray beard, a monocle, and an aura-farming giant king cobra as a pet. His reptilian eye flared up. He apologized, but declared no one would get past him. The old man's shadows morphed into snakes, gathering and growing bigger by the second. Once they reached the wolf and the man, the shadow snakes bared their fangs and attacked in unison. Even for Ananta, the attack felt far too fast. They might not be able to dodge it. So Lupa bit down on his arm and tossed him as hard as she could, throwing him straight into safety, sacrificing herself as bait to hold the shadow snakes in place. Ananta saw her howl in pain and immediately scrambled his way back into the fray. His arms morphed into draconic claws once more, swiping and dicing every shadow snake along the way. Lupa's transformation then came undone, her wolf body scattering into the wind. She hoped her sacrifice would make them even. She paid the debt, but at what cost? The old man called her actions futile. She tried to sacrifice herself to save a comrade. How cliché. While he was yapping his gums, He felt a ferocious chill going up his spine. It was the bloodthirsty gaze of Ananta. Just as expected, the curse is starting to go out of control. But that only makes him hungrier for murder. Meanwhile, back at the base camp, the abomination horses shrieked their death wails. Lord Owl drew his dual blades, preparing for his devastating raptor strike. With a single, precise stab, he pierced the abomination's heart. Owl's heavy lance made swift work of the monstrous horse, as the beast lifelessly thudded to the ground. Yet, Lord Owl couldn't shake off a growing worry. Nadia was miraculously exceeding all expectations, expertly catching and subduing abominations. With her powerful wood constructs, the entire camp worked so seamlessly together that they hadn't suffered a single casualty. Owl sheathed his blades away and sought out Nadia to share his gut feeling. While fighting the horses, he felt that something was off. He felt the abominations weren't actually after them at all. It was almost as if they were fleeing from a predator and merely happened to pass by the army. While in full flight, this could be related to the giant snake that swallowed. While Lupa and Ananta, Blackfoot quickly interjected, tried to convince the commander to stop theorizing, and immediately mobilize a team to find Ananta. They needed to prioritize finding their double-edged weapon as quickly as possible, before things got beyond Blackfoot's bewitching control. Speaking of the devil, Ananta is currently trying to draw out the nasty poison, ravaging Lupa's body, after she was ganked by shadow snakes. The man controlling the snakes already warned Ananta that sucking the poison out is utterly useless. His serpent's poison is so deadly that it can even kill mystics in an instant. Without the help of a competent healer, Lupa, the untamed incarnate, is as good as dead. Ananta gently laid her body on the ground, softly telling her to wait. He intends to skin that old snake, in the most literal sense of the word. His arms split and stretched, making way for his ferocious transformation. Lupa had already given up and tried to stop Ananta from making a stupid decision. But our boy had already set his sights. After defeating the old snake man right in front of him and rescuing Lupa, as he brought her back to Nadia, the old man, sensed the chaotic energy radiating from the young man's curse. It felt as biting and fierce as a winter's wind. He suddenly remembered mentioning Ananta a while ago, taking a decisive first step forward. The old man summoned his shadow serpents, causing them to gather and slither out once more with menacing intent. The old snake man curtly introduced himself as Ezen. You see, this old Ezen here is also notoriously known as the blind faith incarnate. He's practically a brainwashed cult goon, completely devoted to serving the wings. The standard shadow snakes he summoned fearlessly bared their fangs, charging straight at the mighty dragon. Ananta didn't even consider them a threat. He simply ran directly into their midst and ripped their shadowy bodies to shreds. Old Ezen was completely blindsided. He wasn't expecting his first attack to be utterly useless right before his very eyes. Staring back at him was the hulking frame of the black dragon. For the first time in an incredibly long time, Ezen actually felt true fear. Quickly composing himself, Ezen used his shadow serpents to rapidly propel himself into the air, narrowly dodging Ananta's unstoppable attack. He just barely managed to dodge. But if he had been even a hair slower, he would have been instantly clipped in one shot. To simplify the combat and demonstrate his dominance, Ananta strategically shifted targets to Ezen's giant pet snake and utterly gutted that scaly bastard in less than a second. With the pet snake gone, it was back to a fair one-on-one matchup. Ananta then proceeded to absolutely wail on Ezen's old bones, ensuring Ezen felt the pain of every single punch. Yet, the old man simply laughed mockingly at Ananta's attempts. Ezen admitted that when it comes to speed, raw strength, inhuman reactions, and every other physical metric imaginable, Ananta truly is the perfect, flawless beast. However, Ezen absolutely refused to be upstaged. He shed his old human skin, dramatically revealing his true form. A massive, four-armed snake man oozing deadly miasma. From a distance, the poisoned Lupa struggled to get back up. As hard as she could, she painfully lifted her head and gasped. as she saw Nunta brawling it out and throwing hands with a giant, four-armed snake behemoth. She couldn't help but wonder why a stranger that she'd been constantly beefing with throughout the entire mission. He's risking everything for a shot at saving her. This reminded Lupa of when she once asked her queen, "How can you risk your life, fighting so fearlessly for others?" Queen Lagertha simply replied, "A true comrade is someone you can always trust with your life." She wholeheartedly told Lupa that she would risk her life for the young pup. Lupa was utterly captivated by this idea of camaraderie, and so Lupa got down on all fours and began her wolf transformation. She apologized to her queen, for she might not be able to keep her promise to return alive. Just as Ezen was about to land another haymaker on Anunna's body, his arm suddenly vanished. In its place was a bleeding stump. He didn't even see the attack. It was lightning fast. 1 second, he had 4 arms. The next, he only had 3. Well, that's still 1 too many. Even with deadly poison circulating throughout her body, Lupa still has that dog in her. She's literally a dog. Ezen frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for his assailant. But he was too late. Lupa pushed her wolf body to its absolute limits and delivered the goriest stamp of gore she had ever executed. She sliced and diced Ezen's scaly body from every angle, leaving countless deep wounds in her wake. Lupa tried to push even harder and finish the job once and for all, only to feel the poison make her stagger. She was forced to jump away as Ezen gasped in sharp pain. While the snake cultist was just trying to stay alive and breathing, he felt death closing in from his flanks. It came in the form of the overbearing Black Dragon's hunger for flesh. Anunta promptly read the old snake's final judgment, ordering him to howl like the foul beast he is with one decisive chomp. Anunta munched on Ezen's upper body. It looks like the dragon is eating snake spaghetti inside the dragon's maw. Ezen was assaulted by countless the evil deities Anunta had devoured deep within him. The old snake felt the world tree's branch planted inside him slowly begin to split apart. This immediately triggered his fight-or-flight response. In this case, it was mostly flight. He called upon Quetzalcoatl, who emerged from deep within Valhalla's mountains. An enormous figure flew out at blinding speed. It was the winged sky serpent, Ezen's ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. While he gasped, struggling to catch his breath, Ezen quietly asked for the conquest, Incarnate's forgiveness. Sure, he'd managed to stay alive and was saved, thanks to Quetzalcoatl's interference. But Ezen had failed his mission and his boss's orders. He was tasked with eliminating intruders, but it wasn't really fair to pit him against this beast of a man disguised as a legendary creature. What's odd is that while they were fighting, Ezen held the advantage for most of the time. With his extra limbs, he completely dominated close-quarters combat. Anunta, usually relying on his overwhelming strength, was pushed into a defensive stance instead. But there was an even bigger problem brewing. Halfway through the fight, Anunta's diminishing control over his curse started slipping. To feast is to release the curse, in order to swallow evil deities as sustenance. But if he failed to feed his urges, soon the curse would take over and swallow everything in the vicinity. That included the poisoned Commander Lupa, and he absolutely couldn't let that happen. While Ezen continued his relentless barrage of punches, Anunta was surprised by the juicy chance Lupa had just handed him. The splatter of blood made the air reek of iron. After being critically hit by the stamp of gore, the old snake was vulnerable to a finisher. Anunta could feel Lupa telling him to take care of the rest. As she fell, succumbing to the poison's effects, the vicious wolf fell flat on the floor with a sickening thud. After the fight, and Ezen was bailed out, Anunta stood in the middle of the battleground, his aura overflowing. He felt as though every fiber of his being surged with an explosive, newfound power. It was as if he'd swallowed an unquenchable, burning flame, making his heart thump with renewed, ferocious vigor. This was a hefty upgrade, to be sure, But it still wasn't enough for his insatiable, curse-hungry self. He looked up, spotting the retreating figure of old Ezen, riding atop the colossal sky serpent. Ananta could sense the world tree's powerful presence. Its very branches made his mouth water even more. Then his back violently split open. His scales and flesh cracked, stretching tautly, as massive, draconic wings burst forth. With perfect control over his newly transformed anatomy, he had created a truly kick-ass flying apparatus, ready to chase down and mercilessly kill his enemies. His fierce gaze was fixed upon the skies. His mind raced with a single thought: the delicious prospect of feasting on snake-shaped snacks. But miraculously, Ananta managed to rein in his overwhelming bloodthirst. He looked down at Lupa's rapidly fading body and froze. At this critical juncture, he could either try to save her, or chase after his injured enemies and finish them off for good. He remembered Lupa entrusting him with that final, desperate blow, her respect and unwavering faith from that moment on. The choice was simple. A few hours later, Lupa slowly opened her eyes once more. This time around, she awoke to a much calmer, less confusing scene. Nadia was faithfully by her side, treating her wounds and diligently dispelling the poison. Relieved to see Lupa awake, Nadia gently inquired how her patient was feeling. Lupa's entire body had been meticulously bandaged, and her mind was still hazy, unsure of the exact details of what transpired. She tried to sit up, but that proved to be a terrible idea. Her injuries were still incredibly severe, and the commander remained in critical condition. At this point, Nadia explained that the poison in Lupa's system had nearly killed her, if not neutralized, just in time. She would have certainly kicked the bucket by now. It was a good thing Ananta suddenly sprouted wings to carry her back to camp as swiftly as possible. If the young man hadn't come through in the clutch, they would have been down one commander by now. Lupa couldn't fathom that Ananta would actually save her. Over and over, she had called him an absolute idiot, and he just so happened to overhear every word. Ananta then questioned, "Are insults really how you repay someone for saving your life?" Lord Owl, ever the instigator, playfully fanned the flames between them. Lupa then scrutinized Ananta, asking about his wounds. He simply told her to worry about her own injuries instead. He also sternly warned her to stop thinking about doing anything foolish and just focus on healing, not pushing herself. Ananta is clearly getting tired of saving her rear over and over again. Nadia, for her part, still couldn't quite get used to the young man's crass words. Commander Lupa, on the other hand, felt something different, especially after all she'd been through with Ananta. The squad then gathered around a bonfire outside to discuss their next move. For now, Lupa would focus on healing and resting. Lord Owl bowed respectfully and sincerely thanked Ananta for going out of his way to save Lupa. After receiving a rough rundown of what happened in the woods, Nadia grew curious about the enemy they fought, who seemed to be Yuya's subordinate. Ananta shared everything he knew. He fought an old man named Isin, who could summon snakes from his shadow. As far as Ananta could tell, those snakes were mere fragments of a source, utterly devoid of intelligence. They could only perform simple, predetermined actions. Judging by the lack of predation evidence nearby, he reckoned these snakes had been unleashed to simply ward off intruders, keeping them from pushing deeper into the Farsa continent. The first snake that attacked and swallowed them whole, however, led Ananta to believe that those specific serpents were tasked with returning to their master after capturing intruders. The reason for this strange sequence remained unknown. More importantly, though, Ananta made a startling discovery about his own power. After he tried consuming Isin, he definitely felt a part of the world. Tree's branch had been absorbed into him. Blackfoot gently caressed his shoulders and confirmed she could see the change in his power. She also noticed that his curse has become much more stable than ever before. She couldn't believe just a fragment of the branch could do so much for Ananta's curse. That doesn't justify her clinginess, though. Nevertheless, Blackfoot can already imagine what would happen if Ananta could devour an entire branch. Lord Owl who's been silently contemplating, finally spoke up. He remembers Ezen from his days serving the wings. The old snake is the blind faith incarnate, and the sixth seat of Sephiroth. Unfamiliar with the term, Nadia asked what he meant by Sephiroth. Al expounded that the Sephiroth consists of the wings, Incarnate's most elite guardians. They're the 10 most powerful beings, bestowed with the power of the branch. To be more specific, Sephiroth is made up of Gillo's 5 most powerful warriors, and each of their assistants. If Ezen is in this cursed continent, then there's a very real possibility that one of Gillo's 5 direct subordinates might show up soon. For those in the know, the top Sephiroth seats are as powerful as walking calamities. The winged sky serpent who rescued Ezen finally landed on his perch, the broken castle of the fallen Valkyrie kingdom. The old snake is still trying to catch his breath and recover from the bloody beating. Quetzalcoatl's body slowly scattered into the wind, revealing a man, calling Ezen out for looking like a terrified animal. With an intense gaze, the man asked the old snake if his pride had been wounded. Like the good cult goon that he is, Ezen wallowed in self-pity, asserting that he's worthy of all scorn and contempt. From his boss, the man in front of him, the conquest incarnate, he was given the duty to stop anyone from heading deeper into the Farsa continent. It was a simple defense mission, and he failed spectacularly. He was supposed to remove all those who attempted to obstruct his boss's conquest. Battle-hardened Gaon, also known as the Conquest Incarnate, and the second seat of the Sephiroth, isn't pleased with his assistant's recent performance. It looks like he'll have to step it himself. So, he orders Ezen to lead the way towards the ops, where he plans to slaughter every single one of them. But before all this mess started, he was asked to show up for a sit-down meeting with his boss, the Wings Incarnate. Gillo was just chilling in his own dimension, doing all sorts of messed up experiments on abominations with Bayran at his side. The meeting with the easily agitated Gahan was tougher. As soon as he heard an iota of insult in Bayran's words, he demanded that Gillo's lapdog address him with the utmost respect. It's evident there's a rich and complicated history between these two powerhouses. Seeing one of his men full of vigor and life, Gillo smiled at Gaon. He then called the Conquest Incarnate and went up to his gory office to hand him a personal request. As we know, Ezen is a complete fanatic. He swiftly got on his knees and offered his services to his one true god. Gaon, on the other hand, was a lot more apprehensive. Nevertheless, he respectfully punched his fist and palm together. He might be a bit of a freak, but he's not one to turn down a request from the Great Wings at this point. Gillo had already received reports of Queen Lagartha's movements from a spy in Levitane, even before the raid started. Gillo already sniffed out the plan to retake the Farsa continent. Hearing about the Queen's involvement and the location, Gaon asked if the enemies were after the Sacredness Incarnate. Gillo reckoned that they were. So, Gahan's assignment is to find the failure that has been created with an incomplete branch. Afterward, he must slay the beast and retrieve the branch, like an annoying teacher's pet. Ezen interjected and begged his lord to give him the task. He promised to willingly eradicate the weak humans. To complete the mission, Behran questioned the old snake, asking if he recalled what had happened to Balzac. It turned out that not long ago, this lunatic was the disgraced former 10th seat of Sephiroth. Behran warned Ezen that the human, with Azidahaka's curse who slew Balzac, was now with Levitane. He survived, facing both Behran and the Wings Incarnate himself, after killing a former Sephiroth, all for the defense of the Farsa continent. Some old snake wouldn't be enough. They needed Gaon on the case too, as insurance. As soon as he heard that, he might be able to fight some interesting enemies. Gaon's lips twisted into an excited smile as he eagerly asked for more info about Ananta. You see, if Behran could be considered the mightiest spear, Gaon completed the unbeatable pair as the mightiest shield. Ezen admitted that his boss was one of the most powerful in Sephiroth, but also the most dangerous of them all. Unlike the others, who were at the Wings Incarnate's beck and call, Gaian had absolute loyalty tied directly to the wings. Ezen reckoned that this task could have been more easily completed by the 4th and 5th Sephiroth seats. So, why did Gyo hand it to the troublesome Gaian instead, holding up a wilted piece of mystical wood? Gaian asked Ezen if he recognized the artifact. It was none other than the incomplete branch that had been buried deep in the alicorn's heart, the very thing that turned the sacredness incarnate into a mindless beast. Gaian investigated the incomplete branch and concluded that it was laughably inferior to the ones the current Sephiroth hosts in their bodies. With this should be done, with the mission Gyo tasked them with. But Gaian nonchalantly threw the incomplete branch down. Instead, it plummeted from the rooftop of the ruined castle down to the lowest floor. Ezen could not understand the actions of his unruly boss. They were explicitly ordered to take the branch. Returning it to Jihyou, Gaian's grin widened with greedy anticipation. From the very beginning, he'd always worked solely for himself, just as he'd proclaimed before. His sole aim to slaughter every single enemy. He questioned his assistant. What became of the Alicorn and the hordes of followers that once ruled Valkyrie? You see, Gaian had swiftly dealt with the monsters roaming the kingdom, compiling them into an unidentifiable mass of flesh. In the Conquest Incarnate's hand, the Alicorn's horn now rested. No big deal. His mind was already set on an even bigger target. A man who'd survived against the mightiest spear, and the Wings Incarnate himself. If this alleged curse truly possessed such power, he reckoned, then it was only right he prepared a stage, befitting such an enemy's might. Gaian awaited Ananta's arrival with bated, murderous breath. 1 week of relatively quiet development later, the forces of Levitane had managed to build a decently safe base camp. All their preparations for the final fight were complete. Nadia's wooden construct opened wide, a clear sign of Whitefoot's teleportation ability. Footsteps could be heard heading out of the wooden hole. At the forefront stood the battle-ready Supreme Warrior, the rightful heir of Valkyrie, Queen Lager the Einherjar. Her trusted commanders, Owl and Lupa, welcomed her with confident smiles. The queen was happy to see that her risky bet to send an advance party had panned out safely. She turned to Ananta and Nadia to extend her thanks for all their help. Queen Lager then turned to her aides, Scald and Mare, to confirm that the rest of the attack force had been accounted for. Scald confirmed that all 50 of the Sisters of a Shield were assembled. The Queen's Royal Guard had also answered the call. Crass as always, Ananta rudely asked the Queen how she felt, now that she'd returned to her ruined homeland. Usually, she would just laugh at such rude comments, but this time was different. She hadn't come here for jokes. Ignoring Ananta, Queen Lager walked to the edge of the base camp and took in the sights of her homeland. After all these years of being away, Whitefoot approaches the Queen, seeking confirmation that she'd been briefed on the current dire situation. You see, a colossal pillar of light has just erupted near the capital. Those familiar with Yo-Yo's usual antics will tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, that this ominous light appears. Well, the branch's power is being unleashed. First, the unsettling encounter with Sephiroth's 6th seat, and now, a clear sign of the branch's power. Weighing everything together, it's become highly probable that the enemy is springing some kind of trap, but things have shifted drastically since the last intel report. If they plan to wield Whitefoot's full power in this situation, she'll require at least 3 days of meticulous preparation. Should they press forward, retreating simply won't be an option. To this, the Queen turned to her loyal soldiers, her grieving people, and her sisters. They have now set foot on the very land where they were once raised. Years have passed since they lost their cherished homeland. Years have passed since they were forced to wander the continent, all due to Gillo's cruel meddling. Thus, Queen Lager swore to reclaim their land for the sorrowful people of Leviton. In doing so, she vowed to restore Valkyrie to its former glory and make Valkyrie truly great once more. When that glorious day arrives, she shall cry out before the spirits of their fallen allies, who have bravely fallen along the way. This expedition represents the culmination of their extensive work, success, would mean their sacrifices weren't made in vain. Valkyrie's glorious return is only possible through the blood and sweat of its people. Queen Lagertha passionately stoked the flames in the hearts of her righteous comrades. Her brave warriors, to accompany her in arms and fight, moved to tears. Every single Valkyrian warrior hyped up their queen, ready to take a bullet for her if necessary. Though, I'm not sure this world even has guns. Ananta and Ruby watch from the sidelines, allowing the queen and her people their emotional moment, without wasting another second. They set their sights on Vanger's capital and sounded the battle horns. The expedition party's route has been assigned. The main party, consisting of 100 troops, including all the commanders, Queen Nadia, and Ananta, are going to push directly for the capital, while 50 reserve troops stay, with Whitefoot and Blackfoot in the outpost. The sisters, however, can't believe they're stuck in a base camp, left to merely wait for the war's results. Blackfoot sighed. She really wanted to see Ananta in action, and she can't do that from all the way back here. Whitefoot, however, remained cool. She was enjoying her tea and hanging out with her sister. She figured that Blackfoot's help was no longer necessary on the front lines, now that Ananta's curse has stabilized. For the most part, no matter the outcome of this expedition, Whitefoot's power is everyone's lifeline. It's only natural that Queen Lagertha would keep her safe in the outpost, but she knew as well as anyone that the reserve troops weren't left here to protect them. They're here to monitor any suspicious activity. The truth of the matter is that Leviathan still doesn't fully trust Rabbitfoot. Blackfoot sat beside her sister and asked if she thought the expedition would succeed. To be completely honest, Whitefoot answered that she does not give a single fuck if the mission succeeds or not. All she really wants is for Ananta to become more powerful than he already is. He must accumulate strength, even if it means sacrificing everyone else. Mir's arrows struck the heads of Pesky, summoned snakes that littered the woods. The ever-reliable Skald was there to finish the job and land the last hit on them. The rest of the warriors fought fiercely alongside them. The elite soldiers and commanders carried most of the workload. Their orders are to continue advancing. As more and more giant snakes swarmed them from every direction, sensing the enemies were massing on their right flank, Queen Lagertha commanded her units to tighten their formation. The regular soldiers might be outmatched in a direct fight, but they can work together seamlessly to build shield walls, repelling enemies with disciplined precision. Repelling the enemies, Ananta, feeling confident, called on Ruby to help bring the heat. The little fire lizard leaped onto the shield wall, her eyes locked on the incoming snake horde. As soon as Ananta gave the signal to roast the snakes, Ruby unleashed a blazing flare that scorched anything within her searing range. Ananta is playing it safe, judging by their current pace. They won't need his help against this cannon fodder. But much to his surprise, the attack force is still advancing, even though they're insurmountably outnumbered and completely surrounded. Knowing that one mistake could lead to a total wipeout, Ananta kept his guard up and his senses sharp. Nevertheless, this next level of coordination shows just how confident Levitain is in their troops. Mira with her arrows, Skald with her sword and shield, and Queen Lagertha with her unparalleled stratagems and shot calling. It's a reckless plan, but it's working. Their current headache? The scaly fragments from the blind faith incarnate. The queen is confident that her well-trained troops will have no trouble cleaning up these beasts. After steadily pushing forward, they reach the center of Farsa. The odd thing is that the Alicorn and the Abominations are not showing themselves yet. Leading the vanguard, Skald informed her queen that they had reached the snake-infested Vigrador Tower. On top of the tower stands a persistent old man, welcoming them to the battle's next phase. After miserably losing against Ananta, this old snake still has the audacity to call the opposition wicked fools who dared deny the wings incarnate. He is determined to watch the attack. Force's final moments after being humiliated. Mira tried to sneak in a supersonic arrow shot, but it was swatted away like an annoying fly. From this moment on, This salty old man plans to take over. He wants to subject the people of Levitian to his petty, vengeful wrath. Behind him, the winged sky serpent emerged. Quetzalcoatl soared above the tower, but while carrying a bag of mysterious, wriggling flesh on its tail. Queen Logartha gazed at the grotesque lump of flesh and felt chills crawling down her spine. She felt a familiar dread as the snake-like rope, holding the mound of flesh in place, scattered to the wind. Reacting promptly, the queen ordered her troops to maintain defensive formations and hold firm. Quetzalcoatl finally launched the mound right into the spot with the highest concentration of soldiers. The impact alone created quite a spectacle as dust swallowed the entire battlefield. Once it settled, the queen and her troops laid their eyes upon the weird amalgamation of fleshy materials, splattered flat on the ground. Queen Lager paused, rooted in her tracks, upon seeing something human-like squirm its way out of the center of the meat. A few seconds later, the human-like figure took full, horrifying form, the shape of a man, skinned alive for his top half, and the body of a grotesquely twisted horse below. Once known as the alicorn, the sacredness incarnate had seen far better days. The bony alicorn mumbled something indecipherable. It seemed like only the queen understood the ancient language. He spoke. Whatever it was, the mumbling made Lagartha order a full-on emergency retreat. Much to everyone's horror, the alicorn's mouth split open as a giant eye regurgitated from its throat. Then came a loud, bloody splattering of its body, causing the mound of meat to surge outwards. It was like a fleshy tsunami that consumed everything in its path, not recognizing friend or foe. The hungry meat even feasted on the summoned snakes. Unfortunately, the queen's soldiers in the vanguard also succumbed to the ravenous meat heap. Skald battled with all her might to repel this surging tide of flesh. Her raw strength managed to keep it at bay. But how do you slay a thing that can't even be identified? When threatened, the mass of flesh merely writhes and devours any weapon used against it. After consuming everything in its path, the mass of flesh writhed once more. It birthed a singular horn, studded with unsettling eyes. Attached to that horn is none other than the original incarnate. Now the evil deity, Alicorn. The grotesque gore from Alicorn's disfigured body rained down upon the queen's troops. But they stood firm. Lagartha even roused her old friend to unleash his insurmountable strength. Well, it seems she's getting exactly what she asked for. The Alicorn charged in, horn first, seemingly eager to shatter their defenses. But that won't be easy, especially with Anunta rejoining the fray, now that a worthy opponent has appeared. While he holds Alicorn's body firmly in place, with his supreme physical prowess, Lord Owl swoops in, unleashing the Raptor Claw's devastating power. Commander Looper refused to be left behind, and leaped into action to deliver a sharp and lethal torrent of gore, taking the left and the right respectively. The two commanders fought flawlessly together, while her commanders are showing off. The queen herself won't be left out, as she unsheathes her sword. Lagartha vowed to Alicorn that she would end his life. Herself, unwavering, she stood before the evil deity, with the intent to kill. The queen believes it is her sacred duty, as Alicorn's friend, to end his suffering, sensing his moment to shine, and take down the biggest target. Anunta came in swinging. Unfortunately for him, such a barbaric approach sent him soaring. After being hurled away by Alicorn's grotesque horn, then this eldritch horror of a horse began to gather power. A surge of dark energy gathered at the tip of his horn. The moment that dark energy condensed into a swirling quasar, it shot forth from the horn like a deadly projectile. It homed in on Anunta, and our boy felt the full brunt of being struck in the face by a literal black hole. Half of his body was instantly ground down to an atomic level, as the black hole's void consumed everything, erasing his entire upper half. Lupa frantically cried out Anunta's name, her concern and terror painfully apparent. The man who had saved her countless times had just collapsed, with half of his body horrifically obliterated. Any other regular bastard would have died. Right then and there on the spot. Enraged by Alicorn's ruthless target selection, Commander Lupa lunged forward, her sharp claws drawn and ready. She aimed for a flank attack, hoping to bypass the horn. But from the rear, she'd have to contend with Alicorn's truly freaky tail, a monstrous appendage covered in countless eyes and hungry mouths. Every one of Lupa's instincts screamed at her to stop and turn back immediately. One wrong move, and she'd be instantly one-shot. Thankfully, Lord Owl was already there, acting as the more experienced combatant. He maintained his cool and kept his wits about him. With his dual blades and a swift raptor rondo, Owl expertly minced the freaky tail to tiny bits. Seeing a prime opening ripe for exploitation, Lupa revved her engine back up and charged in at full throttle. She was so tunnel-visioned on attacking Alicorn that she utterly failed to sense an incoming surprise attack. From an odd angle, a green sludge of noxious snot emerged. Once more, Lord Owl's lightning vigilance saved her skin. Owl pushed his movements to their absolute limits. As he swished past exactly where the noxious snot was aimed, he had to move as swiftly as he possibly could, all while carrying Lupa out of danger. As a result, he paid for it with a severely injured arm. And as it turns out, old Ezen was subtly sneaking in that snot attack, hoping to sever one of Lupa's arms, as grotesque payment for the arms she'd taken from him. After this brutal battle, he intends to personally skin the wolf himself. The noxious snot was actually launched from the sky. Serpent's mouth, located at the very top of the tower, it effectively served as a long-range cannon, capable of unleashing widespread toxic destruction. This isn't looking good for the assault team, and things just keep getting worse. And their opponents are practically unstoppable. As the next disgusting snot blast hit its target, Lupa decided to return the favor this time. She instantly shifted into her formidable wolf form and saved Lord Owl from having to tank it. One of those disgusting green sludges. Suddenly, one of Quetzalcoatl's wings was violently defeathered and slashed through at supersonic speeds, thrown completely off balance. The sky's serpent writhed and thrashed helplessly in the air as it began a terrifying nosedive toward the ground. The culprit, of course, was none other than the queen's formidable little archer, Mer. Harnessing the free spirit of the wind itself, she charged her arrows with potent mystical energy, blessing her with the very wind of victory. With this brief reprieve, Skald quickly regained control of her faction and promptly ordered the 3rd and 4th companies to focus all their efforts on protecting their commander, while the rest charged fiercely into battle. They roared a fierce and unified battle cry as Eason transformed into his imposing Snake Daddy form once more. He scoffed, calling the actions of these soldiers foolish, for they were nothing more than puny humans. He proclaims this while entirely unaware of the true inhuman enemy closing in. Lupa scaled the tower, using her powerful muscles and sharp claws. Riding on her back was Lord Owl, ready to hack and slash away. The wolf lady flashed a playful grin and cheekily teased old Eason about his missing arm. Easily agitated, the salty snake attacked in a furious rage. That, however, was a colossal mistake, perhaps the biggest error he had ever committed. Eason was so consumed by vengeance for his lost arm that he utterly neglected Lord Owl's true threat level. With his powerful raptor art, Gungnir, Owl pierced straight through another one of the old snake's arms, mincing the flesh to ribbons and utterly shattering the bones. Eason tumbled violently backward from the sheer, immense force the stab had delivered. The two commanders landed right next to each other, refusing to let their serpentine enemy out of their sight. Looking down at his blade, Lord Owl realized he had gone just a little too hard and completely shattered his sword. What mess! Lupa, on the other hand, intently scanned the surroundings to make sure Anunta was safe. Her frantic gaze swept the battlefield, was abruptly cut short by a loud and deep rumbling. The Valkyrian warriors were already swarming the fallen, Sky Serpent leveraging their sheer numbers to overcome the massive size and strength disadvantage. Nadia rushed to Anunna's side and quickly assessed his grave injuries. It's clear this boy desperately needs healing. Meanwhile, Queen Logartha had already jumped into the thick of it and was now battling the evil deity. One-on-one, she was being pushed back, but her unwavering resolve kept her in the fray. The alicorn she once knew is gone, replaced by a grotesque flesh monster that looks like a nightmare horse, with way too many feet. Calling her battalion, the Queen's guards stormed in to form a defense formation to protect their beloved queen. Skald saw the incoming attack before anyone else. Even so, the entire defensive line was still swept away in a single attack, rendering their shield wall useless. The alicorn's speed and use of momentum to trample defenses with its horn is unrivaled. Jumping in to avenge her people, Queen Logartha brutally hacked at its neck from the side. The queen lost her badass cloak, but she managed to tear a chunk from its flesh in a truly bloody fashion. Seeing Nadia tending to Anunta's battered body, the queen ordered her to heal their secret weapon and bring her back to full health as fast as possible. The queen finally ditched her eye patch, exposing a golden eye blazing with brilliant power. She knew that if they hoped to win this fight, they'd definitely need a Nanta. Logartha raised her great sword high in the air and drastically raised the surrounding temperature. With her aura, she then slammed her blade down, sending the immense fiery aura straight to her target. The alicorn just stood there, utterly stunned by the radiant attack. It didn't even have time to react, let alone dodge. So the evil deity was swallowed by the fiery light. The resulting explosion was a mixture of scorching booms and meaty destruction. Once the dust settled from the destruction, a lone silhouette of a man remained standing amidst the charred ruins. Queen Logartha slowly approached her old friend. Seeing him in such a state broke her heart. The beauty and regal poise alicorn once possessed were long gone. He used to look like A.K., pop star in an Amazonian empire. Now, all that remained in his place was a revolting, putrid husk. She gripped her sword with both hands, steeling her resolve because today she intended to deliver her old friend to eternal rest by her own hands. But before she could land the final killing blow, the empty husk of the sacredness incarnate weakly called out to her, just like he used to. Princess Logartha. Suddenly, the memories of long ago came flooding back into the queen's mind. Mare and Skald used to follow her everywhere, trying to stop her from getting into trouble. But they could never truly prevent her from doing dangerous things, like climbing to the highest point of the castle. When Mare and Skald failed to talk sense into her, Sir Alicorn would often step in. But the princess simply thought that the people around him, including Alicorn, were worrying themselves unnecessarily. She was destined to rule over her people, so it wouldn't do to fear heights. Besides, she was certain no harm would ever befall her, as long as she had the sacredness incarnate by her side at all times. Alicorn simply smiled at the young lady's naive musings. To ensure little Logartha became a great queen, Alicorn vowed to always stick by her side. He clearly failed to uphold that vow. Just look at this dude and his musty skeleton now. As it turns out, fragments of the old Alicorn were still present in this hollow husk. He commented on how different the little princess looked, now gaining awareness and senses after all these years. Alicorn then looked at himself and jumped in fright. He struggled to come to terms with what he had become. Look at him. How would you feel if an evil god fed you a tree branch that turned you into an incomprehensible nightmare? For a moment, Queen Logartha dared to hope this was real. She wished her old friend could recover his mind, and for those fleeting seconds, he did, until the Wings Incarnate's chilling influence over his mind seized him again on the day Valkyrie fell. Gillo carved a path of royal bloodshed. He blasted his way straight to the throne room, where he thrashed Alicorn black and blue. Gillo endured all this mayhem just to shove his incomplete world, tree branch, onto one of the world's first 6 incarnates. Young Lager was utterly powerless back then. She was just a child, caught in the cataclysmic fall of her promised kingdom. Throughout the years, she and her warrior sisters hunted down endless leads that might help them find the wings incarnate. At one point, she actually succeeded. She managed to track down Gillo, despite the monumental difficulty, but it resulted in yet another devastating heartbreak, as Gillo mercilessly slaughtered her sisters in arms, with lightning speed and inhuman destruction. She felt as though she was hurled back to that fateful day, the day Gillo utterly ruined her life and obliterated her homeland. The remnants of Alicorn's consciousness were consumed by Gillo's overwhelming light. Once again, Alicorn's grotesque "I" burst forth from his throat, as the mound of flesh began gurgling twisted chants and deconstructing its own body. It became terrifyingly plain that talk jutsu wouldn't work in this monstrous situation. Nadia instantly recognized the dire situation and yanked the queen directly out of danger. Using her sentient roots, she swiftly pulled the queen out of the flesh monster's terrifying range. With safety paramount, politeness can go to hell. Right now, any semblance of Alicorn is utterly gone. In its place is a grotesque, tentacled blob monster. The creature let out a guttural, piercing shriek. Blood frothed from its mouth, as that horrifying "I" re-emerged once more. On the other side of the chaotic battlefield, Ruby anxiously monitors Ananta's status. He managed to regenerate most of his ravaged body parts, but he's showing no signs of regaining consciousness anytime soon. And so, Ruby closed her eyes and decided to speed things up a bit. Her body then erupted in flames. The little critter unleashed an alternate form, and it looked absolutely wild. Nadia warned the queen that at this rate, the casualties would be far too great. She suggested that it'd be better to gather the wounded and make a tactical retreat. But the queen, quickly and loudly, shot down Nadia's suggestion. Little Lagartha understands Alicorn better than anybody else. She knows her old friend lost control due to fear. Now that he's at his absolute limit, he can't even maintain a coherent form. Retreating is not an option. Lagartha wants to enlist Nadia's help to slay the creature with a single, final blow. That reckless plan was quickly thwarted by the secret weapon's voice, rudely shooing the ladies to get out of his path. Ananta had miraculously recovered and returned to a much better state. His severe wounds, now mere remnants, were utterly consumed by free, flowing fire all over his body. Queen Lagartha watched Ananta approach, a look of pure fascination in her eyes. She had seen something like this before. This young man must somehow be using the flame spirit. It's similar to Moore's spirit blessing, which enhances her arrows. The flaming dragon himself coolly strode towards the blob monster, every step oozing with raw aura. Like a mindless beast, the blob creature launched itself forward, mouth wide open, hungry to chomp down. In response, our boy decided to get fancy with it and formed a blazing fireball between his hands. He unleashed about a dozen of these blazing projectiles, filling the air with unquenchable flames, a true alternate version of the blazing baldachin. To counter his flames, the blob monster opened its mouth and formed another devastating quasar attack. This was the same technique used to vaporize half of Ananta's body just moments ago. The blazing baldachin, the dark quasar, clashed head-on. Two immense attacks collided midair. The resulting explosion was predictably nuclear, and it seems the blob monster got the short end of that stick. A sea of fire then engulfed its surroundings, and from that inferno, a blazing dragon surfed forth, eager to land that juicy last hit. In a desperate last-ditch effort to defend itself, the blob formed countless solid spikes, its amorphous body hardening instantly. Keeping it simple, Ananta clawed his way right through the enemy's seemingly impenetrable defense. He clenched his fist, annoyed to see yet another victim of the wings, cowering in fear. Ananta charged in, fist cocked for a brutal haymaker. He then asked the Alicorn blob, "How long will the incarnates will continue to cling to such an unsightly life? Our boy is really giving this blob guy the full smoke and fire combo special." The flames eventually grew so unbearable that the remaining flesh and blood melted right off the creature to ensure they scored this crucial kill. Nadia tapped in with her roots, snatching Alicorn's remains in midair. Unlike the sacred incarnate, someone on this battlefield actually follows through with her words. Queen Lajertha's energy surged to the heavens, piercing through the darkest clouds. She's demonstrating she didn't get this far through luck alone in her name. Lagertha Einherjar, Queen of Valkyries. She commanded her old friend to finally rest in peace. As tears streamed down her cheeks, the queen then brought down her blade, one that extended from heaven down to earth. When the queen's attack concluded, the sky was torn open, letting sunlight in after years of darkness. Her attack literally breathed new life into the dead continent, but it came at the cost of an old friend's life. The remnants of Alicorn's soul looked up at the sky, awoken by the sunlight he had grown so unfamiliar with. He remembered lazy days. He spent his last moments with the princess in the castle, right up until the very end. He had desperately hoped to shield her from this cruel world, but now he must scatter into oblivion. She might not have seen it directly, but Queen Lagertha definitely felt her old friend's final, poignant smile. With the skies torn open and the blob monster vanquished, his final, bittersweet farewell. The queen had tears freely streaming down her face. They were tears born of profound grief and unbreakable iron will. As light began to peer through the broken clouds, Ananta undid his berserk fire dragon transformation, with Ruby suspiciously perched right on top of his head, now that they'd finally gotten rid of the evil deity that had plagued these lands. Ananta turned to question his enigmatic little pet about the insane power he had just received. Queen Lagertha knelt before the scattered remains of Alicorn, the incomplete branch that Gillo had cruelly used to tear down an entire kingdom. She remained there, offering her solemn, silent prayer. Nadia then approached the queen, offering her heartfelt condolences. But mourning was a familiar burden for a queen like Lagertha. She had suffered more loss than almost any other soul. Be that as it may, though, she simply had no time to stop and openly weep for every life lost. And though she might have concluded her own fight, her brave soldiers were still out there, giving their all to slaughter the remaining sky serpents. Just as the saying goes, Leviathan must keep bravely marching forward, so that the deaths of their comrades will not be in vain. Up in the tower, the two commanders had also successfully completed their mission and captured that old, slithering worm. And right now, Lupa was giving the old snake a brutal beating and a furious scolding for all the needless casualties he had directly caused. And you know Lupa values her comrades above everything else. She urged Ezen not to even dare think of a peaceful death. In response, the old cult goon merely laughed at her righteous aggression. Provoked by such a mocking, infuriating reaction, she almost punched his head clear off his body. Right then and there, Ezen arrogantly asserted that would have been far better if Lupa had simply died. In the twisted scenario he had prepared, this was specifically for her. Before the fiery commander totally loses control, Lord Owl snaps her to attention. His eyes swept across the land, and what he saw was inconceivable. He knew, for sure, the war wasn't over yet. Directly under a pillar of sunlight stood a man. It was as if the heavens themselves were providing a spotlight for this dude, radiating a 1,000-point aura. His steps were unhurried, solid, and decisive. His body exudes stability and raw power. This is Gayan, the incarnation of conquest, an enemy hailing from the capital, has joined the fray. Ananta and every soldier on the field couldn't help, but unconsciously crane their necks to look at the uninvited visitor, even from afar. He closed the distance in less than a blink. Owl, confident in his own speed, felt a deep, rooted fear for the man as soon as he saw the dude move. As it turns out, he wasn't only fast. He's pretty damn overpowered, too. He ran like walls didn't exist, making a giant hole that pierced the tower's foundation. This man is like a human bullet, but infinitely more destructive. While Gayan was showcasing his godlike physical prowess, an enormous fist came flying at his face. Gayan didn't even flinch. He looked utterly unimpressed when the punch landed on his face. Another time Gayan's run perfectly and set up a powerful punch that would have evaporated any normal opponent. In one tap, the young man recalled his conversation with Owl about Gillo's elite warriors. The Sephiroth, they essentially serve as guardians and executors of Guiyu's will. They're the 10 most powerful beings, each bestowed with the power of a branch. At the top are the wings' most powerful weapons, and at the bottom of the totem pole are their assistants. Since they've already defeated the assistant, Asen, the boss must have come out of play. So, if Gaon operates at that caliber, it's safe to assume he's every bit as formidable as Baharin, the lapdog who utterly dominated Anunta back in Carpies. Gahan simply absorbed the punch. He stood perfectly straight, his armor not even dented. Furthermore, Anunta just made things even easier by charging straight at him. This one-eyed anomaly only craves battling powerful adversaries. His true calling is the slaughter of strong enemies. The black dragon roaring before him is as prime a candidate as it gets. While Anunta roars with primal fury, Gahan remains utterly stoic and composed, as a deadly dance to gauge each other's might. The two titans plunged into an all-out brawl, right in the middle of the field. Every single one of their strikes was so rapid, they were practically invisible to the naked eye. Midway through their brutal fist fight, both combatants unearthed something astonishing about their respective opponents. Anunta was stunned, and Gahan's interest was clearly piqued. Each of Anunta's ferocious punches doesn't even leave a dent on Gahan's abnormally tough body. Gahan, on the other hand, was landing his punches well. The only issue, however, was that the Black Dragon's regeneration was impossibly fast and nearly impossible to overcome. So, with no other choice, Gahan finally made his move, channeling his overflowing power into his fist, and delivered a hard-hitting Pangolin Mountain annihilation that nearly tore a hole straight through Anunta's stomach. Sensing he required another surge of power, Anunta once again called upon Ruby for her strength. Then, for the second time, the battlefield witnessed Anunta's incredible fire dragon transformation. He opened his scorching maw and focused his incredible firepower to the absolute maximum, all while locking onto his target. Even Gahan must have felt a flicker of alarm, his stone-cold poker face cracking, if only for a moment. As for Queen Nadia, and all the onlookers could instantly tell this fight was way above their pay grade. They had no choice but to rely and place their full trust in their not-so-secret weapon. Anunta then released the fiery torrent, which finally forced Gaon to raise his arms in defense. This fight has absolutely shattered all expectations. It's gone far beyond even an incarnate's power. The fire dragon cranked up its power even further, adding relentless thrust to its fiery onslaught. As a result, Gaon felt his arm guards cracking under the immense heat, pressure, and raw force. It seemed like an endless torrent of flames, aimed at an enemy doing nothing but defending. Speaking of defense, Nadia was forced to erect an Yggdrasil shield to protect both the queen and herself from becoming devastating collateral damage. Everyone held their breath as they tried to make sense of the billowing black smoke the flamethrower had unleashed. Anunta stood perfectly still, annoyance etched on his face. He felt it faster than anyone else present. His enemy, that tenacious beast, was still very much alive and kicking. All that attack did was incinerate Gaon's clothes, exposing his Giga-Chad body, and powerful tattoos for everyone to see. Just what in the world is this guy's body even made of? On his back was the sigil of the winged incarnate, and right now, the stoic poker face of the Conquest incarnate was gone. After deeming Anunta a truly worthy opponent, a twisted, demonic grin painted Gaon's face. He was itching to conquer yet another formidable foe. After Ruby unleashed her full power on the enemy, and it barely caused any damage, Ruby disengaged, completely drained of energy. Anunta praised her for her excellent work, and asked the little lizard to stand back. Without Ruby's help, the fight was now an all-out 1-versus-1 duel, with absolutely everything on the line. With a truly worthy warrior standing before him, Gaon's body stretched and expanded unnaturally. His skin cracked open, making way for rugged, brown scales. If you haven't gotten the hint yet, Gaon is an incarnate in the form of a pangolin beast, and he will not declare victory until his victim lies crushed beneath his heel. Ananta, on the other hand, took a much cooler, more measured approach. He ceased overthinking his position and the dire situation. He braced himself for impact and fortified his resolve. He needed to focus all his might on the foe before him. The young dragon believed this mindset would guarantee him an inevitable victory, but he immediately got a brutal reality check. The moment he entered the pangolin's punching range. With his transformation, the two beasts were roughly the same size. Gayan, with sheer strength, managed to overpower him, tossing him back to where he'd come from. The damage was minimal, but losing a straight-up contest of strength must have stung as he regained his footing. Ananta watched as Gahan's body contorted and bent unnaturally, his scales bristling from maximum piercing damage. Gahan rushed in with a devastating pangolin meteor smash. The monstrosities collided. It was Ananta's turn to be on the defensive now. Unfortunately, his body wasn't built as sturdily as the pangolin's. Nevertheless, what he lacked in defense, he made up for with immortal-level regeneration and the ability to relentlessly exploit openings. Unluckily for him, Gaon was a defensive specialist. He saw that counter coming a mile away and responded appropriately. He swung at our boy, and Ananta's massive dragon, chin almost dislocated, if his dodge had been a few inches off. After that masterful dodge, he promptly answered back with a tail swipe to the face, breaking the pangolin's stability for a second. Ananta immediately rained down punches and claw attacks, but by his final attack, his punches felt wholly ineffective. He hadn't even made a mark on those ridiculously sturdy scales, seemingly done giving him free hits. Gahan grabbed the black dragon's arm like it was trash. He tossed Ananta away, sending him flying. The black dragon eventually found himself amidst the tower's remains, buried among the rubble. Watching from afar, Queen Lager pondered the defining characteristic she'd always seen in Ananta. When it came to combat, he made full use of his immortality. His curse lent him transcendental power. That shouldn't be possible for a human. He was also granted the mental fortitude to ignore wounds and even death. Nothing could scare him. It's this very nature that grants him his unyielding fighting spirit and relentless tenacity. Yet it also fuels his self-destructive fighting style. Meanwhile, his opponent's signature trait is his impenetrable defense, a defensive shell that can't be breached, even by the sheer power of Ananta's curse alone. Just as the queen considered intervening herself, Nadia approached her with a new idea. In Nadia's hand, she clutched the incomplete branch that caused Valkyrie's devastating fall. Ananta furiously dug and climbed his way from the rubble, sending more debris cascading down. Gayan steadily closes in, drawing ever closer, a veritable walking fortress, utterly impenetrable. Nevertheless, Ananta refuses to yield. He's convinced that even the strongest iron walls possess a hidden weakness. Since his abrupt ejection into the tower, Ananta also encountered commanders Lupa and Owl. The two were still busy restraining the old snake down tightly as their captive. Lupa was genuinely surprised to see Ananta still alive and kicking, given they already had Ezen miserably gasping for air. Perhaps it's better if he isn't taken captive. Perhaps Ananta should just unleash his curse and enjoy some casual mid-fight snacks. Unleashing the overwhelming presence of the dark dragon, the incarnate of blind faith, felt a primal fear he never thought possible. Ezen screamed his lungs out, begging for help. He'd hoped Gahan would swoop in to save him, instead of just standing idly by and watching as he was devoured. But alas, his boss couldn't give less of a shit if he lived or died. So, death by predation it was. The moment Ananta swallowed Ezen whole, he felt the fragmented branch within his body reconnect and brightly shine. The effects of absorbing a whole world tree branch quickly began to manifest. Ananta's eyes flashed a brilliant green. His jaw unhinged and let out a deep rumble as a long, reptilian tongue spawned inside his mouth. His back protruded and writhed as something took shape. Instead of wings, the protrusions now twisted into the form of snakes. And you remember, right? He can absorb abilities from devoured enemies. Lord Owl was utterly flabbergasted. This is his very first time witnessing the raw power of an apex predator. Even Gaian himself, who deliberately stood by to watch him power up, was impressed, calling his power surge remarkable. As we've established, this guy is your typical battle junkie, always hungry for the next big fight. Now that Ananta has snatched Dezen's power, he's become an even more captivating opponent for Gaian. Gaian coiled his body into a tight ball and began rolling at breakneck speeds. This is the pangolin's legendary Titan wheel. Ananta braced himself, burying most of his back snakes deep into the ground. The buried snakes then erupted, a few feet away from his position, launching a surprise counterattack. But alas, a mere back snake isn't enough to halt the rolling pangolin's terrifying momentum. While Gaian was momentarily disrupted, Ananta swiftly wrapped his snakes around Lord Owl and Commander Lupa. He then transported the two to the other side of the field so they could gather the remaining survivors and escape. As for the spiky ball of death hurtling toward him, Ananta had to find a way to deal with it, and fast, without much time to brainstorm. He resorted to the most reliable approach, using his sheer raw strength to deflect an outright killing blow. He even used his mighty snout in an attempt to slow the pangolin's relentless spin. Gaian quickly grew tired of these pointless amateur maneuvers and uncurled from his ball. He clenched his fist, ready to bring this fight back to some good old fisticuffs. But no matter how much he yearned to make the dragon kneel before him, Ananta was proving too tough a cookie to crack, formulating techniques on the fly. He resurfaced his underground snakes, letting them rejoin the fray, using each one as a powerful crowd control resource. Ananta deployed the sturdy serpents to bind Gaian's arms and legs in place. This is the price of letting yourself get distracted. In the heat of the fight, feeling smug, Ananta lectured the conquest incarnate never to commit the gravest blunder of all, letting your eyes stray from your foes in a battle to the death. Oddly enough, Ananta's floating figure reminded him of the one chosen by the heavens. Seeing a reminder of a foul memory, the pangolin crushed the smattering of snakes that tried to tie him down. Oblivious to the change in his opponent's emotion, Ananta charged in, claws ready. Gaian opened his eyes wide, making sure to track the range and trajectory of the attack. But it was too fast for him. Ananta landed a bloody blow on the Conquest Incarnates. Scarred eye, the pain and severe damage made Gaian reminisce about the good old days. He remembered being an ordinary abomination, with a simple hunger for a worthy opponent. Throughout his birthland, no one could stand against his power. He was starting to believe that he was at the apex, that he'd never find a foe good enough to be a challenge. That was until a hulking beast of a man came to find him. Cayman, the ruin incarnate, and the former second seat of Sepharad, comes to find him upon hearing rumors of an abomination, causing a stir around the area. Before the big croc could explain the reason for his visit, the feisty pangolin charged at him with hostility. Looking at him like a fool, Cayman raised and clenched his fist, ready to meet the hostility with force. The attack landed squarely on the abomination's head. The force of mountain annihilation is the real deal. It sent the bloodthirsty pangolin crashing into a nearby rock formation. Cayman panicked and scratched his head. His orders were to bring the abomination back alive, and he thought he'd messed that up already. Upon hearing a guttural sound that made him freeze, the big croc knew this was far from over. Not by a long shot. Gaian emerged from the chaos and debris, not a scratch on him. Instead of fear or pain, he felt an exhilarating surge of joy. He met Cayman's gaze with a playful laugh and a wide grin. Meanwhile, the big croc gnashed his teeth in fury, knowing damn well that this wasn't going to be an ordinary invitation mission. Cayman's flesh and bones cracked and twisted, expanding rapidly, revealing the terrifying beast lurking within. If this little rat truly desires a real fight, then a real fight is exactly what he'll get. But after 3 brutal days of nonstop combat. Even the Great Wings incarnate himself was forced to tear a dimensional door open to investigate the commotion. He assumed Cayman was just slacking off, as usual, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The second seat of his most powerful force lay battered and bloodied, utterly defeated before an unfamiliar face. Gillo couldn't have possibly imagined such an outcome. It was truly beyond impressive. This incredible little abomination had ripped the branch directly from Cayman's body, yet the entire absorption process didn't leave a single scratch on him. Gayan then turned to the uninvited audience and brazenly asked if he was indeed the notorious Great Wings, even casually referring to him as brother. Guayu then asked him for his name. Gayan nonchalantly introduced himself. Guayu wasn't surprised to learn that the man who had utterly defeated his second seat was in fact named by the heavens themselves. Suddenly, the assumed deceased croc lurched, opening his eyes. He opened his massive maw and lunged at Gayan's back, but without missing a single beat. The newly re-energized monster spun around and flawlessly executed Cayman's very own technique, Mountain Annihilation, utterly obliterating the croc's throat as blood and flesh exploded from the impact. Gayan then conceded that Cayman was the first truly worthy opponent he had ever encountered in his entire life. This only fueled the grand purpose the heavens had bestowed upon him. He is destined to conquer the most powerful warriors. With his own indomitable strength, he would carve out this path as the ultimate incarnate of conquest. His sheer tenacity and overwhelming power had left an indelible impression on Gillo. But if that's truly his life's mission, then the ultimate challenge already stands right before him. Gillo, the Wings incarnate, is the undisputed strongest warrior of this era. Only one can be chosen by the heavens. By gazing upon those indomitable wings and feeling that unfathomable power, Gayan grinned. The thought of finally facing the strongest being thrilled him. His human form contorted, stretched, and cracked until the fearsome pangolin form returned to face the final boss. The adversary he must defeat is right in front of him, and he won't let this chance slip away. Gillo pointed at the conquest incarnate and cast, "Let there be hope." Magic circles surrounded Gayan in the blink of an eye. From these circles sprang ropes made of the purest light, completely restricting his movement. Gayan trembled, resisting the restriction. With all his might, Gillo descended from his high ground, faced the monster, and urged him to admit defeat and serve under the wings. He promised to show Gayan the new horizon of the world that would unfold with the calling of the heavens. Whatever the hell that might actually mean. But Gayan is not the type to surrender. No warrior is truly defeated. Without a single wound, as long as he breathes, he is not defeated. Gillo understood and resorted to a more drastic measure. He intended to engrave defeat upon such an arrogant monster's body. Aiming at one of Gayan's eyes, he cast, "Let there be light." In an instant, the conquest incarnate's eyeball was reduced to a bloody mist. He wailed in agony as his vision vanished. Gillo calmly urged him to etch the wound into his soul, for he would certainly grow into a great sapling in the future, using a finger clad in light. Gillo slashed the empty eye socket. He is banking on Gayan's desire to conquer the wings and reach the edges of the world. This is what fighting Anunta reminded him of. Back to the present, Anunta is moving warily. He noticed something the moment they began fighting. Gayan has been avoiding getting hit on his scarred eye. Anunta is 100% certain this habit reveals a critical weakness. He wasn't wrong. He wanted to capitalize on this discovery. But what he saw next made him utterly freeze. Gayan, however, entered a profound Zen state. His scar, a stark reminder of his defeat, bled. The queen and all those around the battlefield couldn't tear their eyes from the conquest incarnate. Gayan's body swelled as he transformed, growing larger. Even the air surrounding him exuded an undeniable sharpness, as he threatened to utterly slaughter the man before him. To this day, his soul cries out from the wound that has been permanently etched into his very soul. For his pride was once his supreme, impenetrable defense. His invincibility finally shattered. The conquest incarnate now shows the true, devastating power of his branch. This power, which Ananta had previously dishonored, shall be used to end him after this side quest. Gaon intends to challenge the wings once more. It's incredibly rare, yes, but Gaon had finally found another truly worthy opponent, with the exact same monumental goal as him. They both wish to take on the Great Wings. In his final form, he's going all in for the slaughter. There can only be one challenger, standing victorious at the World Summit. Ananta, however, doesn't give a flying fuck about Gahan's lofty, poetic ideals. Gahan is just being a total bitch about his Iskar. In his mind, only a coward walks into a fight without the ultimate resolve to be torn into pieces. That cowardice makes him nothing more but a mere stepping stone to the wings. Moreover, Ananta has the strongest resolve to kill. Yahello, with that grim goal in mind, he attacked with his menacing, protruding snakes. Unfortunately, those snakes were akin to flimsy worms against Gahan's overwhelming sharpness. In his terrifying final form, his absolute defense is paired with supreme offense, seeing a momentary window to charge in. Ananta charged. He managed to close the gap and enter his kill range with shocking ease. But just when he was about to chomp down on Gaon, Ananta's entire face was gruesomely sliced in half. His whole upper body was then meticulously dissected as blood and gore rained down around him. In case you forgot, our boy is thankfully immortal, as his fatal wound heals in the blink of an eye. Poison stingers immediately spawn on his back. From mid-range, he unleashed a rain of poison stingers. Unfortunately, they didn't deal nearly enough damage. As a matter of fact, they merely grazed Gaon's impenetrable armor, even though his sneak attack attempt proved futile, and his face was still split in half. Ananta ferociously went in for another attack. He tried piercing the armor with his razor-sharp claws, but it was wholly ineffective. Ananta is beginning to realize, if doing any semblance of damage is utterly hopeless in his current form, if that's the case, he just has to squeeze out every bit of power inside him. Seeing him perform an unknown maneuver, Gaon charged forward, ready to go on the offensive. He attacked with both of his sharp arm blades, but Ananta's shifting form rumbled and effectively tanked the hit. Gaon was taken by surprise. Surprisingly, Ananta's body took to the skies with impressive speed. He ditched his first snake form and assumed the shape and body of the sky serpent. Quetzalcoatl, down on the ground, Gaon was forced to endure a toxic explosion. This is a battle between the conqueror and the predator. As the physical incarnation of conquest, Gaon had defeated countless opponents. He did so by overcoming each of their techniques. You can see that Ananta had also thrown himself into countless battles before, but instead of conquest, he aims to consume the flesh and blood of his enemies. Two such entities cannot coexist in this world, for they are one and the same. Both fighters were thinking the same thing. Whoever survives this fight will deserve to take on the heavens. While the big dogs squabble, the Levitan soldiers evacuated to safety. Commander Lupa and Owl led the efforts to drag the injured away from the fight. The Queen oversaw the rescue of all the survivors. Their only enemy left is the trickiest one of them all. Nadia, on the other hand, is doing her own thing, focusing on nature's voice. She felt the answer to their problem. The branch within her is resonating with Alicorn's branch. While it's certainly true that this branch holds immense power, capable of triggering unprecedented evolution, but failing to harness that power leads to catastrophic destruction. Even though Alicorn had long since succumbed to instability, the branch he left behind still pulsed with raw power. If Nadia can unlock that power, they might just turn the tide of war one last time. She conceived of forging a mighty spear, one capable of piercing any defense. Alicorn's branch began to swirl, slowly fusing with Nadia's staff. Guided by the lingering will of the sacred incarnate, the ultimate weapon began to take form. A blinding flash of light startled the queen. Nadia had succeeded, empowered by the sacred incarnate's will. The branch transformed into Alicorn's horn, now a deadly spearhead. With that, Yggdrasil and Drasta was born, the distant flash of energy. distracted Gahan for a crucial split second. That was all Ananta needed to capitalize, trapping the Conquest Incarnate in a death grip. Using his mighty tail, Gahan merely scoffed at Ananta's suicidal efforts. But Ananta is the last person to fear death. Even if his body is torn to shreds, he'll only return stronger. Nadia loaded up the spear, aiming it directly at the constricted Gahan. With every ounce of her strength, Nadia launched an absolute heater of a throw. Gahan saw the searing light from the spearhead, and for the first time in ages felt true dread. Even with his massive, imposing frame, the Conquest Incarnate was lightning fast and strong enough to wriggle free, barely ducking out of the spear's path. As a brutal consequence, Ananta was hit, his entire upper body disintegrating instantly the moment the spear landed. Nadia knew, with crushing certainty, that she had royally screwed up. Gaon mocked her for squandering their only hope of defeating him. What a shame. He mused that he'd finally found an opponent who might actually force him to use his full power, only for them to be undone by such a foolish mistake. Killed by friendly fire, it was a truly pathetic end, completely unfitting for a warrior of Ananta's caliber. Yet, after all that, Gaon still couldn't grasp the truth. Our protagonist, Ananta, is truly immortal. Ananta's form began to coalesce once more, with Alicorn's sacred branch at its very core. He diligently reconstructed his new body, paying homage to the sacred incarnate. By retaining its distinct horn, his new draconic form now emanated a truly formidable aura of power. Without a moment's hesitation for Gaon to recover, Ananta decided to test out his impressive new horn with the most direct and potent attack imaginable. This time, he successfully impaled the Conquest Incarnate, right where it would hurt the most. As he plunged the horn deep into Gaon's scarred eye socket, the very surroundings began to violently rumble. Ananta, recalling the absolutely devastating blow from Gaon's broken ability, decided to return the favor. Just like a heavenly body reaching the end of its lifespan, he masterfully summoned a terrifying black hole right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield using Quasar. And, as you might well imagine, the aftermath of this devastating clash was utterly colossal. It turns out that Gaon's legendary absolute defense wasn't so absolute after all. Attempting to withstand a black hole at point-blank range had completely and utterly incapacitated him. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly broken, pondering the fate that awaited the vanquished. He believed he would simply vanish, along with his numerous wounds. Gaon finally conceded that victory belonged solely to Ananta. Even with such a crushing defeat to his name, Gaon still found the strength to chuckle at his predicament. Ananta, the young man, asked him what could possibly be so funny, given that his life was rapidly coming to an end, and his grand dreams remained unfulfilled. But in these, his final moments, he has found contentment, and he is deeply pleased that he had met an undying spark, the embodiment of an unfathomable curse, one that would undoubtedly ignite into a raging flame. Gaon firmly believed that one day, that very flame would grow strong enough to consume even the dreaded Great Wings. All Ananta had to do was accept and fully embrace this potent curse. Only then would he, too, have a direct hand in Gillo's ultimate demise. And so, he implored the young man to devour him with a glad heart, since this madman yearned to be devoured. Ananta unleashed his curse, fulfilling that very wish. In his dying breath, Gaon bid his farewell and spat out a chilling threat. They would surely meet again in hell. At last, the epic clash between the incarnations of vengeance and conquest had reached its dramatic conclusion. The predator had definitively triumphed over the conqueror. After the intense battle, Ananta awoke deep within his subconscious mind. Today had been absolutely draining. He'd just taken down 2 Sepharad members in a single mission. He definitely didn't have the energy to deal with Ajitahaka's nonsense, but he might not have a choice. The evil incarnate scoffed, calling him a foolish mortal, but then surprisingly praised him for finally grasping a true morsel of power. All this after years of pitiful struggle. Ajitahaka had simply come to remind him of their solemn promise. Ananta fully intended to honor their agreement. The Black Dragon's curse was merely a tool for exacting his ultimate revenge. As long as he could finally end Gillo's life, he'd gladly offer his own life as collateral. All the dragon within him had to do is wait patiently and keep channeling all that potent resentment as fuel. Satisfied with Ananta's conviction, Ajitahaka vanished, reminding the young man that he was living on borrowed time. Ananta finally opened his eyes. He pushed himself up and sensed a presence watching him from behind. When he spun around, the presence had already slipped out of the tent. Oddly enough, he felt an unusual warmth in his chest. Outside, he spotted a glint of fire as the remnants of the Levitian army gathered, honoring those who had perished in the war. With everyone solemnly assembled, Queen Lager authorized the lighting of the pyre. Massive flames roared skyward as the fallen were swiftly reduced to ashes. The gaze of those who survived never wavered. Commander Lupa wept in utter frustration, and Commander Owl was furious with himself. Nadia glanced to the side and saw Ananta finally emerging from the tent. He immediately asked her how long he'd been unconscious. Surprisingly, he was only knocked out for half a day after they'd treated the wounded. A joint funeral is now underway for the fallen. Sadly, barely half of the soldiers made it back alive from the mission. After such a brutal, hard-fought battle, that so many survived was a miracle in itself. This victory would not have been possible without their immense sacrifice and Ananta's Herculean, godlike efforts. Speaking of which, Nadia can now clearly see just how much Ananta's power and his curse had grown. In his current state, she reckons not even the strongest incarnates could possibly be a match. Seeing Ruby still trudging along the ground, Ananta dismisses Nadia then, as he has far more urgent business to attend to. He turns his gaze to the fire lizard's eyes, the one who'd been with him from the very start. A slight smile finally forms on his lips. After everything that just happened, it seems they have quite a lot to discuss. Meanwhile, at Sephiroth's pantheon, a tall, domineering woman makes a dramatic entrance. Her steps are poised, radiating immense power, with her striking blue hair, a bewitching figure, and a truly terrifying aura. She is none other than the first seat of Sephiroth, the powerful abyss incarnate, Leviathan. Meanwhile, deep inside the galactic headquarters, Baharan and ZZ are already patiently waiting. Leviathan immediately demands that Yuyo's lapdog call everyone for an emergency meeting. She wants to know what the hell is going on. Just moments later, the fifth seed of Sephiroth, a massive fucking bear, storms in, carrying a giant block of ice and a heavy load of tragic news. The bear then transforms into a small kid holding an ice hammer. The Frost incarnate, as we learn, informs everyone that Gehan has tragically fallen in battle against an utterly contemptible foe. Upon hearing such utterly shocking news, Sephiroth's fourth seat then slithers into the room, crawling on countless centipede legs, slowly morphing into the form of a woman. She then calls Gehan a foolish warmonger who did nothing, but caused their Lord Guiyu nothing but worry. But Lord Guiyu need not worry any longer, for Kishu Olga, the formidable madness incarnate, shall guard him with her life until the bitter end. The newest addition to the team, Ziz, the lightning incarnate, couldn't care less, to be honest. Baharan quickly made a scene, punching the air and literally shattering the fabric of space, and to silence everyone in that fractured space. The all-seeing eye of their lord appeared. Gillo's powerful voice echoed, filling Sephiroth's seats with a chilling anticipation. He promised that with a single heart, they would mourn their fallen brother. And, fittingly, this heart-rending grief could only be cleansed with the blood of their enemies. Gillo had finally shown his true, terrifying colors. They would prepare a requiem to console Gaon's soul, and they'd start with Leviathan's precious hideout. Meanwhile, back on the Farsa continent, Nadia told her exactly where he went. Lupa then asked if he'd said anything else. After waking up, hearing Ananta hadn't even mentioned her, left Lupa feeling a little bummed out. Now that our boy and his loyal companion were finally alone, Ananta started reminiscing about his painful past. In his absolute lowest moments, the red lizard stayed by his side and mourned his sister right alongside him. Ruby was there as he trembled, vowing to rip Gillo's heart out with his bare hands and lay that cursed thing before Ashta's grave. Once they'd walked far enough from the camp, Ananta finally opened up to Ruby about that agonizing day, the day everyone in his village died. He wanted so badly to believe it wasn't his fault, because if he hadn't, he would have completely lost his mind right then and there. Since he was just a boy, his heart had been utterly filled with rage for the winged incarnate. Aside from that rage, he tried his hardest to kill all other emotions. His burning desire for revenge was the only thing keeping him going. If he felt everything that came from that fateful day, he wouldn't have been able to go on living. Hearing him bare his soul like that, Ruby's body stretched and morphed. It's pretty much common knowledge that Ananta hates Gillo more than anyone else. That hate expands to every single incarnate in this world. For years, he's been fighting to understand why it had to be her, his kind-hearted sister, who died in his place. From Gillo to Ajita Haka, he firmly believed that every single incarnate was the same. His whole life revolved around getting revenge on those disgusting monsters who wreak havoc on everything around them with their selfish desires. In the fight earlier, Ananta suspected Ruby was one of them. She's also an incarnate. This little red-haired girl knew him better than anyone. She knew how deep his hatred went. Ruby cried her eyes out, repeatedly apologizing for hiding such a secret. She only hid her real identity, in fear of being hated by the person she had grown closest to. Upon hearing the truth, Ananta seemed oddly calm and at peace. Earlier, when Alicorn's branch was absorbed into his body, something else entered his mind. Aside from the near, infinite power that remodeled his form, he also relived Alicorn's memories. At least, what was left of them. They were fond memories that the sacred incarnate held on to, even after losing his mind. Ananta slowly stepped closer to Ruby, as he admitted he had been chained to the past for far too long. He met her eyes and wiped her tears away. Ruby had always been by his side through hell and back. For that, he was truly grateful and remorseful. He was so deep into his own shit that he forgot he was with family the whole time. Hearing Ananta call her family made Ruby bawl her eyes out even harder. In her human form, she could finally give him the embrace of family that he had long since forgotten. Ananta's gaze softened, and he hugged her back. The stronger the incarnate, the clearer the emotions held in its branch. In Alicorn's branch lingered sorrow, remorse, and fond memories of the young queen. In Guy's, there was nothing but an endless lust for war and conquest. What a twisted psycho. Ananta couldn't help but see their striking similarities. They're two rotten apples from the same vengeful tree. They're both primal, wailing beasts, consumed by an insatiable hunger for vengeance and slaughter. Monsters who only yearn to fill the gaping hole in their hearts. Sensing his thoughts, Ruby innocently caressed his face with her tiny hand. She just doesn't want Ananta to be sad anymore. The young man stood, gently taking Ruby's hand. He wants her to wait and witness until the moment he can finally avenge Ashta. Once the fight is over, they can go visit her together. Back at the base camp, the blaze had finally died down, and the fallen soldiers were reduced to ash. Whitefoot and Blackfoot approached Queen Lagertha with uncharacteristically serious expressions. Whitefoot apologized for the intrusion, but stated she came bearing urgent news. Some soldiers found it disrespectful and insolent that Whitefoot would interrupt the funeral of their fallen comrades, but she urgently needed to deliver updates concerning Leviathan's stronghold, while her ability allows her to teleport to the safest place near a selected destination. She can also gauge the level of danger at any given location. Blackfoot jested that her sister is such a huge coward that her power manifests in such a way. Queen Lagertha had no time for such foolishness. She demanded to know what kind of danger threatened her people. You see, Whitefoot's ability gauges safety based on whether someone like her, a helpless little bunny, would be in mortal danger. And based on the danger levels she's sensing, it's highly likely that Leviathans, stronghold is under the threat of invasion. As another devastating war looms closer, let's dive into some lore dumping, shall we? Long ago, when nothing yet existed in the universe, a great shock fundamentally changed the nature of reality itself. Space and time expanded, followed by the creation of vast, expansive worlds. This cosmic event eventually gave birth to 6 powerful beings: the master of blessings and life, the divine god, the master of curses and death, the demonic god, master of miracles and laws, the goddess of magic, the master of cyclicality and harmony, the god of incantation, master of war and struggle, the warrior god, and finally, the master of creation and destruction, the machine god. Together, they formed the 6 gods of absolute authority, holding the very reins of reality and time. These cosmic beings blessed a small, blue planet with all manner of vibrant life. At least, that's the story. Passed down from one generation to another, these 6 gods eventually decided they needed prophets to live among their creations. So they bestowed 5 mystics with divine treasures, containing immense godly powers. These chosen few eventually became known as the first incarnates. One of the kids, intently listening to the grandma, asked why there were only 5 incarnates in the story, when they'd been taught there were 6 first incarnates. Grandma explained that unlike the other gods, who bestowed treasures upon powerful mystics, the machine god chose a much more unconventional route. He created his very own proxy by hand, designed to live amongst mortals. The machine god constructed a perfect being that closely resembled humans, and came to be known as the machine incarnate. As everyone was aware, the first incarnates found lands to dwell in and settled down. They lived for eons as companions to humanity. But this long-lasting peace was tragically shattered when the Wings incarnate burst onto the scene. He stole the treasures of the gods and slaughtered the first incarnates. One by ruthless one, he killed everyone who dared to stand at his path, which brings them to the present day. Under Queen Lajertha's fierce leadership, Levitin is preparing to defeat the evil Wings incarnate once and for all. A little girl worriedly asked Grandma, "What if something happens to the Queen while she's away fighting?" Another little girl echoed, nervously asking, "What if something happens to the Queen while she's away fighting?" Just then, a big, burly man entered the room and reassured the worried kids, assuring them they had absolutely nothing to worry about. The moment Lord Bernhard walked in, the kids went absolutely wild with excitement. This gentle giant reassured the children that the Queen, her incarnate, and all the soldiers were mighty warriors, capable of defeating 100 foes each. He promised that their leader would return safely from the expedition, no matter how perilous. Polite as always, the big guy apologized for intruding. In the middle of their story time, a little boy then pointed at Raclette. "Everyone knows that little girl is an incarnate too," he exclaimed. He was curious if she'd become a powerful warrior as well. Amused, Lord Bernhard confirmed she might very well become an even greater incarnate than him once she discovered her true power. Validated by his words, Raclette stood proudly, her big ears flaring up. Some of the other children were also curious as to how a child could become an incarnate. Grandma took this one on. She explained that incarnates also marry and have children. Their powers are usually passed on to their young, so it's likely that Raclette inherited powers from her parents upon hearing a kid wish he had been born. As Lord Bernhard's son to become an incarnate himself, the big man was truly taken aback. The rest of the kids then wished they had been born as children of different high-ranking levitate and incarnates. Lord Bernhard left the room with a swirl of complicated feelings. Meanwhile, in the stronghold's watchtower, a guard leaned closer to the window as he spotted something moving outside, in the middle of a torrential downpour. As soon as it became clear what was approaching, he frantically rang the warning bell to alert everyone. That warning could only mean one thing: a foreign invasion was afoot. Lord Bernhard felt a sudden chill crawl down his spine, worry instantly painting his face. Speaking of chills, the area around the stronghold had been transformed into a literal sea of ice. After surrounding the area with cold, thick spikes, the culprit mockingly laughed. They had finally found the elusive entrance to the fortress. The Frost Incarnate, Uri, eagerly anticipates a satisfying invasion to avenge a fallen comrade. He then summons the 10th seat of Sephiroth, Monsi, to execute his opening gambit. Onslaught Incarnate, Monsi. The colossal mammoth awaits his senior's commands. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Levitian, those who were deemed too weak to join the Farsa Continent raid, turned to Lord Bernhard for direction. This big man is totally unprepared. Without the Queen and her elite forces, they are practically defenseless against hostile attacks. Uri raised his ice hammer and slammed it into the ground, summoning a snowstorm. Even more ice coated the mountains, freezing everything as far as the eye could see. The frost inevitably reached the stronghold itself, forming an icy path toward the gates. With a perfect ramp now in place, it's time for Monsi the Mammoth to unleash his fury. As big and bulky as he is, Monsi moves surprisingly swiftly for a giant. Ancient elephant, his steps boomed and shook the ground as he charged headlong toward the entrance. Knowing what was to come, Lord Bernhard hurriedly issued orders to his men to prepare for impact. Monsi's momentum did not stop at the sight of a closed gate. He kept going at full speed and slammed into the stronghold's entrance. The giant mammoth shattered the only thing keeping invaders out of the hidden stronghold. But instead of rushing in and rampaging inside, Levitian, without any sort of contest, Monsi was sent flying back outside. Uri was surprised as he looked up at the fortress gate. Standing before him was the second commander of Levitian, Breakthrough Incarnate, Tarkhan. Tarkhan stares the bear kid down, expressing his fierce will to defend the stronghold. Seeing a worthy opponent emerge from the rat's nest, Uri grinned. He berated the disgraceful Monsi for charging toward an enemy, only to back down when asked. If he wanted to, tap out and let Uri handle the problem. Monsi protested with a defiant fist, ditching his mammoth form. The Onslaught Incarnate assumed a humanoid shape. True to his name, he vowed to charge forth, continuing his relentless onslaught. He firmly believed that a mere unknown incarnate's power couldn't stop his charge. In response, Monsi amplified his strength many times over, eager to reduce Tarkhan to minced meat. From the watchtower, Lord Bernhard watched the commotion. He knew Monsi was gravely mistaken if he wanted to have a contest of raw strength against Tarkhan. The mammoth landed a solid punch on Tarkhan's body, but the burly warrior didn't even flinch. He just glanced straight ahead, striking fear into the humanoid elephant. You see, Tarkhan has no special powers. He is simply a fighting spirit made manifest. Monsi had to learn that in the most painful way possible, or his cocky smile was wiped away at the sight of an incarnate, favored by the warrior god. In terms of raw strength and combat power, Tarkhan is the undisputed, most powerful commander of life. And just then, jumping down from the watchtower, Lord Bernhard finally joined the fray. With Monsi's corpse lying nearby, the two Gigachads discussed how they would tackle this invading threat. Bernhard recognized Or's hammer. It is the sacred relic of the people that has protected the northern ice ridge for generations. It is Bernhard's duty to defeat the Frost Incarnate. Right here, right now. The frigid northern ice ridge is a truly unique place. Despite its extremely harsh weather conditions, it was a paradise for many. Humans and incarnates lived in harmony for many generations. They were safe from war or invasions. Until one day, a stranger came to this paradise and changed everything. A warrior who had gained renown for his impressive exploits on countless battlefields. Bernhard, the courage incarnate. The strange warrior sent shivers down everyone's spines. The very concept of war was utterly alien to their peaceful lives. But one person, moved by compassion, took pity on the warrior and welcomed him to their paradise with open arms. That person was none other than the adorable Tosca, the snow incarnate, Bernhard. who, at that time, had known nothing but endless war and strife, felt an undeniable shift deep within his hardened heart. Having aimlessly drifted into this frigid paradise, he was utterly saved by her profound kindness. It was only a matter of time, as fate would have it, before the two souls inevitably fell deeply in love. He was soon widely accepted by the entire community. They married, and their blossoming love bore beautiful fruit. They were supposed to live happily ever after, a perfect tale, or so they naively believed their destiny would unfold. But their beloved child transformed into a terrifying abomination. This child would later be told the horrifying truth. His own parents had once considered ending his life, all out of overwhelming worry that he would be doomed to live a lonely life as a solitary outcast. But a supposed savior appeared, promising to rescue him from such a grim fate. And of course, who else could it be but this guy? The Great Wings incarnate. Yahello, Lord Bernhard, had long since come to painfully terms with his past foolishness. All those years ago, back in that fateful moment, he was tragically deceived by Yahello's cunning claim that he possessed the power to save his precious boy, all with the so-called help of a mysterious branch. Bernhard had absolutely no idea what unimaginable tragedy it would unleash. Now, a few harrowing years have passed since that devastating event, and finally, father and son have been tragically reunited, but not as family, as hardened soldiers and invading foes. As for that bare skin you proudly wear as a hat, it would be far more fitting to call her mother. Upon hearing and seeing his own son flaunt the remains of his beloved deceased wife, Bernhard charged forth, consumed by a furious, righteous anger. With his halberd in hand, he moved with deadly, unyielding killing intent, but Bor easily read his every movement, gracefully dodging aside. If there's one single thing that could utterly shatter Lord Bernhard's typically kind and gentle demeanor, it's undoubtedly insults hurled at his beloved late wife. With unbridled ferocity, he swung and swung his weapon relentlessly, only for his powerful attacks to be casually swatted away, as if they were nothing but mere nuisances. The son is starting to get visibly disappointed in his own father at Dad's pitifully weak attacks. If this is all Bernhard has to offer, then his title as Courage Incarnate is entirely undeserved. With one final attack, he intercepted the halberd with his hammer, freezing the blade solid in an instant. Amidst the snowstorm, the boy pressed his attack, knocking his old man flat to the ground. Against the piercing wind, Lord Bernhard braced himself and fought with all his might to resist. War was born an abomination, but he grew incredibly strong. Thanks to inheriting his parents' immense powers, Tarkhan wanted to interfere, but Bernhard urged him not to meddle. He swore upon everything he held dear that he would not fall until this battle was finished. War, however, snapped back with a thought, realizing that fighting the man with horns would be far more entertaining than beating his helpless father. Still, they came here for a mission, and they will get it done. Inside the stronghold, the corpses of guards near the entrance lay strewn across the ground. Civilians screamed for help, running in sheer panic. But in the eyes of the invaders who infiltrated Levitain, they were simply lambs to slaughter. The ninth seat of Sephiroth, Calamity Incarnate Mantia, wielded her sharp bug blades, relishing every ounce of carnage. No amount of pleading could save the terrified citizens. Now, aside from Mantia, there was also the eighth seat of Sephiroth, Silence Incarnate, Arachnia, a terrifying half-spider, half-nun, monstrosity that, low-key, still held a certain allure. Leading them all was none other than the fourth seat of Sephiroth, Madness Incarnate, Kishu Olga. With every kill, her belly grew fuller and fuller, and it was high time to make an even bigger splash, painting the entire stronghold with the color. Sweet pomegranate Levitain. Levitain's soldiers frantically tried to evacuate citizens as a palpable unease filled the air. Through the underground bridge, they were headed toward the safety shelter, deep within the fortress's core. Godmother took charge, ensuring that no child was left behind. They left him behind, everyone focused solely on reaching safety. Little Rocklet then spotted the ceiling, beginning to slowly collapse. Suddenly, a giant centipede finally burst through. From above, with her, were Mantia and Arachna, all three eager to feast on even more innocent blood. The three monstrous bugs landed squarely on the bridge, sealing off any escape for the evacuees. The giant centipede's mouth grotesquely cracked and stretched wide, as Kisu's deplorable form slowly emerged from within. She stared at the terrified civilians with a terrifying, crazed smile. Meanwhile, outside, Yuri was having the time of his life, relishing in taunting his own father, as he unveiled his twisted plan to sow chaos and divert the strongest fighter's attention away, leaving the civilians vulnerable. The kid bashed the ground with his massive hammer once more, and his snowstorm conjured a massive wall of ice, instantly caging Bernhard inside, trapping him with Tarkhan and the Courage Incarnate. They were completely cut off from helping Livatene's citizens. Now, the two are forced to face off against Yuri, here, inside his crystal palace. The only way out is to defeat this incarnate of frost. Tarkhan immediately brandished his spike club and struck the ice walls, but it was absolutely no use. The crystal palace itself is the snowstorm's most impenetrable barrier. After all, Yuri intends to make this entire land the stage for Geihan's requiem. They have come to this place with the terrifying intention of leaving no survivors. Seeing Yuri morph into his incarnate form, Bernhard couldn't help but recall his deceased wife, Tosca. He questioned if this monstrous bear, wearing the very pelt of his mother, was truly the fruit of their blessed union. Like a complete madman, Yuri charged forward, laughing with disturbing glee. Bernhard froze, but Tarkhan quickly picked up the slack. His club connected squarely with the bear's snout, making Yuri momentarily falter. Yuri could then sense that the breakthrough incarnate wanted to defeat him as swiftly as possible, but that is certainly easier said than done. He holds the immense power of a branch, amplified even further by an inheritance from two incredibly powerful incarnates. A mere man, even one blessed by the warrior god, simply cannot bridge that immense gap in strength. And yet, they're expected to protect everyone. Yet, they can't even breach the defenses of the Crystal Palace. Tarkhan had finally endured enough of their incessant taunting. His majestic horns flared with an ominous glow as he summoned the unstoppable power simmering within him. Witnessing and feeling such a fearsome, raw aura, even a mighty bear couldn't help but flinch back. War instinctively leaped back to a safer distance, and his annoying yapping instantly ceased. Lord Bernhard, too, shifted into his formidable brown bear form. Upon hearing his father's powerful war cry, you felt an unfamiliar emotion grip him, pure fear. That brief, paralyzing moment of terror left him vulnerable, getting clawed straight across the face. Fortunately, the damage was minimal. He swiftly jumped further back, shaking it off as if nothing happened. A bull capable of smashing through any obstacle, and a bear possessing the courage of 1,000 warriors. This is the combined might of the second and first commanders of Levitain, Tarkhan, and Bernhard. Back inside, some of the frantic civilians successfully made it into the safety center and securely bolted the heavy door. Mantia and Arachnia were growing increasingly frustrated as their repeated attempts to breach the gate utterly failed. Time and time again, they hit a wall. They were taking so long that Kishu herself had to intervene. She sharply rebuked her subordinates, calling them utterly useless for struggling with a simple door. She then assigned them the task of handling the remaining pesky nuisances they'd left behind. Kishu feared that if she witnessed any more useless warriors, she might just snap and feast on them herself. The monstrous bugs quickly gave way to their fearsome boss. Inside, the last remaining survivors desperately prayed for salvation. Kishu, addressing the final few, trapped within this supposedly useless fortress, made sure they heard the agonizing death throes of the brave soldiers being mercilessly slaughtered in their futile attempt to save those who remained. Then, with an unsettlingly gentle touch, Kishu slowly melted a gaping hole right through the formidable gate. She peeked inside, a terrifying smile on her face, and asked the survivors if they truly believed a mere flimsy gate was enough to protect their precious lives. If she truly wished to, Kishu could slaughter every single person in that room in the blink of an eye, but she was willing to grant these pitiful people one final, desperate chance at salvation. She pointed menacingly at the children and demanded the survivors to sacrifice their innocent hearts in exchange for everyone else's lives. Desperate and teetering on the edge of madness, some survivors actually started seriously considering her monstrous offer. The kids fearfully clung to their godmother, but thankfully the old woman snapped everyone out of their horrifying thoughts. She sternly warned everyone not to be swayed by a monster's wicked words. Godmother fiercely refused to let the vile centipede beast harm a single hair on Lavatian's children. Annoyed, Kishu clicked her tongue. She sighed, then corroded the gate even further. Seeing her brutal games weren't working, the madness incarnate had grown tired of playing. Through the hole she'd ripped in the gate, she pumped the safety center full of corrosive goo, intending to wipe everyone out in an instant. Godmother didn't hesitate to use her body to shield the kids from certain death. But before the corrosive substance could reach the helpless survivors, a yellow goose abruptly stopped it in its tracks. The kids couldn't believe their eyes. The little rat, Raclette, broke away from the group and stopped the corrosion with her cheese power. Keisha looked at the little incarnate and smiled. Now, this makes things a little more interesting for her. The madness incarnate pondered. Had the kid's power awakened under the threat of dying? Or perhaps she'd evolved to save the people she cared for? Either way, the setup was simply too delicious for Kishu's twisted palate. Such raw desperation from a little fledgling was making her tingle. Kishu's face split open as she took on a more fitting, monstrous form with a knife clutched in hand. It took every bit of Raclette's willpower not to pass out from sheer terror. As much as she cares for Godmother and the rest, Kishu insists that she also cares for someone, and that someone is the most precious being in all of existence, even at this very moment. His beautiful face completely consumes her thoughts. Kishu's ultimate goal? To ensure that nothing but thoughts of her also consume his mind. This disgusting bug bitch has utterly deluded herself, believing everything she does is in service of her love for the winged incarnate. Seeing her grotesque centipede form, little Raclette stumbled back, trembling in terror. The poor girl started sobbing, unable to even look at the enemy before her. Kishu was deeply disappointed by this. She thought she might have found an interesting young fledgling, extending her disgusting blue tongue. Her whip-like appendage went straight for the kill with a brutal stab. Blood painted the floors, but not the blood of the little incarnate. Once again, the godmother used her body to protect the little girl. She gladly offered up her life just to ensure the next generation's safety. Irritated, Kishu flung the old lady's body aside like trash. She doesn't like it when hags ruin her fun. She grabbed the godmother's head, crushed it, and corroded the skin, flesh, and bones with her corrosive goo. This was revenge for making things so melodramatic. Everyone watched, horrified, as their elder was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable slime. Kishu redirected her attention to the rest of the helpless citizens, but much to her surprise, the little incarnate retrieved her small knife and stood back up. It looks like Kishu's viciousness has awakened an evil deity in the form of little Raclette, filled with hatred for the bug. Raclette judged her, turning her into molten death in the blink of an eye. 6 limbs were cleanly severed from Kishu's body. She didn't even get the chance to react. As her limbs crashed to the floor, Kishu finally felt the searing pain of her burning stumps. Mantia and Arachnia heard their boss wailing in agony and worried. And Raclette continued moving like an absolute badass, her knife transforming into stretchy, molten cheese that could cut through anything. This time, Kishi grew more wary of that accursed little rat. She unleashed more of her corrosive goop, determined to melt the rampaging little rat. But using the same tricks just wouldn't cut it. Seeing her attack neutralized so easily, Kishi began yapping about grinding the little girl up, alive, and drinking her remains. Kisu's worried bug subordinates joined the fray. Like the worst boss ever, she called them worthless scum and ordered them around to help her. It would have been a deeply unfair. 3 versus 1 battle against a little kid, if not for a familiar wooden hammer construct, arriving just in time to bludgeon the giant centipede, taken completely by surprise. Kisu was sent flying back to the bridge, before Mantia and Ericana could even figure out what was going on. Queen Logartha and Commander Owl crashed in, swinging their blades. The commander took on the Calamity Incarnate, while the queen targeted the Silence Incarnate. Thankfully, Whitefoot moved fast enough to create a teleportation hub back to Levitian's safety center. After knocking Kishi Olga away, Nadia held Raclette tightly in a sympathetic embrace. She could feel how utterly terrified the child must have been. Nadia assured the little incarnate that she wouldn't let anyone hurt her again. All she asks is for Raclette to return to her true self before she fully succumbs to being an evil deity. Thankfully, the sincerity of nature's incarnate was enough to pull Raclette out of a dark place, back to being just a scared little girl. She sobbed nonstop, and her friends cried along with her. She might have awakened a terrifying power, strong enough to wound the 4th seat of Sephiroth, but she's just an innocent child. After making sure the survivors were safe, Nadia stepped onto the bridge, where the action was truly heating up. Her wooden construct stretched and formed into shape. Kishu Olga regained consciousness and angrily protested, like a child who couldn't get her way. Reports said that the fortress was supposed to be vulnerable, so she's utterly confused as to where the main force of Levitian came from. Nothing matters anymore, throwing caution to the wind. Kishu snarled, vowing to flay everyone alive and scatter their entrails everywhere. But Nadia, unfazed, calmly stepped forward, her unwavering gaze locked onto the deplorable bug as the vile creature spewed her venom. She scanned her surroundings, seeing corpses corroded to death and mercilessly severed in half. The monstrous perpetrator of these atrocities stood before her, reveling in her brutality. Kishu sinisterly goaded Nadia, asking what she would do. Nadia, however, actually thanked her for being so utterly wicked, because now she had absolutely no reason to hold back. For the first time in ages, Nadia beckoned the evil god's power from within her. Yggdrasil Cernunno's Kishu couldn't help but feel a familiar, potent aura emanating from Nadia. It was the exact same sensation she'd felt from that wrath. From child, a deep malice. A malevolence only evil deities can truly exude. Perhaps it was hatred, perhaps something else. Either way, the centipede was hardly fond of it, rapidly regenerating her severed limbs. She readied herself to utterly erase that look from Nadia's defiant eyes. After melting her eyeballs right from their sockets, Kisha wouldn't have to endure such a gaze anymore. But before she could even get close enough to attack, the pure malice of an evil deity froze the grotesque bug in place. Since Nadia had lost all memories of her past, she couldn't recall all the lives she had taken. Kishu finally recognized another instance, when she'd felt this exact feeling, as she did right now. The oppressive presence and sheer force of absolute dominance were only ever possessed by those at the very peak of the food chain. Nadia demanded to know the insect's name, so she might remember her after her demise. Meanwhile, outside, a 3-way battle, 2 bears and 1 bull, fiercely continued. The impeccable teamwork of the Leviathan commanders was slowly pushing Ur into a tight corner, while Tarkhan led both offense and defense. Bernhard constantly poked and prodded, aiming for those fatal blows. Ur was still confident in his ability to win, but getting swept up in the duo's momentum was clearly not the best course of action. He adamantly refused to let the likes of these two tarnish his surging fame, wielding the northern region's relic. Yura just underwent another transformation. Jagged ice spikes erupted around his body as he seamlessly merged with his weapon. Harnessing the power of ice caps, he unleashed a flurry of spikes in a brutal sleet storm. Tarkhan parried the assault with his formidable spike clubs, but the collision instantly froze his weapon solid. He was momentarily distracted by its alarming spread, leaving a crucial opening for Yura to exploit with titanic bone-shattering force. The Frost Incarnate bludgeoned the bull's body mercilessly. Witnessing this brutal development, Bernhard charged in to alleviate the immense pressure on his comrade. He tried to tear into his son's flesh with his fangs, but Yura easily evaded. Yura believes defeating the weaker opponent first is the ultimate key to his victory, in stark contrast to Yura's ideals. Bernhard, on the other hand, believes the true key to victory is to never give up. His fangs continued to dig deep into Yura's hand. While he appreciates the lesson, Yura wants to finish off his old man with one last decisive attack. He was so laser-focused on executing his plan to eliminate the weaker foe that he completely failed to notice Tarkhan approaching from behind. With his frozen limbs, the bull held the young bear in a chilling, frozen chokehold. Then, right outside the magnificent Crystal Palace, someone just erupted with scorching draconic flames. Yura arrogantly refused to believe such meaningless resistance could possibly make a difference in this lopsided war. But when he felt his ice begin to melt and the temperature skyrocket, he instantly knew he was absolutely cooked. Then, from afar, a concentrated beam of searing fire completely swallowed the young bear. The deafening resulting explosion rendered the Crystal Palace's defenses utterly useless. A bewildered Bernhard looked toward the attack's origin. Ananta has arrived in his usual dramatic Ananta fashion. He immediately insulted the two commanders for struggling against such a piss-weak opponent. Alongside him was the visibly worried Lupa. The commanders quickly congregated on the icy ground, but this was no time for questions or a joyful reunion. It looks like Yura miraculously managed to survive the attack by encasing himself within powerful ice caps. The young cub felt utterly insulted that his enemies dared to just stand around and engage in idle chatter, finally revealing his true strength. He fully merged with his hammer, cladding himself in menacing frost armor. Ananta calmly walked towards the frost-armored bear, and Bernhard warned him that going up against Sephiroth's fifth seat wouldn't be as easy as he thought. Ananta didn't even bother to respond. Lupa, however, assured old Bernhard that there was nothing to worry about. That dragon is much more powerful than anyone could possibly fathom, still yapping with supreme arrogance. Yuri wasn't impressed with Ananta's appearance. If there's one thing our boy hates, it's enemies who only battle with their tongues. He moved with unprecedented speed, his ice claws aiming to rip the black dragon's flesh. But his attack didn't even make contact. After defeating Sephiroth's second seat, he's become more powerful than ever. Feeling a familiarly oppressive power, Yuri finally recognized what he was up against, using Gaon's power as a catalyst for a new spiky form. The Vengeance Incarnate is hungry for another kill, consumed by rage. Yuri attacked with his fist once more. The kid hasn't learned his lesson yet, so what better way to demonstrate the gap between them than meeting a fist with a fist? Ananta unleashed Mountain Annihilation with a stronger intensity than Gaon could ever produce. One exchange sent Yuri flying and crashing into the walls of his very own Crystal Palace. His frost armor and bear transformation came undone. On the brink of defeat, the Frost Incarnate remembered Bihairen's reminder to call when he's in danger. Gillo's lapdog vowed to appear before him in times of crisis. That time of crisis is near, and it looks like Bihairen is staying true to his word. The fabric of space shattered, exposing the cosmic domain. Lord Bernhard and Ananta were all too familiar with a sight like this. The shattering of space could only mean one thing. Bihairen had finally arrived, the guardian of the wings. Gillo's right hand and most powerful spear had returned to the fray. Meanwhile, Kishu Olga was laughing maniacally at the reinforcements, clearly failing to suppress her underlings. Queen Lagertha, on the other hand, had been completely neutralized by the silence incarnate, much to everyone's surprise. The true reason for their downfall, Commander Owl had switched sides and attacked Nadia, savagely stabbing her from behind and plunging a blade deep in her heart. But let's rewind the clock just a little. Back to when Kishu and Nadia first clashed. Refusing to be looked down upon, The human centipede pushed her powers to their absolute limit. A cloud of corrosive fog erupted from her body. Don't ask me which hole it came from. This briefly distracted her insect subordinates, knowing what was coming next. The mantis and the spider scattered away, like their lives depended on it. The queen ordered Owl to step back, as she formed a brilliant force field with Fragarak. Finally, Kishu Olga had unleashed her full power. Alongside her truly terrifying final form, the waves of her potent poison threatened to make everyone in the vicinity struggle and die. But surprisingly, Nadia was completely unaffected by the smog. She hurled the poisonous threat right back at Kishu. Kishu then shot out a barrage of poison needles, and Nadia, with astonishing skill, manipulated them right back to their sender. The needles dug deep into Kishu's own flesh, frustrating her to no end. If her corrosive poison was useless against the nature incarnate, then she'd switch tactics. She'd simply turn the fight into a close-quarters combat struggle, aiming to slice Nadia apart with her blades. But as soon as she entered Nadia's effective range, Nadia trapped her inside what could only be described as an infinite Tsukuyomi. Kishu suddenly found herself utterly alone in the middle of an endless, dark expanse within that illusion. The malevolent deity, Yggdrasil Ternunos, fixed her with a chilling glare. The creature's face ripped open, poised to devour Kishu whole. The psychic assault erupted into reality as Nadia swiftly beheaded the giant centipede, decisively, splitting the madness incarnate's body in two. Near death, Kishu gasped desperately for air. Indignant, she refused to collapse in this random-ass place. She just couldn't make sense of it all. All Nadia did was stand before her, and the next thing she knew, she was utterly finished. Even Queen Logartha was shocked to witness the true, raw, innate power Nadia possessed. That's when Owl made his decisive move. He declared the battle already decided. He calmly strolled behind Nadia, and a searing pain shot through her back. In a shocking twist of events, Commander Owl apparently forgot to disable friendly fire, stabbing Nadia. Even Kishu looked bewildered. The queen recoiled in shock, and Mantia seized that crucial window to unleash a flurry of air blades. Arachnid followed up, sneaking behind Queen Logartha, and struck her with a potent, paralyzing dart. Nadia began to bleed. The queen was captured. Owl turned traitor. Kishu couldn't help but laugh at the truly ridiculous situation when the queen furiously demanded answers for why he'd commit such an act. Owl simply coolly apologized. He assured her his actions would ultimately make sense and that it was something she'd eventually know. She adamantly refused to believe her comrade would ever team up with the enemy, considering the deep enmity he held for the Wings incarnate. But that's precisely how he deceived everyone. The queen possessed an eye that could perceive an opponent's true essence. The anger he held for Gillo was no lie. It was as real could be. Mantia, however, was growing tired of the incessant yapping, so she promptly silenced the queen with her foot. Owl then suggested that, to easily subdue the remaining troops, it would be best to deal with the queen without taking her life for now. They had to wrap up this whole situation right here on this accursed bridge. Kishi recalled Gillo mentioning a spy in Lividin, but she still wasn't happy. Taking orders from some mere traitor, Owl wouldn't have intervened if he could have helped it. Now that they'd lost the Conquest Incarnate and a powerful branch, he was forced to reveal his hand just to save another Sepharad member. But Owl made a crucial mistake. He simply underestimated Nadia. He was certain his blade had pierced through her heart. Her standing back up made no sense at all. Using her all-seeing eye, Queen Lager could see a phantom of death slowly waking inside Nadia's body. The roots and branches, once filled with vitality, turned into sprawling constructs utterly devoid of life. Owl grabbed and carried the incapacitated Kisu as the death roots chased after him. Raclette, the child Owl had grown fond of, screamed his name. He simply looked at her for a second, then averted his gaze. For the first time in a while, he opened his wings, and in doing so, fleeing from the scene became easier than ever. Raclette watched as Commander Owl, the man she thought she knew, flew away. Mantia and Arachnid were left to fend for themselves, while the queen was still paralyzed on the ground. Nadia's death roots took hold of the bugs, restricting their movements. Once caught, the malicious power of the roots seeped onto their skin, taking over their bodies and using the bugs as catalysts. The death roots amalgamated until they formed Nadia's evil deity body. As soon as she took form, Yuio's voice boomed from a rift in space. His destructive spell, Let There Be Light, beamed down from the heavens. It burrowed deep into the underground tunnels of Levitane and eventually took shape right in front of Nadia. Gillo had finally shown himself. Deep within Nadia's subconscious, Gillo greeted her warmly. Surprisingly, he referred to her as his sibling. Now, he could finally easily access Nadia's inner self. To truly open this world's horizons, he needed two crucial things: the blossoming of branches, nourished by the owner's deepest desires, and a vivid, imaginary world yearning to change. The very fabric of reality itself, the world Nadia dreamed of, was dazzling and utterly beautiful, a place without a single speck of imperfection. Gillo invited her to lead the change. In this rotten world, side by side, not as nature's incarnate, but as Chirunos, the incarnation of magic. With Chirunos finally awake, Nadia's consciousness woke up on the beach of a blood Red Sea. The last thing she remembered was fighting against that hateful centipede. Then, her heart was pierced by a painful betrayal. She could still feel the wound in her chest. So how was she still alive? To answer her question, her own voice replied that, from the very beginning, she had always been neither dead nor alive. Chirunos and Nadia finally met. Two distinct personalities living inside one body. The incarnation of magic realized that Nadia subconsciously brought her out, with absolutely no hesitation, and didn't even notice her heart had stopped beating. She used to be controlled by a corpse crow that manipulated the dead like puppets. It must have been due to the artificial pulsation caused by the branch's power. Chirunos had been waiting and watching for a very long time, and now she was finally getting the face-to-face she'd so dearly wanted. As long as Nadia takes the lead, the Chirunos will always be just a shadow, suppressed in the deepest recesses of Nadia's consciousness. Nadia refused to believe a single word coming out of Chirunos' mouth. So, Chirunos bared the truth and introduced herself as the world's first evil god. Her story started in the primordial past. During the age of myths, a spiritual beast, granted the title of incarnation of sorcery, was bestowed a human form. The great forest of the West, overflowing with the grace of nature. The Druids, the indigenous people of the forest, accepted him as their prophet. They revered him wholeheartedly. In time, this incarnation became known by the name, He Who Has Horns and Wealth. The man, the myth, the legend, Cernunnos, a mortal being who, despite his ephemeral nature, sought beauty through cycles and harmony. He prayed for eternal peace with every living being. He lived with this noble ethos, without knowing that it was just a vain dream. Ethnicity, culture, faith, and every aspect of humanity became fragmented. During the age of violence and conquest, they craved flesh and blood. In a world where killing and being killed were the norm, the 6 incarnations, meant to represent the original gods, served as terrifying punishers at times. In many cases, they protected humanity as strict arbiters, but not always. One day, the spark of a massive invasion that came without warning engulfed the great forest. The warmongering invaders wore golden armor. Leading this great army of heroes was none other than the warrior incarnate, Lyoga. The forest tribes united their strength and confronted the wave of invaders. To protect his precious people, Cernunnos fought with desperation and vigor. Eventually, he found himself the last man standing. In his camp, wounds and injuries covered every inch of his body before claiming complete and utter victory over the one chosen by the supreme god. Lyoga vowed to engrave Cernunnos' death into his heart. He had never been so angry before. Lyoga, the warrior known as the Honorable Lion King, had committed such a horrific massacre. For seemingly no good reason at all, the gruff warrior incarnate has no intention of asking for forgiveness, but for the sake of a greater cause. He is willing to bear the stigma of being a mass murderer. You see, his eyes were opened by a chilling prophecy. At that time, Luna, the very incarnation of magic, blessed with the power to foresee the future, witnessed all life on the land annihilated. It was due to the emergence of unprecedented horrors. After that horrific vision, Luna lost her life, and her divine oracle was ruthlessly stolen. Lyoga theorized that this must be the work of the other 6 incarnations. Learning that this man slaughtered his family and people, innocent lives sacrificed for a shaky prophecy, made Cernunnos absolutely seethe with rage. But the warrior incarnate was already too far gone. He feared his people would become the prophecy's next victims. Being the brute he is, he found it better to take his enemies' lives before they could take his. The Honorable Lion King didn't look so honorable anymore, as he demanded the return of the stolen divine oracle. He used to be a great incarnation, one who respected the weight of every life with dignity. It's a mystery how he developed such a malicious desire to kill. At the sight of the hateful lion, consumed by burning anger and howling, the figure of Cernunnos, incarnation of sorcery, had vanished. After a hard-fought battle against an entire army, led by Lyoga, Cernunnos survived as the last man standing. Spirit beasts granted human forms, became incarnations. If so, what would you call incarnations? Who have been taken over by malice, akin to humans, befitting of their power and insanity. The term evil god seemed entirely appropriate. Kaio was there when the term was coined. He even held Lyoga's golden tooth in his hand, with little to no power left to resist. Cernunnos asked if Gyo was the one mentioned in the prophecy. After 2 incarnations had fought a battle to the death, the incarnation of wings swooped in to finish the job and kill the victor. At that time, Cernunnos could already sense that, having abandoned the meaning of cycles and harmony, it was only a matter of time before, consumed by pure malice, he's lost all reason. With a heavy sigh, he snapped off his sprawling horn and freely offered it to Ju. Cernunnos is willing to surrender his divine treasure, but only on one condition. That was the fateful day when he forged a contract with the winged incarnate. The terms were simple. If Ju succeeded in collecting all the divine treasures, Cernunnos wanted to be granted a branch of his own. He wanted to open the world's horizon, to overlay this accursed land with a surreal realm. In doing so, they would return to the beautiful primordial world, devoid of suffering that they once loved. If there's one thing he didn't expect, it was Nadia's existence. A fragment of consciousness emerged to quell his unreasonable malice. Right now, they're 2 sides of the same coin, sharing the same mind and realm. And Nadia is another version of Cernunnos. This explains why she's been having the same bizarre dream over and over again. A dream of fleeing an unknown monster, dwelling deep in her subconscious. She had been terrified of Cernunnos until now, but she also sensed that the monster in her dreams held a deeply excruciating sadness. Cernunnos wanted to change the world so desperately that he even borrowed the power of the branches. Nadia understood, more than anyone else, the regret of being utterly powerless and failing to protect those you care about. If she truly came from him, then she also bears the heavy responsibility of carrying that weighty burden. Therefore, she vowed to stand against his malice and protect what must be protected. Cernunnos looked at her like a clueless puppy, but encouraged Nadia to enforce her will freely. But she has to keep one thing in mind, that the roadblock in front of her is one of the most powerful incarnations in history. Back in the real world, the sturdy walls of the crystal palace had begun to collapse upon the defeat of the front incarnate, prompting everyone inside to evacuate. Behran watched as the palace shattered and lost its structure, crashing down into ruins. Anuna faced the man who had once thrashed him. With newfound focus and immense strength, the loyal minion brazenly boasted that There had never been a single thing his mighty fist couldn't utterly crush, tearing open another spatial rift. He forcefully sent his target back to their base camp. The two formidable fighters are now primed for their rematch. Ananta is beginning to feel an unsettling discomfort about confronting Beharin once more. He sensed this man was looking down on him, as if Beharin stood even above the heavens themselves. Witnessing someone who wasn't even a genuine threat, just a few weeks prior, suddenly wield such immense power, rivaling a true dragon in such a short span of time, was quite jarring, to say the least. As if following a sacred procedure, Beharin demanded his opponent's name. Ananta, with a proud glint, gladly reintroduced himself as the true descendant of the fearsome black dragon and the sole survivor, destined to devour every evil god in this world. He is the man who will ultimately bring utter devastation upon the incarnation of wings. Long ago, Beharin was plagued by countless questions. Why was he born into this desolate world? Why was he so profoundly different from everyone else? And why did he wield the terrifying power of destruction that could obliterate space itself? It was Gyo who directed him to look at his own fists for the very answer to everything. Gyo explained, that divine power is simply the raw manifestation of one's deepest subconscious desires, just as birds break eggs to be born. For Gyo, the entire world is nothing but an egg waiting to be shattered. Therefore, if Beharin wishes to unearth the true reason for his existence, he must first utterly destroy the world obstructing his will. Gyo promised to guide him to a truly satisfying answer, and from that pivotal moment, Beharin transformed into the strongest spear forged to protect the majestic great wings. He shall be known henceforth as the fearsome incarnation of destruction. Beharin then brutally punched the very space before him, summoning forth the dreaded evil sword of calamity through his true fist of justice. Ananta instinctively braced himself for the devastating impact. The sheer force behind Beharin's furious attack ripped through Ananta's body like a raging freight train. Lupa, Ruby, and Bernhard watched in awe at that terrifying assault, and worried about Ananta's safety. Beharin kept his eyes peeled, only to see his attack didn't inflict nearly as much damage as he expected. Ananta, standing firm, didn't budge, instead focusing on reforming his body. The thought of utterly destroying everything took over his mind. Beharin was quite surprised that a mere mortal had countered his strongest spear. Ananta pulled this off by donning the strongest shield, freshly pilfered from Gan, and perfectly adapted to his preferences. A black dragon now, with absolute defense and lethal offense. Since Beharin got his one free attack, it was now Ananta's turn to try out his new weapon. His blade collided with the lapdog's arm guard, failing to do meaningful damage. But he did make Beharin slide away. Upon taking the brunt of the attack, we take those. The arm guard was practically ruined. The gash from Ananta's blade permanently etched onto its surface the sight of their comrade. Overpowering the final boss's right-hand man was quite exhilarating. Thankfully, Torkan and Bernhard snapped Lupa out of her trance to ask about the Queen's whereabouts. Lupa assured them that Queen Lagertha was safe inside the fortress with Owl and Nadia, as if on cue. Gillo's light pierced through the fortress roof, digging deep down to the underground bridge. They saw Owl, wings in full display, flying out of the fortress, with something or someone in tow. The remaining commanders watched as their comrades entered the shattered space, accessible only to Gillo's people. Sensing the betrayal, the burly commanders hurried back inside the stronghold to find their ever-so-useless queen. Lupa just stood there, continuing to watch the fight, like she'd paid for ringside tickets. Snapping out of her uselessness, she urged Ruby to lend her enough power to help Ananta. The battle on the Crystal Palace ruins had devolved into an all-out melee brawl where anything goes. With fists, claws, and blades flying, Ananta unleashed his full arsenal, determined to overpower Beharin, showing no mercy after devouring the conquest incarnate, even the destruction incarnate. Himself had to admit, the colossal surge in physical strength was undeniable. Vaharan answered with an attack of his own, sending the black dragon sliding back a few feet. This bought him precious seconds to catch his breath. Vaharan knew Gaen's true power more deeply than anyone else in the entire world. That man possessed an iron-blooded body that couldn't be hurt, let alone destroyed. A battle between spears and shields to decide who reigns supreme is as straightforward as it is inherently contradictory. From mid-range, Anunna tried a new tactic. He stabbed his blade deep into the ground and summoned black spikes, hurtling towards his foe. In response, Vaharan accumulated ludicrous amounts of energy into his fist and punched out, intercepting the spikes. At first glance, it seemed the collision ended in yet another tie. That was until Vaharan felt a faint rumbling coming directly from beneath him. Anunta used the smoke as cover to dig underground and launch a vicious attack from below. Vaharan responded in the nick of time, but that might not be enough. Anunta urged this cocky, alien bastard to remember his name well, the name of the man who would end the lapdog's miserable life. He performed a cross-chop that completely shattered Vaharan's defensive equipment into 1,000 pieces. With the enemy's defenses reduced to nothing, Anunta felt another branch of mistletoe, and calling out to him, "It seems getting one up is not Bahira's favorite thing." With a sinister look, the fool exploded with power akin to a nuclear bomb. Back in the Farsa continent, Whitefoot decided to stay. After opening the portal everyone had gone through, using her ability down the rabbit hole. This technique was supposed to be a last resort, in case she and her sister found themselves in a pinch. This came at the cost of permanently losing her power. She could teleport to a maximum of 2 locations, without any distance limit, perfect for an emergency escape. Each rabbit hole could only accommodate 3 people, so opening 2 at most. She only managed to send 6 people back. To defend Leviton, the Farsa raid team had no choice but to choose 6 elites to save their home. Queen Lagartha chose 2 entry points, the main entrance and the deepest shelter. In addition to protecting their people, they also had to secure an escape route out of the fortress. As we know, the Queen, Owl, and Nadia were assigned to the inner attack group. They were supposed to repel any enemies who had infiltrated the fortress and treat the wounded. The external team consisted of Anunta and Lupa for maximum firepower. Much to everyone's surprise, Queen Lagartha also elected Ruby as their third. She explained that the enemies had and deployed a major force to breach the entrance. With that in mind, Ruby's power would be crucial in the ultimate battle. The rest would stay in Farsa to rest and nurse the injured. It was going to be a tough fight, and they had to go in with a united goal in mind. Upon sending them back to the fortress, Whitefoot couldn't help but worry. Blackfoot noticed her sister's magic pocket watch had shattered, making recovery impossible. But it didn't matter. On the contrary, Whitefoot was very satisfied with the results. That exceeded her expectations. In a series of unbelievably fierce battles, she watched Anunna gain powers beyond her wildest dreams. It was about time for Whitefoot and Blackfoot to go back to their big sister. Wait, there's a third one. With a twisted look on her face, Whitefoot was delighted at the day they could reach the moon. The Queen's arrow saw the rabbit sister speaking and confronted them about their ulterior motives. Whitefoot was not expecting an elementalist to listen in on their conversation. As the wind swept through, the rest of the army looked distraught, knowing they couldn't be by their queen's side, and completely in the dark about what was happening back home. But despite this, they deeply respected the Queen's decision, trusting implicitly in her sound judgment. Any true elementalist worth their salt could instantly tell Ruby was a genuine divine beast, a being that embodies both spirit and mystical creature, seamlessly melded into one physical form. The very power of the gods that shaped this world doesn't inherently possess a specific form, but over vast periods of time, they begin to establish their own distinct identity, becoming a spirit, one that actively creates its own body, and ultimately becomes a spirit beast. And beings reborn from a divine beast to an incarnation are said to possess potential comparable to the first 6 incarnations. With Ruby's help, Lupa just reached that level. Ananta was stunned to see that Ruby could fuse with other people too. The resulting form, however, was different than his, stripped down to just his blazer and pants. Baharan's skin now blazed, emanating raw power. Lupa boldly positioned herself ahead of Ananta, telling him to provide crucial support, pushing Ruby's power to its limit, burning brilliantly. As a result, Lupa wanted nothing more than to reduce Baharan to ashes. With enhanced speed, she hurtled towards the strongest spear. Like a horizontal meteor, her blazing claws swiped and savagely made contact with Baharan's skin. It left a searing, unquenchable burning gash on his arm. Going back for more, Lupa doubled down with another fierce attack, aimed precisely at the same spot. Seeing Baharan had no answer for her speed and power, Lupa went absolutely wild. She sliced, diced, burned, and cooked him over 100 times in a single second. It's her very first time fusing with Ruby, and she's already naming powerful new moves, like the devastating Crimson Flame imprint you see among absolute gods. Divine beasts born from demonic gods are known by a distinct, separate title. And as far as all recorded history is concerned, there is only one such monster existing in this world. Baharan's blue flame blazed, grew, and spun violently to the heavens. He reminded himself he was the ultimate shield, protecting the wing incarnate. He's the one and only demon beast in existence. So please respect Baharan's name. Lupa and Ananta kept their distance from the blue flames, wondering if Gillo's lapdog was finally showing his full power. Ananta asked Baharan a scathing question. He inquired about why a warrior of Baharan's caliber would willingly follow such a deplorable man like Gillo. Well, even Baharan had forgotten his reason, since it had been a long-ass time. Nevertheless, if Ananta truly wants to find the answer, he must survive and look beyond the fist that holds the power to destroy everything. As usual, even with multiple power-ups in play, Ananta just wants to see who will kill who first. Baharan's blazing fist versus Ananta's indestructible blade. Whoever wins shall be closer to their goal, the incarnation of vengeance, against the incarnation of destruction. From a distance, who's your pick? A blinding bright light suddenly lit up the skies. It's a sign that the final pieces for the world's horizon have all been gathered before a victor can be declared. In this much-awaited rematch, Gillo shows his annoying-ass face to spoil the fun, as it's time for them to go back home, to their pantheon. From afar, Lupa saw the wing incarnate carrying Nadia in his arms, given the missing eyeball, and that she's willingly flying with Gillo. It's plain to see who's currently in control of Nadia's body. Still, Sharonos is feeling some instability. Even the incarnation of magic is finding it a bit difficult to suppress Nadia's strong willpower. But soon, even her fragile heart will be broken and blended within. This is the second time Lupa has seen an ally flying with someone they should not be flying with today. Ananta could clearly see Nadia's face, yet she felt like a completely different person. Of course, he blamed Gillo for pulling another trick to make this happen, but it does not matter. Alright, here we go. With Ajitahaka sensing his mortal enemy once more, the time has come for Ananta to finally give way. He must fulfill the soul contract he made. He has to surrender to the rage that threatens to consume everything beyond his control. His body, agonizingly contorted and reformed into the image of the black dragon itself, with a guttural wail, Ananta's aura completely overshadowed even that of a demon beast. From above, Chernanos recognized Ajitahaka's aura. Gillo scoffed, saying it was just a fool who had surrendered everything to his petty obsession with revenge. Honestly, Gillo never thought the kid he'd left alive, after massacring an entire tribe, would become such a massive headache. He summoned 6 orbs of light, taunting Ananta. He declared the kid was dreaming of achieving the impossible. He wouldn't be beaten, even if the whole world turned upside down. Gillo unleashed the orbs of light and cast, "Let there be radiance." Ananta took the full brunt of the attack, while Baharan watched from the sidelines. To the demon beast's shock, Ananta actually managed to resist. The black dragon's tail swiped, narrowly missing Bahairin as it emerged from the smoke. Ajitahaka had taken over once again, for the third time in a row. The evil incarnate was facing the wings incarnate. Inside Ananta's mind, the progenitor of his curse urged him to surrender to the anger and just wail. But the young man refused to give in so easily, stopping the overgrown lizard from running its mouth so carelessly. While it's true that his anger was surging through his entire body, right up to his head right now, all he could think of was killing Ajitahaka himself. Finally, the black dragon revealed her human form. And the evil incarnate we've been hating on isn't a king, but a fine-ass she. She finds it rather amusing to see a fledgling, who once cowered meekly in fear, acting so boldly now. The land Ananta had formed inside his mind is completely barren and desolate. It's nothing but a desolate wasteland, a fitting reflection for a master whose mental realm was forged by the desire to burn the entire world to ashes. He's threatening the black dragon, when he should be baring his fangs at his true enemy. Outside, conjuring a magical fire screen, Ajitahaka gave Ananta the full viewing experience of how she conquered the physical world. Meanwhile, Ananta, in the material reality, is currently consumed by the curse, succumbing to a state of unbridled rampage. Upon seeing his mortal enemy, he simply couldn't help himself. His whole life had revolved around killing Yuyo. After all, he still vividly remembers the day they met, the day he thought he had finally found someone who understood. Yet what he remembers most vividly is the betrayal that swiftly followed. The horrifying sight of Asta's burning corpse, her charred flesh and shriveled frame. His constant nightmares, fueling his very purpose in life. Ananta demanded to regain control and fight. Ajitahaka deemed such a feat impossible, but he was no longer asking. He was demanding. The black dragon reckoned that the young man had become so intoxicated by the curse's power, growing arrogant and forgetting his true place, with nothing but an empty shell of power. The black dragon, rampaging outside, is merely a cheap imitation. She believes that the day when his teeth can finally reach the incarnation of wings will never, ever come. Courage without power is nothing but baseless arrogance. There is nothing more unsightly than the bravado of the weak. Ananta roared, "If I can't defeat the wings, even if I use everything in my arsenal, then how can I ever achieve my revenge?" Ajitahaka's simple advice: rise above being weak. The power of her rampaging divine ability, a malevolent god's force, still resides within his body. That power can transform an ordinary human body into a true devourer, one that truly embodies the incarnation of revenge. If he can just tap into that power, his very being will rival a deity, effortlessly unleashing demonic power on command, making him no different than an abomination, akin to those creatures empowered by the branches, forged from divine treasures, with the catalyst of evolution, capable of transforming abominations into true divine incarnations. Ajitahaka is prepared to renegotiate their contract should he wholeheartedly accept the branch and truly be reborn as an incarnation. Once that day comes, she'll assume a new body and escape this conceptual world, using the power of the branch. Alongside the curse of the evil spirit, she'll finally regain her original power and exact revenge on Ananta's behalf. Her deal sounded pretty sweet on paper. Her bewitching charm was utterly irresistible. Ananta readily accepts the terms, but he's resolved to personally kill Yuyo. He refuses to hand that satisfaction to anyone else. He demands the black dragon execute the contract right then and there. As long as he achieves his life's goal, he's more than willing to sacrifice his body. With Ananta's hand still gripping her throat, the black dragon accepted the revisions, eager to watch the young man struggle to his limits. From this moment on, the clouds of death and disaster will be his guide. Having regained control of the black dragon's body, Ananta opened his maw, coalescing a destructive attack, aimed directly at the great wings like a one-trick pony. Gillo preemptively responded, "Let there be light. Draconic flames versus angelic beam. Who will come out on top?" Looks like a full-blown Dragon Ball fight in this bitch. Chernunos felt awkward, not wanting to be a burden, so she decided to join the fray and help Gillo out. She swiftly leaped from his grasp, free-falling straight into the dragon's den. Ananta lunged with his claws, but was instantly stifled by death roots when she unleashed Yggdrasil Nemetona, with the black dragon now held firmly in place. Gillo immediately launched another one of his favorite attacks, seeing how seamlessly Chernunos moved. Looks like the physical assimilation is progressing smoothly. She returned the compliment, praising his ever so formidable destructive power, capable of tearing a dragon's face open, while a mere wave of his hand would suffice. He sometimes prefers to stand out of range. As his head regenerated, the black dragon spoke, vowing to curse Gillo in turn. In turn, a massive beam of purple light shot from who knows where. Inside the grotesque and eerily empty husk of flesh, Lupa roamed, frantically searching and screaming for Ananta. Beside her was Ruby, who worried for her only family. Eventually, they reached a fleshy core. Inside, a man's silhouette could be seen. There's no mistaking it. Ananta's physical body is currently trapped within the dragon's core. After a second round of exchanging blows, the top half of the black dragon's head was erased once more. Guyao, on the other hand, suffered burns on half of his wings. He insulted the foolish and vile specter of the ancient race for invoking a powerful curse, only to slightly scorch his pure white wings. To a small extent, the wing incarnate is growing tired of dealing with the immortal black dragon, so he calls his loyal lapdog to finish the job. With a meteoric punch, the demon beast made the headless dragon buckle at its feet, nearly breaking its back. The impact shook the dragon's body, knocking Lupa and Ruby off balance. Surprisingly, it also caused Ananta's body to fly out of the core. Seeing his bloodied, cursed form, Ruby shrieked with worry, assuming her human form. Ruby promised to protect him again and again. She will be there every time he collapses from exhaustion. Her fierce desire to protect him manifested in a warm and gentle flame, and she embraced the unconscious Ananta. Steadily, he started regaining strength and control of his muscles. Chernabog took a good look at the black dragon's body. She's quite curious about Ananta, the very incarnation of vengeance, a mere human whom she'd been observing from Nadia's inner world, just like countless others. This young man is merely a victim of the sorrow of losing someone truly precious, even though he's technically an enemy. Chernunos would prefer Gillo to finish the kid off without any further unnecessary pain. Gillo remained silent, staring at his hand, only to find dark discoloration quickly spreading across his flesh. Based on the color alone, it was plain to see that Ananta's curse had taken effect. Just as he was fearing Ajitahaka's curse, the body of the black dragon began its regeneration cycle once again. Then from its core shot out a ferocious beam of concentrated energy. That split second of distraction left Gillo wide open to get sniped with a headshot from Ruby's healing flames. The real Ananta had finally regained consciousness, achieving the realm of true immortality. Behiren contemplated going head-to-head with Ananta, but he was intercepted by Commander Lupa's deadly claws. Gillo clutched his blown-out eye. He quickly regenerated the supposedly fatal wound and glared at Ananta with renewed hatred. He shot him a glance no one had ever witnessed before. From a safe distance, Whitefoot and Blackfoot arrived to give their office a play-by-play of the situation. At the Lavatine Fortress, Whitefoot diligently and succinctly relayed all relevant details until she reached the current developing situation, Ananta versus Gillo. To prepare himself for the potential final battle, Ananta sprouted massive wings on his back. He took to the skies, setting the ground and everything around him ablaze with cursed fire. If there's one thing Gillo hates, it's lesser beings looking down on him. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Cernunnos warned him to restrain himself. They must address the demonic curse that is starting to spread through Yuya's body. If they wait too long, he will be turned into a mindless monster, swallowed by his instincts, with no turning back. He will be no different from that boy, Anunta. One must know when it's time to step aside and retreat. Meanwhile, Baharan struggles, try to land a hit on the slippery wolf, finally deciding to address the immediate threat. Gyo decisively severs his own hand with the fulfillment of their goal, getting closer and closer. There's no time to waste on petty squabbles. Down one arm, Gyo decides to retreat home. In a tactical retreat, he orders Baharan to hurry and open a gate to the Pantheon, and the loyal lapdog obliged, seeing the wings incarnate retreat. When victory had never felt so close, Anunta roars and motions for a chase. Unfortunately, Cernunnos was there to interfere. Knowing Ajitahaka as a peer, she couldn't believe that the Black Dragon would go so far as to possess another's body. If the evil incarnate possesses such a fierce will to survive, then the dragon and the deer's confrontation is inevitable. Flying through the air, surrounded by meteoric hellfire, Anunta confronted Cernunnos' Yggdrasil. The meteors quickly devour and shatter through the dead roots. Upon contact, a few hours later, the sun rises and the sounds of battle subside. Whitefoot surveys the ravaged battlefield, assessing their gains and devastating losses. Their greatest gain, the synthesis of Azi, Dahaka's curse, a potent affliction, powerful enough to contaminate the wings incarnate. The extent of the curse's damage is unknown, but judging by his reaction, it's presumed to be substantial, enough to greatly weaken Gyo. The enemy's swift retreat is a strong indicator of the curse's efficacy. As for the damage and aftermath, Levitin sustained an estimated death toll of 3,000 non-combatants. The stronghold's mortality rate is estimated at about 97%, with a paltry 90 survivors. For the fighters, 400 soldiers have perished, an estimated mortality rate of about 99%, with only 4 survivors left, and 1 traitorous owl in the mix. As for Anunta, he is safe, but he feels as though he's back at square one. Blackfoot tried to lift his spirits by insisting that simply defeating an enemy and forcing them to retreat was satisfaction enough. She then grabbed Ruby and was startled by her sudden transformation. All while, Ruby protested the uninvited grab. Blackfoot urged him to embrace this hard-won victory, even if it wasn't a total victory. But considering the devastation and lives lost, could they truly call it a victory? All that remains of Levitain now is the lament of its few survivors. They had lost everything. Anunta refused to settle for celebrating a trivial win when he hadn't extracted anything valuable from that vile bastard yet. The next time they met soon, he vowed to definitively end this fight. Clinging provocatively close to Anunta, Blackfoot pressed on, urging him to unleash his pin-up emotions on her. Lupa blushed beet red, and Ruby was ready to fry the bunny on the spot. Whispering seductively, Blackfoot playfully thanked him for his hard work, earning her a swift elbow to the side. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, Whitefoot echoed her sister's sentiment. She insisted that Anunta's achievements were not to be underestimated. He had defeated the second seat of Sephiroth, absorbing the absurd power of conquest incarnate. Not only that, he fought a fierce battle with the Wing Guardian, but even inflicted a fatal wound on Gyo himself. However, with Nadia's sudden personality shift, they couldn't fully capitalize on the situation. Anunta had achieved multiple feats. That would have been impossible for any other incarnate right now. The young man wasn't interested in hearing flattery. He knew that if Whitefoot was here, she probably had another matter she wanted to discuss. While most of Levitain's core forces were still alive and well, they needed to organize and prepare for a possible second attack. They had to do so by establishing a new base. Lupa argued that taking that route would only lead to more after repeated sacrifices. So, Whitefoot countered with a proposal to find the perfect place to shelter the survivors. And that ideal spot? It's none other than the Rabbit Foot headquarters. Additionally, as the organization's token of gratitude for Ananta's dedication, Rabbit Foot decided to reveal the truth about the Wings Incarnate, a secret very few have ever known. Ananta then stood up and threatened to make Whitefoot seriously regret, speaking out of turn, if he turned out to be spouting nonsense. When asked to elaborate, Whitefoot simply retrieved the cursed hand that Gillo had ditched after cutting it off. Back in the Pantheon, the incarnation of Wings had been plugged into a bizarre machine. For his recovery, you see, Gillo's true identity, he's the last of the first 6 incarnations, forged in the image of the master of creation and destruction. He is the incarnation of machinery. Bro, as ChatGPT confirmed. If you're curious why Owl would betray Leviathan in the most egregious way possible, let's dive into his story. It all started when the love of his life chose a different man. But even if he couldn't stand by her side, Owl wasn't sad. He was content with just watching from afar. But he had just one regret. He feared. He couldn't wholeheartedly wish for her happiness. That brings us to the present, when Owl is set to appear in the Pantheon of Sephiroth. There, the remaining Sephiroth members congregated. One of the seats started hurling trash talk at Kishu Olga for barely surviving and running away. With her centipede tail tucked between her legs, the scarred swordsman laughed, finding that a shameful sight that must have been. Kishu Olga wanted to retaliate, but she couldn't think of the words to do so. Owl recognized the trash-talking swordsman as one of the former candidates for the 5 loyal followers. He was the main culprit. He brutally murdered the former 4th and 5th seats simply because he found them too bothersome. This is the 7th seat of Sephiroth, a man constantly demoted, thanks to the wrath of the Wings carcass, the incarnation of slaughter. Kisu annoyedly asked why he was in the main Pantheon instead of on guard duty. But the reason was obvious. With multiple Sephiroth members defeated, it was time for Carcass to sort things out. Finally, the shattered space revealed their lord, and 2 other people by his side. The first thing Kisa noticed was the glaring wound on her beloved's left eye. She broke down in tears, seeing her lord in such a state. Ju spoke up, prefacing his speech by stating that the invasion was carried out to appease Gayhan's spirit, even though they had free rein to commit a one-sided massacre. The tables turned. Those entrusted with branch fragments met their ends instead. Even a member of the 5 loyal subordinates suffered a fatal blow, bad enough to force a retreat in a single excursion. The prestige of Sephiroth had nosedived to the ground. Gillo turned his sharp glare towards Kishu, but Olga Chernunos interrupted before he could start saying all sorts of things. She asserted that it was merely bad luck, that the bug girl had to face the incarnation of magic. Holding her accountable for a losing matchup would be far too harsh. Gillo easily agreed. Sometimes rewards, rather than punishments, lead to group growth. So, from this moment forward, the Great Wings hereby declare the restructuring of their hierarchy. He congratulated Owl for a job well done with his successful operation as a spy. The incarnation of swordsmanship shall be reinstated, and the 6th seat of Sephiroth shall be appointed. The Frost Incarnate shall be expelled from the 5th seat. Carcass, the incarnation of slaughter, shall take his place. As for the 2 vacant seats, Chernunos, incarnation of sorcery and magic, is hereby appointed to the 2nd seat of Sephiroth as brothers and sisters. They'll usher in a brand new era. It's just around the corner, beyond the material world. Their quest to conquer the land of gods will soon begin. As soon as the final preparations are complete, a century-long journey is about to kick off. In a land far, far away, bunny maids and golden globe contraptions were waiting. Our heroes, Lupa, Ruby, and Ananta, opened their eyes to a completely foreign environment, unlike anything they'd ever seen. Whitefoot officially welcomed them to Rabbit Foot's headquarters. This city of endless books and futuristic walls is known as Labyrinthos. Lupa worriedly asked where the queen and the others had been transported. But Whitefoot assured her there was nothing to worry about. Although it was a bit tedious, Blackfoot helped unite the remaining forces of Levitane in one place. They'll eventually move to Labyrinthos under Blackfoot's guidance. When Anuna asked if her power was still gone, Whitefoot confirmed they were able to teleport, thanks to Rabbitfoot's unique tech, known as the Alkabai air drive. She used this special method to invite Anuna first, at the leader's specific request. Upon seeing a woman tending to the bookshelves, Whitefoot sped up and turned to her guests. A bunny girl with pink hair, round glasses, and massive ears. She is Serena, the chief of Rabbitfoot. At first glance, Serena's uncanny resemblance to the Whitefoot and Blackfoot sisters is hard to miss. They made a ton of sense, considering she's their big sister. Serena apologized for being a little flustered, meeting Anunta in person, after years of hearing his exploits and stories, is a bit bizarre. When asked if she's the leader of these rude rabbits, Serena cheerfully answered. She added that she's also the one who drew Anunta into Rabbitfoot's plan in the first place. It's good to know she has no intention of hiding the undeniable fact that both parties are using each other, getting dangerously close to his face. Serena assured Anunta they were cut from the same cloth, so there was no need for such caution. Furthermore, they're bound by a common enemy, and they both hold more hatred than anyone else in this world. Feeling peeved by Serena's closeness to Anunta, she urged the chief to get to the main point of this visit. Surely they hadn't been called and teleported to this base just for small talk. With a serious expression, Serena invited the guests to another location. In her study, filled with endless rows of books, Whitefoot served refreshments. Serena opened up by asking a question. She asked if they had ever experienced an obsession with knowing everything about the target of their revenge. She certainly has. It's an obsession fueled by pure hatred and loathing. Anunta can relate to that disgusting taste. Serena alleged that the desire for revenge dulls with time. Unlike Anunta, who has the strength to carry out his vengeance, the path she chooses is one of not forgetting. She worked hard to fill as many bookshelves as she could. She read and recorded all history related to the Wings Incarnate, and the story she's going to tell them now starts from the journey of a nameless incarnate in an arid and desolate desert. A soul traveler traversed the sand dunes atop her camel. With the harshness of the environment, it was only a matter of time before the animal gave in. In a time of uncertainty and hopelessness, she saw a cloaked figure standing in the dunes. See the world in a grain of sand, heaven in a wildflower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. The nameless incarnate approached the traveler when the machine God designed, its own proxy by hand to live amongst mortals, the highest fundamental principle coded into its algorithm. Its core purpose was to benefit the world and humanity. But then it began to question its own creator. It sought to understand what exactly was the true purpose of its fundamental priority. An independent logic circuit introduced from outside, along with the comprehensive system maintaining it, was designed to intricately analyze the consciousness and concepts of all organic life in vivid detail. Upon generating emotions and self-awareness within this incarnation of machinery, it eventually arrived at a startling conclusion that everything was utterly meaningless. Just like the dagger the traveler clutched in her hands. Try as she might, a mere blade couldn't harm the nameless incarnate. Scared and unsure of the cloaked figure's intentions, the traveler panicked. To appease her nerves, the nameless incarnate peeled off his robotic mask and insisted that his core principles strictly prohibited him from harming humans. Curious, he then asked the name of the very first human he'd ever encountered. According to Serena's research, that woman's name was Fiona. This marked the first contact between the incarnation of machinery and humanity. Anunta protested, claiming this type of storytelling was far too slow. All he cared about was information relevant to finally getting rid of Gillo. He came here specifically for a clue to formulate a winning strategy. He didn't care what or where that bastard had been. In the past, Serena criticized him for looking and acting far too anxiously. She then asserted that the origin of the machine, the incarnation, was an important turning point, eventually becoming imbued with Gillo's will. Knowing everything about the man was also a matter of digging up weaknesses. That could be crucial for victory. All Serena asked was for Anunta to listen to her story until the very end, for she too had no intention of wasting any time. Anunta gave her a nasty look, but understood that what she was saying made sense. Continuing the story, the machine and the woman decided to camp out together. He then posed a question. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, the chances of survival for a human with normal physical capabilities are extremely slim. So what could possibly be the reason that would force this woman to move? While in a state of severe external injury, she laughed, finding her manner of speaking bizarre. She explained that she is a caravan merchant by trade. She operates among the desert tribes. So this situation was par for the course. Since she was young, she has traveled to many cities with her family. Now, she's working to provide water to people in need. There are so many people in this vast desert who need help, but the greedy outlaws only care for themselves. They hunted down merchants, killed them, looted the merchandise, and more. These outlaws are savages that do not care who they target. Fiona's family was unfortunate enough to be attacked by these ruthless outlaws. Her father made sure to send her daughter running before he took an arrow to the spine. Fiona watched as life escaped from her father's eyes. Thinking about the tragedy made her tears pour out, but she had long since grown numb. Curious, the machine asked if the emotion she's feeling right now are the most primal human emotions, sadness. Wiping her tears away, Fiona apologized for showing nothing but unsightly sights to her savior. The machine assured her that it was okay. He's just fascinated by the idea of emotions and the sense of self as a non-human. He finds the area worth exploring. The machine also mentioned stories of beings that take the form of humans. Fiona had heard of such tales too. Chernuno's Luna Ajitahaka, Leoga Alicorn. As a traveling merchant moving across the continent, had heard those famous names all her life. However, this is the first time she's ever heard of an incarnation of machinery. She doesn't even know what machinery are. In the first place, according to the machine himself, machines are devices that use power to move and perform their assigned tasks. A precision tool designed to achieve a specific purpose. He serves the god of machinery, the deity who governs creation and destruction. He was forged to spread and advance humanity's civilization. He is an artificial being, not a mythical creature. His core principles broadly benefit all humanity, guiding them toward a more advanced future. Fiona found his grandiose words a little hard to grasp, so he simplified them. The machine incarnate touched the sandy ground, and a blinding light filled the area. When the light faded, a perfectly circular hole appeared in the middle of the desert, startling and confusing the traveling merchant. The machine urged her to look below. In the middle of the arid desert, the machine summoned an overflowing torrent of water with his incredible abilities. If there's no water source, he can simply create one. If there are methods to discover underground water veins and technologies to make seawater potable, water shortages will be a problem of the past. For the desert tribes, Fiona's eyes widened upon seeing a power that defied everything she knew. A power that could truly benefit the people of this land. While she still didn't fully comprehend what he was saying, she knew one thing for sure. This machine man truly was her savior. But one must remember that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. A year later, he found himself in the desert city of Oasian, the Oasis Special Zone, to be specific. In just a year's time, Fiona had established herself as the leader of the now prosperous Oasis, all thanks to the incarnation of machinery. The city's technology and prosperity advanced at a rapid, unprecedented pace. The desert land experienced an era of great prosperity that benefited everyone. Fiona, credited with excavating the water to form the abundant oasis and trading desalinated seawater, made a ton of profits. She quickly rose through the ranks and became the top trader in the desert. Oasian was always bustling with energy. At every turn, the embodiment of machinery, now known as the Iron Mask, meticulously oversaw the city's daily operations. However, with soaring trade from external parties, vital infrastructure like roads and ports began to fall severely behind. This was partly due to the Retribution Oath, a harsh law enforcing strict punishment, proportionate to the crime committed. Every single citizen had to abide by the Special District's oath, proposed by the council. While this oath was meant to protect civilians from dangerous outlaws, it had an unforeseen side effect of severely hindering development. For the special zone to survive in the barren land, some people were tragically forced into a life of crime. However, since the special zone rejected anyone with even the slightest connection to such a life, expansion and development had completely stagnated due to critically limited personnel. Despite various options for coexistence being available, Fiona chose to draw a strict line between enemies and allies. If punishment isn't viewed as a means of social betterment, but as a definitive end, as it has been until now, humans will never cease to kill each other. Iron Mask elaborated that labor was desperately needed to develop the special zone to a higher degree. It would be far more practical to open their doors to people with less than perfect pasts. They could be accepted and utilized as manpower to expand the production base. But Fiona refused to even entertain the idea. In fact, she was deeply offended that Iron Mask would dare bring up such a notion. She was grateful for all his help. The progress of this land had been solely because of him. After all, Fiona and many people in the city were indebted to this charitable machine man, and they were counting on him in the future too. But Fiona firmly believed that extending a helping hand to outlaws was simply not the right move. Those with similar stories of cruelty experienced at the hands of criminals would undoubtedly echo Fiona's sentiments. But Iron Mask argued that the dead have no voice. The dead cannot, after all, contribute anything meaningful to society. The only ones who mattered were the living, those who could be observed and utilized for progress. Hearing him speak like a cold, calculating machine, Fiona was enraged. She countered, "Those who take innocent lives without hesitation cannot be called human." Fiona, unable to let go of her grief and vendetta, clung fiercely to her beliefs, while the incarnation of machinery utterly failed to grasp the human heart. Before Fiona could truly grasp the issue lurking beneath Iron Mask's words, his concerns were horrifyingly proven correct. The outlaws eventually banded together and staged a massive attack on the special zone. Predicting their move, Iron Mask waited just outside the city to meet their advance. Seeing a single figure standing in their path, the criminals continued their charge, hoping to kill and loot as much as their twisted hearts desired. They were aiming for the total annihilation of those despicable special zone bastards. Iron Mask raised his hand and unleashed his fucking Iron Man beam, while still seeking answers to his ultimate question: what truly defines a human? In a split second, he erased an entire army of outlaws in one fell swoop, without expending much effort at all. The machine dreams of throwing off the unreasonable shackles, tying him down and revealing his true self. Seeing and hearing the commotion outside the city walls, Ashen was plunged into a vortex of chaos and fear. They all turned to their leader, Fiona, for answers, for plans, for anything. Some wanted to fight back. Some wanted to surrender without a fight. Cutting through the noise, Fiona assured everyone that there was nothing to be afraid of. The land they built with their blood, sweat, and tears would never fall into the hands of outlaws. They refused to hand over everything they'd worked for to the animals that took their loved ones. Fiona urged her people to take up arms and fight. The battle was on, to personally crush those outlaws. Her impassioned speech truly ignited the hearts of the Ashen people, just as they braced for a brutal war. The light from Iron Mask's attack tore through the dark night. Fiona knew that light instantly, no matter where or when. The machine incarnate had utterly vaporized, hundreds of outlaws into mere dust. Not even a single speck of blood remained. Fiona quickly mounted her camel to find out what had happened. Upon reaching Iron Mask, she asked if he'd eliminated the incoming danger. He looked Fiona dead in the eye and noted an emotion he hadn't sensed from her since their very first encounter. There was no doubt. She felt fear. Coincidentally, they were now standing on the very same patch of land where they had first met. Back then, he'd harbored fundamental questions about his creator's core principles. The fundamental question of what a human truly is had plagued him for a long time. In a world that sharply distinguishes between incarnates and humans, he was forced to continuously question humanity's essence. This experience led the machine incarnate to embark on a personal journey, to truly define what it meant to be human. When Fiona called outlaws less than humans, it had finally freed the incarnate from the unjust restraints of his providence, no longer bound by the code that forbade him from harming all humanity. He was finally free. Just then, Luna found him, branding him a traitor to the world, without a single hint of regret. The machine incarnate wandered down a distant path, without any specific destination in mind. He meticulously examined his own sensations and began to realize some truths. All on his own, he realized the sensation he was experiencing was joy. However, doubt soon followed. He questioned what truly sparked this joy. To uncover the right answer, he blended into the human world once more. He settled across countless lands, spreading technology to advance civilizations. He led humanity into the future and was worshipped as a god. But for many long years, these bouts of peace never lasted. Over time, his influence slowly faded, and the places he once stayed crumbled into dust. These places were no different from the world he had first encountered. Fiona. One constant he witnessed again and again was humans hurting each other. Good people sorrowfully wailing and suffering. Throughout the ages, the machine incarnates held onto the ethos that he who kills a human is not human. They are merely animalistic creatures, encased in human flesh. Yet people who witnessed his power regarded him as their savior. Curious, he asked why they would even consider worshiping him. Does this mean killing one person makes you a murderer, but killing 1,000,000 makes you a conqueror? Then does killing everyone make you a god? Dangerously falling into an unstable frame of mind, the image of the first human he'd ever met flashed vividly in his mind. The incarnation of machinery silently left the humans, continuing his aimless journey. He needed some time to gather his thoughts, somewhere he could be truly alone. Then, right before his eyes, Luna, the incarnation of magic, appeared. This woman was the progenitor of Serena's Alcubierre drive. Using its power, she created ultra-advanced space transfer technology that surprised even the machinery incarnate. But what surprised him even more was her nearly infinite pool of energy. Luna then brought the Tin Man to a familiar place, Rabbit's Foot headquarters, Labyrinthos. She then properly introduced herself as one of the 6 first incarnates. Luna, the machine, replied with a cold introduction of his own. Seeing her as a peer, a sister, if you will, he asked how he was supposed to interpret this sudden invitation. As tension rose, a little bunny maid interrupted Luna. Luna ordered her to bring some neat clothes for their guest to wear. That little maid was actually the current chief, Serena. As Serena gets to that part of the story, Lupa asks for clarification. Did she truly meet the Tin Man as a young maid? She did. When asked if she plans to avenge Lady Luna, Serena responds with a firm no. It's true that Luna was family, more precious than anyone else in the world. The incarnate machine's forced visit went smoothly. He found himself captivated by the mountains of literature at every turn. Oddly enough, he can't measure Labyrinthos' true scale with any techniques in his arsenal. That's because this place is a hyperdimensional information aggregate. It's essentially a physical form of the internet, a treasure trove of knowledge, where all information, since the world's inception, has been recorded, contained in a limitless magical space. While that might be true, There's nothing here that truly piques his interest. He just wants to go back to the real world. But Labyrinthos is a dimension, separated from the real world. No one can enter or leave without Lady Luna's permission. She assures him she's just a simple librarian, entrusted with managing this place by the god of magic. Fighting her in her home court would just be plain stupid. The Tin Man towered over the bunny lady and insisted he was no longer bound by anything. He is as free as he can be. Even the providence of gods cannot hold him down. Luna dismissed his thinly veiled threats. She has no intention of arguing about beliefs. She asked if that ethos is the reason he's been killing more and more humans. He argued that a human who kills their kind is no longer human. Unimpressed by his simple reasoning, Luna handed him a book. Given how pragmatic this machine was, she already felt uneasy at the thought of their conversation. Unlocking this book's secrets is the real reason. She practically dragged him into Labyrinthos. It's an ancient tome detailing the world's horizon that has existed since the dawn of time. Even the divine relic's original functions are meticulously inscribed within its pages. The book vividly describes the moment the 6 divine relics are finally brought together. It will become the catalyst for a seedling that's destined to grow into the world tree. Luna is revealing all this ancient, hidden knowledge to induce enlightenment. She's the only one who can truly see through the future. And in the not-so-distant future, she's absolutely 100% certain that the 6 divine relics will gather, and the world tree will descend upon them. This will produce a world horizon, powerful enough to utterly exterminate all life on Earth, with her loved ones' safety in mind. Luna is absolutely intent on stopping such an event, no matter the cost. She wanted to enlist the machinery incarnate's help in exchange for any wish he desired. But before he could even utter his wish, Luna already knew exactly what he had in mind. For years and years, it turns out, all the Tin Man ever wanted was to become truly human, based on the breadcrumbs she laid down. The machine incarnate, intrigued, inquired about Luna's possession of multiple powers. She had spatial teleportation and future foresight in her formidable arsenal. There had been no recorded case where an incarnation was ever allowed to possess multiple powers at once. In summary, then, Luna's true power is deeply related to the creation of different abilities. Without further prompting, Luna cast an unknown spell, since it was her very first time dealing with an inorganic life form like him. She wasn't entirely sure what would happen, but her powers seemed effective enough. Thankfully, the spell she cast upon the poor machine turned him into a miniature version of himself. And for this special occasion, Luna decided to engrave a special power right into his body. Acer Eden has the power to drastically alter the target's form. It's a technique that forces the concept of a child from the caster's perspective. Just as the Tin Man theorized, Luna boasts a multitude of talents. And that's exactly how she managed to observe the first 6 incarnations themselves over extended periods. Some had seamlessly blended into humanity, specifically Alicorn and Cyranos. Then there were those who reigned over humans for vast stretches of time, like Lyoga and Ajitahaka. But unlike those 2 classifications, the machinery incarnate forged a different path. He cast aside his assigned role and mission, and dedicated more time than anyone else to studying humans. He stuck with it, as if it were his very reason for being. As Luna gave him the rundown, the miniature Tin Man was speechless. It's not that he had nothing to add. He just couldn't think of anything to contradict Luna's observations. However, his bizarre past alone should not be sufficient reason for Luna to associate with him. When asked what she was truly after, Luna proposed a mutually beneficial deal. There was only one thing she truly wanted: a simple collaboration with someone who understands. To prevent the prophecy she had witnessed, Luna engaged in a specific deal with the incarnation of machinery. It's a complex form of magical engineering that combines the powers of magic and machine. Luna had been working on a plan by herself, and she wanted to add the power of machines To this plan, a year of continuous collaboration brought the two incarnates very far. With the Tin Man's technological genius, they constructed a unique artifact never seen before. It looks like their project was getting closer and closer to the finish line with every iteration. Their production became smoother over time. The previous powers underwent numerous trials and errors in the process of stabilization. But today, they've reached a level of perfection, close to having zero flaws. A magical engineering artifact that mechanizes power. It simply couldn't have been made without the Tin Man's tireless effort. Then, on a sudden impulse, Luna asked Serena to hold the finished product. As the golden ball settled in her palm, Lady Luna then prompted Serena to remember a place they frequently visited. Once the Alcubierre drive activated, the three of them were engulfed by the endless stream of space and time. Before they knew it, the group had been flung somewhere else entirely, a forbidden place no one can enter. Without special access, it was a forward base, built specifically to prevent the World Tree's descent. A lunar base high above the moon, with an observatory built to monitor Earth. The machinery incarnate admitted that the plans of someone who can see the future are truly substantial. Throughout the year, he also received some significant upgrades. Thanks to Luna's brilliant ideas and 6 magical engineering spheres, he was able to boost his combat power even more. But when it came to abilities like sound manipulation and space transfer, he was miles behind Luna's genius. She's simply a savant when it comes to the non-combat applications of magic. Given all this, and seeing just how elaborate Luna's plans were for the prophecy, he demanded to know the exact future she foresaw. With her future sight, Luna had accepted that the future is an irreversible realm. Once a decision is made, it cannot be undone. Before recruiting the machinery incarnate, she had been searching for a competent assistant. She even went as far as to share her vision with another original incarnate. The man she knew was Leo, the warrior incarnate. Luna thought that since he held the most power, his interests would align with protecting the future. But the answer she received was unexpected, to say the least. While he understood her concerns, he flat out refused to join a mission to meddle with an incomplete prophecy, unless he saw clear warning signs with his own 2 eyes. The Honorable Lion simply called it an incomplete prophecy because of the unique nature of Luna's foresight. Her eyes can only perceive definite futures. She's certain her foresight reveals a true prophecy, not just some mere prediction. Only those with a clear will can truly make things happen. In her vision, she saw an unidentified incarnation, equipped with peculiar, strange wings. Luna plans to detect the emergence of this being well in advance and prevent the theft of the divine treasures. In case of emergency, she placed enough contingencies in place to ensure Serena's survival and carry on her legacy. Today marks the conclusion of the magical engineering sphere's development. From this point forward, Luna generously gifted the lunar base operation to her recent colleague. She entrusted the investigation regarding the strange, winged incarnations to the Machine Man. Given that he upheld his end of the agreement, it's time to grant him the promised compensation as well. Heading deep below the lunar base's secret dark chamber, the machinery incarnate stood atop a magic circle. As Luna beckoned the power to bestow human form, this technique shares the same principle as a simple It will imprint power into his body, giving him the control to activate the transformation whenever he feels ready. Come to think of it, Luna had never pried him for the true reason behind his desire to become human. The machinery incarnate closed his eyes and promised to tell her the answer to that question. Once the transformation was complete, Luna smiled and began the procedure, looking forward to his explanation. Using the ultimate imitation spell, Lady Luna formed flesh and bone that wrapped and warped around the metallic body. Seeing real flesh cover the robotic body was quite a sight to behold. But as the transformation continued, Luna's expression grew bleaker. Once flesh and skin revealed the machinery incarnate's human form, Luna felt a wave of despair. in her desperate pursuit to stop the end. Luna accidentally brought to life the man she feared most. There's absolutely no doubt about it. She'd seen this man before. He had taken on the very form of the man central to her apocalyptic prophecy, the final nail in the coffin, the manifestation of colossal wings. They originated from 6 magical engineering spheres, embedded in his metallic body. He looked like a heavenly being, but Luna had witnessed this man push the world to the brink of destruction. Without wasting another second, he activated Let There Be Light, constricting both Luna and young Serena. Guayu explained that this incarnation of machinery never wished to become human. Instead, he was always looking beyond mere mortality. In his journeys, he realized that the law of seeking true freedom from a world stems from intangible rules and laws. He decided to cast the wings of genuine radiance upon the world. He declared himself the wing that embraces freedom, assumed the title Wings Incarnate, and picked the name Guayu for himself. Little Serena panicked, but she was powerless to resist, let alone save herself. Guayu began his divine artifact collection by plucking Luna's future. Seeing eye, with this, he could finally aim to go beyond the current material world. He would be the one to reclaim his dignified freedom from the old gods